Our female lead is a highly experienced employee at a 5-star hotel. One night, she unexpectedly gets into a traffic accident and falls into a coma. After waking up, she discovers that she has entered the body of a maid named Rose, a character in a novel she once read. While searching for clues to return home, our female lead has to accept becoming a maid, serving His Highness Prince Calix Fosman. If she displeases him, she won't even be able to keep her own life. Will her experience in hotel service from her previous life help her overcome this ordeal and return safely to the real world? Let's follow this journey together. The story begins with a terrifying accident on a dark night. Anyone who has read it must have imagined what they would do if they were in that situation. Or taming a black panther into a rabbit, a symbiotic relationship like that would be good too. Enjoying a happy life with my lovely daughter. I am a mother, and my daughter is so adorable. Or marrying the male lead to protect the family and then becoming the head of the family. Those are the unrealistic scenarios that the female lead always dreams of. Back to reality, her face clearly changed color. Really? A young man smiled and said in a gentle voice, "It's a pity, just 1 minute later and I would have beheaded you." She stood frozen, thinking to herself, "I've never imagined how to survive." The more she thought, the more frightened she became, her soul scattered. It's over. After the accident, a while later, she vaguely woke up, still complaining in her mind, "I don't want to go to work." What? Am I still dreaming? What kind of dream has a hotel in it? Is this an occupational hazard? A strange man sat majestically in a chair, looking at her. A foreigner? Did I watch an American movie and then go to sleep yesterday? She had just sat up, not yet able to figure out where she was, when the prince ordered, "Wipe it." The female lead hurriedly wet the towel, now filled with regret. I should have listened to my mother. I should have chosen a more comfortable job. Even in my dreams, it's like this. I chose the wrong path. While wiping the prince's hand, the smell of blood wafted into her nose. Suddenly, she noticed something strange in the palm of his hand. A scar in the shape of a cross appeared clearly. This scar, where is it from? Seeing her sitting motionless, the prince asked, "Not wiping?" After that, she regained her focus. Anyway, he's really handsome. Even if I'm attracted to handsome men, it won't end even after 1,000 reincarnations. Her heart bloomed upon meeting someone who perfectly matched her taste. Seeing the maid holding his hand tightly, without letting go, the prince became annoyed and said, "Can you let go now?" Seeing his grumpy attitude, she immediately changed her mind. Definitely not my type. After receiving her help, the dark prince quickly chased her away, like an evil spirit. "Once you're done, hurry up and leave." The female lead didn't bother staying any longer, muttering to herself as she left, "No matter how handsome he is, if he has a bad personality, I'll eliminate him." As soon as she opened the door and stepped out, the maids standing outside gasped in surprise, as if they had seen an A-list celebrity. A sudden scream echoed, calling out the name Rose. The female lead stood dumbfounded, not understanding what the hell was going on. "Rose? Are they calling me?" All the maids rushed to ask, "Are you still alive? Rose, are you okay? What should we do?" The female lead marveled at this vivid dream, feeling so real that it was as if it were happening right in front of her. Suddenly, a tray of glasses and a bottle of wine fell to the floor, scattering shards of glass everywhere. The butler looked at the female lead with a horrified expression, as if he had seen a ghost. His face darkened, and his mouth could only utter, "Oh my God. Rose, you're not dead yet?" A maid quickly added, "That's the butler for you." She started to feel dizzy. Why is everyone so noisy? But, this isn't Korean. She closed her eyes tightly, trying to endure the sudden pain. The image of a truck rushing towards her unexpectedly replayed in her mind. "I am Rose, daughter of Baron Estania. My parents have passed away, and I'm working as a maid in the royal palace." The female lead was extremely confused as something kept appearing in her head. What is this? And since yesterday, I've become His Highness, the prince's maid. Her face became dazed, sweat dripping profusely. This person's memories. Unable to stand any longer, she stumbled and collapsed onto the floor. The murmuring voices of the people echoed faintly in her ears. The next morning, at the castle, the female lead looked at herself in the mirror. She still couldn't believe she had turned into another girl. It looked so absurd. Who is this? Unreal pink hair. A lace nightgown that I would absolutely never wear. Is there no way? It can't be. She looked around the room restlessly. Then she started rummaging through the wardrobe. Absurd, there must be something. There has to be something. Proof that I'm not crazy. She kept bustling around like a headless chicken, searching here and there. Finally, she discovered a strange notebook placed neatly on the table. The notebook exuded a frighteningly mysterious aura. Rose's face turned pale, and she trembled, not daring to approach it. She was so scared that she got goosebumps, tiptoeing towards the table in front of her. This book could be a clue. Touching it shouldn't cause any problems, right? Finally, Rose mustered all her courage as a woman and touched the notebook. She forced a smile and stammered, this bad feeling. A brilliant light suddenly radiated, shining directly onto her face. Rose carefully flipped through each page to check the contents inside. Disappointingly, no clues appeared. It only recorded her duties as the prince's maid. Wake up at 6 a.m. His Highness the Prince's breakfast is at 7 a.m. Receive the meal directly from the kitchen and bring it to the bedroom. After he finishes eating, help His Highness go out. Rose still hadn't given up hope. She tried to flip through and find clues. No, not this. Are there any other clues? Terrifying. Receive the order to assassinate His Highness the Prince. After reading this line, Rose's face became terrified. What was that sound just now? She stared at the notebook with worried eyes. She continued reading a few more pages of the diary the maid had written. Emily, the maid before me, is gone. Next is my turn. I'm just a maid. How can I assassinate His Highness the Prince? It's no different from telling me to kill myself. Rose stood in deep thought for a long time. This is strange. Do people usually write these things in a diary? As if it was written for someone to see. The Duke wants to kill Calix Fosman. Rose was stunned upon learning the shocking news. What? She recalled the blood-soaked hands and the strange mark on the prince's palm. Calix Fosman? Rose's hands and feet felt weak, and she couldn't even hold the diary anymore. Absurd, then it's really like I'm in a different world. Rose still couldn't accept this harsh reality. No, my career, my family, my life. First, calm down. I need to sort out the situation. The memories of this body's owner were gradually returning. I am Rose Estania, daughter of a baron. Appointed as Calix Fosman's maid. If Calix Fosman is the character I know. That's the last novel I read, and Calix Fosman is the tyrannical male lead in this novel. Not only is it considered trash, but it's also a 19+ fantasy romance novel published in the early 2000s. Rose held her head in panic. Why did I read such a novel? There are other novels that are funny, romantic, or something. Why not be the king's daughter? But did the character Rose appear in that novel? If the male lead appears as a tyrant and is still the crown prince, it means we are at the beginning of the novel. It wouldn't be strange if I kick the bucket at any time. Just a supporting character. If it's the Calix Fosman I know, if he finds someone an eyesore, he'll behead them immediately. Rose anxiously looked at herself in the mirror. I'm going crazy. This hairstyle deserves to be eliminated. She gently touched her hand to the mirror. Then she wondered, am I really gone? I hope not. How has the hotel developed? First, I have to survive here. Calix Fosman has already murdered all his brothers and ascended to the throne. So the decision is which side to take. Rose turned to look at the diary on the bed. She carefully opened it to review the prince's service schedule. Breakfast is at 7 a.m. Oh my, he's a workaholic, so he wakes up very early. Rose confidently said while preparing her hair, I can memorize the daily tasks within 10 minutes. Alright, let's do this. Don't go against the male lead. Side with the winner. I will survive and return home safely. The flame of determination burned brightly within Rose. At the castle kitchen. Rose peeked from outside, observing. Then she entered and greeted everyone. Hello everyone, you've worked hard. The head chef asked in bewilderment, what's going on here? Rose cheerfully replied, nothing, I'm just about to take the prince's meal. He put on a thoughtful expression and said, I heard someone has become the prince's maid. The head chef stared at Rose with a scrutinizing gaze. You're still young, aren't you? She was extremely angry at being looked down upon, but she still had to put on a welcoming smile and reply, oh, of course. Inwardly, she cursed incessantly, speaking without thinking. Rose immediately focused on her work. What's the crown prince's menu today? The head chef suddenly asked back. Can't you see? Suddenly, Rose discovered that inside the magnificent castle was a filthy, dirty kitchen. She had to exclaim in horror, "It's so dirty." This detail wasn't in the novel. Seeing Rose frozen in place, the head chef sternly said, "Why aren't you answering?" She forced a bright, awkward smile and replied, "Because I lack basic knowledge. It's food for the crown prince, so I should at least know the name." The head chef paused to think and found her words quite reasonable. However, he still asked again, "You're a maid, aren't you?" Rose used her eloquence to plead with him, "Oh, please don't be like that. Tell me, or my head will roll." Finally, the head chef spared some time to explain to her. "All right. Croissants and raspberry jam made with Marylton butter, omelets with cheese, salad with kale and pink pepper sauce, and apple juice." After his explanation, he smirked and asked in a condescending tone, "But can you remember all that?" Rose grumbled inwardly, "Is he looking down on me?" After talking with him for a while, she finally pushed the food cart and left. "Thank you, I'll take this now." The hallway outside was neatly decorated and clean, unlike the kitchen she had just left. Rose carefully pushed the cart along the hallway. As she walked, she reminded herself, "All right, this is just the beginning. Absolutely, no matter what happens, don't disobey the male lead." "I thought so, but I'm already facing a crisis from the start. What should I call Calix?" "Your Highness, not Your Majesty yet." "Oh dear, I don't know. Languages from other worlds are translated, so he should be able to understand." Rose gently knocked on the door. Then, she used all her might to announce, "Crown Prince. Your Highness, I brought your breakfast." However, she was met with a frightening silence. "What? Did I do something wrong?" After a moment, Calix ordered Rose to enter. As soon as she stepped inside the room, she saw the crown prince already seated on a chair. He glanced at her with sharp eyes. Then gave a cunning smile and said, "If you were even a minute late, I would have beheaded you. But what a pity." Rose smiled confidently, having overcome one ordeal. But only a moment later, her face darkened. "But I didn't know he was crazy from the start." Rose spoke to Calix, "I'll try to be on time from now on." This was her professional hotel employee smile. Calix didn't say a word but just glanced at her. Then abruptly turned his face away. Rose breathed a sigh of relief. "I got through it, right?" She carefully arranged all the food on the table. While waiting for him to enjoy his meal, Rose glanced around. But Calix's room was extremely neat and tidy. Even his clothes were carefully hung. Strange. Isn't the crown prince's room too simple? The meal was also quite frugal, compared to other meals in the palace. I'm the only attendant. Could he be isolated? A few seconds ago, she was worried about Calix, but a few seconds later, Rose changed her mind, muttering, "It doesn't concern me." She put on her trademark smile and continued her work. "I'll explain the breakfast." Rose took a few seconds to compose herself. Then began to introduce the meal professionally. Croissants and raspberry jam made with Marylton butter, omelette with cheese, salad with kale and pink pepper sauce. She thought these actions would please Calix, but no, his whole body radiated a frightening aura. Meanwhile, Rose was still trying to finish her introduction. "And apple juice, that's all." Seeing Calix stand up, she cried inwardly, "What? What's wrong? Is something not to your liking?" He stepped closer to her, pushing her back against the wall. Calix looked like a ferocious viper. What kind of trick is this? Faced with this situation, Rose could only smile confidently and look at the crown prince. She asked, trembling, "Your Highness, what are you saying?" I'm looking at you," he said, his eyes red. "Changed your strategy, have you?" Rose immediately used her previous service skills to deal with the situation. "If you're not satisfied with the menu, I'll inform the kitchen to prepare a different one for you." She thought to herself, what strategy? If you're not satisfied, just say it. Calix removed his hand and sternly questioned, "What are you?" Rose still tried to answer politely, "I'm Rose, the one appointed as your highness's maid since yesterday." He bluntly replied, "Did I ask that?" Rose's inner outrage reached its peak. "Yes, you did." Calix demanded loudly, "Answer properly." Rose smiled confidently and replied, "Your Highness, if there's anything you're not satisfied with, I'll fix it right away." She was a highly experienced person. Having been a trainee at a 5-star hotel in 21st century Korea, accustomed to all kinds of customers. Someone like Calix couldn't defeat her. He remained silent for a long time before finally saying, "All right, clean up quickly." So Rose overcame another hurdle. She bowed respectfully and replied, "I'll tell the kitchen to fix it right away." Calix turned to leave, brushing his hand and telling her to go out. Suddenly, Rose cried out, causing Crown Prince Calix to turn around and look. It turned out she was carefully holding his coat, then gently asked him, "Your Highness, if you're not wearing this coat today, I'll take it to be mended and bring it back." After receiving Calix's nod, Rose quickly left. "Then I'll be going." The Crown Prince stood in the room with a bewildered expression. What was that all about? Outside the servants' dining hall, Rose sat eating alone. Suddenly, someone called her name, Rose. A group of maids rushed to hug her with lightning speed. Rose greeted them with her professional smile. "Hello, Mila. What's up?" Mila stared at her with teary eyes, as if about to cry. "Are you okay? Are you really okay? Nothing special happened? Your head is still there? I thought you'd gone to meet the Grim Reaper." Rose replied wearily, "I'm fine." "Stop shaking me." Mila confessed honestly, "You really are the worst maid in the Crown Prince's palace." Hearing this, Rose's heart sank. What? Am I being criticized now? Realizing her words could be easily misunderstood, Mila quickly explained, wait, I didn't mean anything bad. And you had the shortest experience and make the most mistakes. Rose became even more curious. Then why was I appointed? Mila asked with a worried expression, don't you remember? Last time, you broke an expensive bowl and made the head maid hate you. Rose froze at this shocking news. The former owner's memories suddenly flashed back to that scene. Thinking back, I remember now. Mila smiled encouragingly at Rose. Anyway, it's good that you know. If you become the Crown Prince's maid. Rose muttered to herself, there's no way to survive. She began to use her reasoning skills to analyze the problem. Something strange. Calix, who was waiting every day to be served by a maid. A room and an outfit too simple for a crown prince. And the order to assassinate the crown prince. The contents of the diary, if my hypothesis is correct. Rose put on a serious expression and said, I want to ask you something, Mila. She startled and replied, huh? What? She immediately asked a probing question, I wonder if there are any rumors about a new maid? With her gossipy nature, Mila couldn't possibly not know about this. How did you know, Rose? This morning, I saw the head maid enter the palace with a maid. Seeing Rose sitting still as a statue, Mila worriedly turned to her and asked, Rose, your complexion isn't very good. Are you okay? Her face was pale, drained of all color. If my hypothesis is correct, I'm going to die today. She felt lost, unsure how to face this. Rose's hypothesis, the crown prince, or rather, the male lead, is not a ruthless killer. The maids who died at his hands, if they received orders to assassinate the crown prince, like me. That explains why he executed them. Reasoning along these lines made Rose reconsider carefully. The maids, so far, could be one of two things, either assassins trying to kill the crown prince. Or sacrificial lambs replacing the assassins before they were ready. Rose Astania, who couldn't work, must have been threatened into being a sacrificial lamb. Just looking at the diary entries, it seems she wasn't an assassin. To be able to do this means the head maid is an ally of the Duke. The authority to appoint maids belongs to the head maid. And at that moment, the maid who entered with the head maid must be the real assassin. Or a replacement for the assassin. Or silenced. There's no reason for Rose to live like this. Thinking this, Rose's body involuntarily trembled. Mila anxiously rushed to her and asked, Rose, are you okay? Are you all right? She replied vaguely, not at all okay. Rose clutched her head, wanting to scream and cry. Why, oh why, does it have to be this novel? Her frustration seemed to reach the heavens, as the clear blue sky suddenly crackled with lightning. Mila, having never witnessed such a strange phenomenon, panicked. Why is there lightning in a clear sky? Is God angry? After a stressful afternoon of contemplation, Rose lay sprawled on her bed, exhausted. I'm so tired, she groaned. Cleaning that huge bedroom all by myself, could I even do it? Of course, as an excellent hotel employee, I managed it. Anyway, the work isn't bad. The rest of the time is free time. So now, let's make a plan. Rose sat up straight, grabbing the diary beside her and beginning to formulate a plan. She opened the diary and saw it was already filled with writing. Rose's eyes suddenly changed, a hint of surprise in them. A scream from Rose's private room startled the maids passing by outside. Rose's face paled, her whole body frozen. What? What is this? She approached the diary with trembling hands. The diary's contents had changed? The Duke gave me poison to assassinate the Crown Prince. I put it in the box on the right, under the bed. Rose held the diary, trying to read each word carefully to understand the situation. Oh my God, could it be? Seriously? Is this real? If it is, what should I do? Rose crawled under the bed as the diary instructed to check. Judging by her reaction, it seemed everything was true. There was a bottle of poison under the bed. Rose felt confused. Now, what should I do? Then she decided to do something. Rose stood up abruptly, picked up the quill, and opened the diary. She wrote down a few characters. But it didn't seem to go as she intended. What? No, if I do this, it should respond. Honestly, haven't you read it yet? Rose didn't give up and continued writing. After a while, the diary was full of writing. Rose leaned back in her chair, breathing a sigh of relief. Oh my, all right. If it responds, it's just as scary. After finishing, Rose glanced over. Her attention caught by the water bottles on the table. Rose plotted something and smiled mischievously. First. Then she reached for one of the water bottles. 1 bottle of poison, 1 bottle of my water. Rose gave a sinister smile, her eyes gleaming with calculation. It has to be done properly, right? That night, at the palace, Calix Fosman was overwhelmed by his room. It was so polished it gleamed. On the bed, there was a neatly folded suit. He walked towards the bed, picked up the suit, feeling a bit touched. When Rose's voice broke his reverie. Your Highness, I'll prepare some tea for you. Calix Fosman turned to look at her with an emotionless gaze. Rose, seeing him looking at her, became conceited, her face full of delight. What? What is it? Is it too perfect? If you want to find fault, try it. But don't actually do it. Calix Fosman turned away, scolding her. You're so crazy. Just do what you know you should. Rose's face darkened at his frown. I worked so hard to clean, but I don't even get a single word of praise. Truly cheap, shallow, ignorant, and stubborn. Enjoy your good life alone. At that moment, Calix turned back and called Rose, startling her. Rose felt guilty. What? Did you hear that? Don't tell me you can read minds. Wrong. Calix asked slowly, word by word, why? But before he could finish, there was a knock on the door. Your Highness, it's Rule. May I come in? Rose felt like she had been saved. She cried silently. Oh my God, my heart. Then she suddenly calmed down. Huh? But Rule? If it's Rule, the second male lead? A young man slowly opened the door and entered. His cold face and snow-white hair further emphasized his aloofness. Elsewhere, Mila was cheerfully baking a delicious loaf of bread. Rose must be tired. I have to give her something delicious to eat. At the desk, one sat and one stood, looking serious. Rose was serving tea to the two. She cautiously poured the tea into the cups. Sweating profusely, her face full of anxiety. What is this? Is the tea here safe? Should I drink it to check? No, if it's poisoned, I'll die. The male lead won't die, but the second male lead will definitely die. Life is too short. Regardless, Rose stealthily glanced at the two male gods. Rule Chris, the male, leads close night. The second male lead, compared to Calix, has a better impression. But, in the end, he betrayed the male lead and had an affair with the female lead. According to the novel, Calix's heart will be broken when he witnesses his loved one happy with someone else. He's not normal either. It's better not to get involved with him. Rule spoke up. I've followed your orders. Information on the relevant people has been gathered. Alright, so what's the plan? Calix asked him. First, their recent whereabouts. Their supposed patron is the third prince. Hearing that, Rose's ears perked up. The third prince? The king has 4 children, each with the right to inherit the throne. The first prince, the son of the first wife. The second prince, the son of the second wife. The third prince is also the son of a wife. Crown Prince Calix, the son of the empress. Calix killed all 3 princes and ascended the throne, although that's later on. Is the first target the third prince? The two were still discussing their strategy. We need to narrow the distance. So, the next plan is. As Rose was putting down the teacup, Calix noticed her. He looked at her with scrutinizing eyes. Rose felt like she'd been caught red-handed. Oh my god, I must have been listening too intently. She pretended to act natural. Vanilla-flavored black tea. I've also prepared almond cookies. Calix Fosman, uninterested, called Rose, making her freeze. Why does he keep calling me? Calix gave Rose a task. I need you to run some errands. As ordered, Rose took the oil lamp and went outside. Although reluctant, she had to obey his orders. Rose smiled wryly. It's getting more interesting now. Calix instructed her, at the end of the hallway, find the third volume of the kingdom's history. In the dark room. Fortunately, Rose's eavesdropping hadn't been exposed. At the end of the hallway, find the third volume of the kingdom's history in the dark room? Thankfully, there's no suspicion. Rose regained her composure and thought, what? Of course. Because Calix wouldn't trust me. He might be reluctant to talk about politics. Lost in thought, Rose arrived at her destination. The end of the hallway is over there? She boldly pushed the door open. Inside, it was pitch black. Rose was slightly intimidated. Oh my god, it's so dark. Like in a horror movie. I have to find it quickly, and go back. Holding the oil lamp tightly, Rose slowly started to investigate. She fumbled through each book, one by one. Kingdom's history. Ah, this one. Alright, time to go back. Just when she thought she was done, a gust of wind from the outside blew out the flickering oil lamp. Rose trembled like a leaf, stammering, "Is that your highness?" But she reconsidered. No, it's not possible. The male lead wouldn't do something like this. If it's not the male lead, then who is it? The second male lead? Or was it just the wind? If they kill me, it's best to make it look like an accident, not intentional. If they start investigating, they'll catch on. It could be traced from the assassin, to the head maid, then to the duke. So I won't give any useless excuses. Then, Rose looked to the side. She looked out the large window. Here. I think I'll be dropped down over there. At that moment, a masked man was raising his weapon high, about to strike Rose's head. Back with the crown prince, the two were still discussing. Calix asked Rule, by the way, have you investigated? Who did you send? He handed over a stack of documents and pointed at it. It seems the new maid has a background as a mercenary. I've also confirmed a connection to the duke. Calix Fosman took the papers and reviewed them. So Rose isn't involved in this, right? Rule immediately replied, that's still unknown, your highness. But. Do you remember the maid's name? Calix Fosman, feeling exposed, yelled, I always remember. Rule didn't hesitate to rebut, no, you just call her, this maid or that maid. This time, you seem quite pleased. Calix grabbed his coat nearby. Pretending to change the subject. I don't know what you're talking about. Rule felt puzzled. Your highness. Calix ignored him. It's nothing. At that moment, he noticed the time. It's too late. After that statement, the two looked at each other with worry, seemingly having guessed something. Calix Fosman rushed out. Rule, concerned for his safety, called after him, Your Highness, I'll check and be back. But Calix seemed to want to check himself. No need. It's annoying to delay the crown prince's orders. If she has nothing to do with the duke will try to eliminate her by any means. And right when she's alone. Damn it. Calix Fosman felt furious. He urged, hurry up. Rule quickly followed behind. Yes, your highness. Arriving at the end of the hallway, Calix Fosman pushed the door open. He looked inside and heard a loud shout. Rose yelled from inside, why aren't you answering? The two newcomers, being yelled at like that, were dumbfounded. What? In the quiet night, the moonlight shone through the window. Rose was frightened when she noticed someone holding a sword, preparing to attack. She was shocked, her face pale. I thought I'd be thrown down over there. Then she spotted a bottle of some sort of magic potion on the shelf. Swiftly, she lunged to grab it. Then, turning her head, her eyes met the masked man's gaze. In this situation, Rose mustered all her courage. She quickly sprayed the potion into his eyes. He screamed in pain from the burning sensation. Then, he flew into a rage. Blind, he swung his sword wildly and shouted, How dare you? The situation was dire. His sword was about to strike Rose's face, but luckily she shielded herself with the book. The book was sliced in two. Rose was terrified, as if struck by lightning, because this was the book the crown prince had asked her to bring. The masked man's eyes burned even more. He rubbed them continuously and kept complaining. Damn it, I can't see anything. What the hell did you spray? Rose shouted at him, who are you? He didn't answer her question, but angrily yelled, you don't need to know. Like a raging bull, he continued to attack relentlessly. Rose barely dodged. She gasped in worry. He's crazy. Is he trying to kill me? Rose scoffed, provoking him, what I sprayed was poison, you know. Hearing this, he panicked. What did you say? Rose continued, it's the poison the dupe gave me. If you keep getting angry like this, the poison will spread and you'll die instantly. Even after hearing this, he still didn't believe her, stubbornly saying, don't talk nonsense. Damn it. Furious, Rose grabbed a vase nearby and smashed it over his head. He stumbled and fell face first onto the floor. Now he was unconscious, dazed. Rose muttered at him, even if I'm an untrained maid, I won't be killed by someone who can't see. But in reality, she was relieved. I almost died. My heart's about to explode. Afterwards, Rose approached him and asked, who sent you here? Hey, stop pretending. Wake up. After waiting for a while and not hearing anything from him, just silence, she hit him a few times and repeatedly asked, who sent you? Answer me. You won't talk? The masked man could only cry out, give me time to answer. Rose continued to scold him, is your conscience full of shit? Suddenly, Crown Prince Calix Fosman and Rule opened the door and entered. Rose and Calix Fosman stared at each other, confused. The masked man on the floor pleaded for help. Help me. Then, Rose's eyes lit up, her voice sweet. Oh, your highness has arrived. Calix Fosman whispered to Rule, it seems this is the assassin. Rose said, I think so too. But actually, she was very confused. What? Why is he smiling? Then Rose chuckled and said, since he attacked me, I'm still in the process of interrogating him. Calix Fosman stepped closer to Rose. She froze, becoming timid, her voice getting softer. He must have been sent by the Duke. But facing the Crown Prince's handsome smile, Rose couldn't help but feel flustered. Why are you smiling? Stop smiling. When a crazy person smiles, it's worrying. Then, Rose quickly took out the magic potion from earlier and stammered, this is the poison I brought. I was going to spray it on him. Calix Fosman recognized the bottle as soon as he picked it up. So it's Rick's poison. Rose thought, he knew just by looking at it? Calix said, normally, just a whiff of this would make someone vomit. Blood and die. Next, Rule went to check the masked man. As soon as he removed the black cloth covering his face, he recognized him. This face, he works at the stables. Calix Fosman ordered Rule, take care of him. And to Rose, follow me. Rose felt a little anxious hearing this. Why? Arriving at the Crown Prince's room, Rose didn't know what to do. Crown Prince Calix Fosman told her, this time, I need to hear a satisfactory answer. Rose tried to stay calm to avoid any mistakes. Calix Fosman reminded her gently, think carefully before you answer. Who are you? Rose was tense, sweating buckets. She thought carefully. Saying I'm Lee Chai-rin, a hotel employee from South Korea, is obviously not right. Saying I'm Rose Estania wouldn't make sense since he's asking. Calix Fosman's eyes still burned, waiting for her answer. Rose mustered her courage and spoke. Before I was appointed as your highness's maid, I received orders from the Duke. At that time, I received the poison, but how could there be such poison? And if you're someone who thinks, you can understand why I should kneel, right? It must be done. Quickly, Rose knelt down. She said loudly, Your Highness. Here, I will serve you with all my heart. Rose had to show at all costs that she was on the same side. Crown Prince Calix sat on his chair, chuckling at Rose's words. Then he asked her, How will you serve? Rose answered quickly and concisely, Food. Calix Fosman was stunned, not understanding what she meant. Then Rose said clearly, I think the kitchen needs a lot of improvement. Since it's the food served to your highness, it needs to be managed carefully. Also, cleaning, managing clothes, I think I can create a comfortable environment. Calix Fosman said, Perhaps you don't know that I'm the son of a traitor. Rose was surprised. Traitor? What does that mean? An incident had occurred where the Empress was accused of being a traitor. Calix continued, You won't gain anything by following me. Rose was skeptical. Oh my God, he still doesn't believe me? This suspicious man. Then she told the Crown Prince, I heard there's a new maid who arrived. Rose was still extremely anxious, her heart burning with worry. She thought anxiously, maybe I should have died today. If not today, then tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then the day after. Therefore, she was determined to convince him of her complete obedience. Then she cowed out a few times to demonstrate her loyalty. Rose pleaded earnestly, I can only keep my life if I'm by your side. I will absolutely be on your side. I will never betray you. Please allow me to serve your highness. This is my plea. After listening to Rose's long plea, Crown Prince Calix seemed to freeze. Then he smirked dangerously. He said, what's this? If you pleaded like this, then I'll have to accept. Hearing this, Rose's eyes lit up as if she had struck gold. She expressed her delight, I'm so honored, your highness. I will serve you with all of my small but warm heart. Calix Fosman instructed her, instead, drop that terrible formality. It's very annoying. Rose nodded repeatedly. Yes, I will obey your command, your highness. So, on the first day in this romantic fantasy novel, she successfully survived. Some other information about Rule Chris, he is His Highness's cousin and close knight. His main duties are to escort His Highness, handle paperwork assigned by His Highness, deal with assassins within His Highness's palace, listen to His Highness's complaints, comfort His Highness, and play with His Highness. Rewinding time to Crown Prince Calix Fosman's painful past, that day he had shouted, pleading desperately, explaining to His Majesty that his mother could never have betrayed him, and that the accusations were baseless. He earnestly begged, please save my mother. But His Majesty ignored everything, his eyes filled with fierceness and ruthlessness. Why should I save the woman who tried to kill me? Hearing this question from his father, Calix was stunned, all hope within him seemingly extinguished. But even with a sliver of belief left, he still tried to plead with His Majesty. At this moment, a hand reached out to support him. It was Calix's uncle. He buried his face in his uncle's chest, crying loudly, Uncle, please save my mother. She didn't do anything. You know that. But his uncle only gently advised him, Your Highness. We can't do anything. You too, Your Highness. Don't interfere now. Pretend you don't know. Only then can you survive. Even though Calix was surrounded by darkness, he still had to maintain his will. I want to live. If I don't want to die, I have to kill. If I don't kill, I will die. Scene change, Rose was happily cooking. She cheerfully and innocently showed off her creation. Freshly baked apple jam cookies and a cup of fragrant vanilla tea, how does that sound? Scene change to Crown Prince Calix's room. He woke up in shock. It turned out that the previous horror was all a dream. He was drenched in sweat, asking himself, damn it, what was that? What kind of stupid dream was that? Suddenly, Rule entered the room. He said, Your Highness, I apologize. I didn't know you were still here. Since you didn't answer, I was going to leave the report and go. Did you really sleep until now? Calix felt a splitting headache. He said, Actually, I don't know either. Hearing this, Rule was a little worried, but the Crown Prince reassured him, All right, it's nothing. What's the matter? Rule seriously reported, Yes, the assassin has been dealt with, and this is the third volume of the kingdom's history. Now that the book was split in two, Rule showed it to His Highness. Suddenly, Calix burst out laughing and told Rule, I have something to do. Scene change, Rose suddenly felt inexplicably cold all over. A chef passing by asked, What's wrong? Are you the one from yesterday? They recognized each other and cheerfully said, Still alive, huh? Living wrong, right? Then the chef asked further, By the way, why do you keep coming to the kitchen? Rose remembered who this chef was. She scrutinized him carefully. Messy hair, scruffy beard, hands that looked unwashed, hygiene score is 0, yet he cooks like this, will there be a stomachache? Then she approached and began to subtly remind him, Hey, chef. Please wear a hat, cut your nails, and trim your beard. Hearing that, the chef started to get angry, What? Rose felt a little worried and tense, her face turning pale. The chef raged, shouting, Who are you to tell me what to do? Rose tried to reassure herself, Don't be afraid, I'm a K hotel employee. She recalled before transmigrating, a guest came to drink beer and complained, This isn't it, I said give me a hot iced Americano. At that time, Rose had to bow deeply and apologize. We'll do it right away, I'm sorry, sir. Having experienced countless times like that, this is just a mosquito. Next, Rose introduced herself to the chef, Oh my, I'm Rose, His Highness, the Crown Prince's new maid. However, just think about it. She began her lecture, The dishes cooked by the chef are dishes full of affection, aren't they? But just a little, 100 millionth, what if something dirty appears, like flies? Then Rose put on her crocodile tears. His Highness is completely unaware of the chef's feelings. Those wonderful dishes will be thrown away. Well, there's no way the chef could make that mistake, she thought. I don't know if this will work. Rose continued, to prevent that from happening. After hearing these words, the chef burst out laughing. He told her, "You're still surviving well as a maid, it seems it's not due to luck, huh?" Rose hesitantly handed the chef's hat to the chef. He said, "All right, hat, nails, and beard, I have to do as you say." Then he patted her shoulder, warmly saying, "You're very bold, I like that." Rose smiled politely and replied, "Thank you for your understanding." At this time, the chef started to introduce himself. "I'm Tyrant, the head chef of His Highness's palace since. If you need anything, just let me know." Rose replied, "Yes, thank you for your help, chef." Next, the chef suddenly took Rose's hand and said, "I wonder if you can handle it." Rose felt something was wrong. She thought, "Is it time? What is this?" Next, Chef Tyrant took Rose to introduce her to everyone. "This is Rose, His Highness's maid. From now on, listen to what she says." Everyone welcomed her warmly and asked her a lot of things. "Nice to meet you, Rose. Where are you from?" However, in the corner was Aaron sitting and eating an apple. While eating, he paid attention to everything around him. It seemed like Rose was getting acquainted with everyone very quickly, almost without any difficulty. Aaron, observing everything, was also surprised by Rose. Seeing change, Rose went to see His Highness Calix, her whole body cowering as if being punished for some mistake. Calix remained seated, looking at her coldly. Rose was thunderstruck when she saw the book she used for self-defense, now torn in half, in His Highness's hands. Calix rested his chin on his hand, boredly asking, "So? You have a mouth, why don't you explain?" Rose was very confused now. She thought, "Explain how? How can I?" She thought of all sorts of scenarios. First she would flatter His Highness. "Oh my, it's just a history book." Perhaps if she said that, His Highness wouldn't bother. But instead he would say, "The kingdom's history is just that. Execute her immediately." This is bad ending one. In the next scenario, Rose would pretend to cry miserably and say, "There's no way in that situation," and then Lord Calix would say, "Truly incompetent, useless, execute her quickly." Rose still couldn't find any other way. She bowed her head and admitted her fault, saying, "I'll find a similar one." His Highness Calix didn't understand what similar one meant. He told her to open the book. As soon as Rose opened it, she discovered that there were no words inside, only blank pages. At this point, she came up with thousands of other scenarios. They were incredibly absurd. And there would be bad ending 3, bad ending 4, and bad ending 5. On the surface, Rose replied, "Of course, Your Highness," but inside, she was burning with anxiety. What's going on? Does it have to come to this? I'm a maid, not a spy. Doesn't he understand? He said he can't trust anyone, but why me? Next, His Highness Calix threw a bag at her. Rose was dazzled as soon as she opened the bag. Because there was too much money to complain about. Rose told Calix, "That's enough." Rose enthusiastically accepted the task. "Yes, Your Highness." "When should it be done by?" But Calix coldly said, "I'll give you 2 days. Get out." Rose happily said, "Yes, leave it to me." She eagerly left, quickly slamming the door shut. Prince Calix worried, will she be able to find it? Rule, standing beside him, said, "Isn't that an invitation to the auction held by the third prince? I know Your Highness had a hard time finding it. It would be too much for a maid." Calix wondered, "Is that so?" His eyes showed clear worry. Rule softly asked, "Then, why did you make her do it?" Calix replied, "Me? I didn't make her do it. She said she would." Prince Calix lowered his head, helpless. Rule watched him. Calix tormented himself, extremely worried. Rule hesitantly said, "If you don't want to die." Calix said, "There's no other way but to kill." Calix looked distant. Rule smiled, saying, "It would be great if she could find it." Hearing this, Calix was surprised. He said, "What are you talking about? There's no way she can find it." It was already difficult to match the rhythm, but lately it's gotten worse. He angrily said, "So what?" The next morning, the maids began their laundry work. Rose read the instructions. She thought she was mesmerized by money. I shouted excitedly, but the instructions said, "Have been invited to the masquerade ball." Rose smiled, looking confused. This is an invitation, right? She scratched her head, thinking, judging by Calix's reaction, it seems to be the third prince's invitation. Besides the book, how can I get this invitation? Other people get to eat well and live comfortably after transmigrating into romance fantasy novels. Rose dreamed of a romantic scene, dancing with the prince under the lights. Lady Estania, you look so beautiful today. I feel like I'm drowning in your eyes. She blushed, delighted. Oh my, you flatter me. I'm so embarrassed. But that was just a fantasy. In reality, she was on a mission. She sighed, lamenting, why did I take on this impossible task? First, let's find some clues. In their maid uniforms, everyone was working hard in the early morning. Rose asked, hey, Mila? Mila turned around in surprise. She asked, do you know any nobles close to the third prince? Mila was surprised, the third prince? Rose kept asking about the third prince, making Mila startled. After a while, she smiled innocently, I don't know. No one comes here often. How could a commoner like me know? Rose was helpless, gritting her teeth, why answer as if you know? It made me misunderstand. There must be a noble family tree there. Rose continued to ask, can maids enter the royal library? Mila firmly replied, only authorized nobles are allowed to enter. Mila seemed to be lying, she covered her mouth and smiled mischievously. Then she cheerfully put her arm around Rose and said, as if she knew everything, if it's about that, I know a good place. Rose was very curious. Mila excitedly said, here's the directions to Crimson Bookstore, where they have everything. Rose had no idea what that was. She quickly handed the paper to Rose, here, take it. If it's here, you can find what you want. Rose thought, is this the secret of the people living in this world? She happily thanked Mila. Mila added, if you go out, buy me some delicious food. Rose cheerfully waved goodbye and set off, I'll be back. Mila waved back. But she was restless and worried, wondering, why do I have this paper? Following the directions on the road, Rose wandered alone through the market. A vendor asked, hey girl, how about an apple? Sweet and delicious. She gently refused, next time. She thought, I thought it would be a gloomy atmosphere, because this is a devastated area. Turns out it's not. Anyway, I successfully blended into the crowd and got out of the city. Opening the paper, she was bewildered. I don't know what Mila drew. While confused, she bumped into a passerby. He said, don't loiter and get out of the way. She quickly apologized. Her eyes widened in fear, still clutching the directions. Falling to the ground, she felt someone supporting her. Looking up, it was Aaron. He greeted her friendly. Her eyes gazed affectionately at Aaron. He was very likable, smiling gently, saying, you don't have to thank me. Rose didn't pay much attention and waved, saying, thanks. Seeing that, Aaron quickly asked, where are you going? Let's go together. I thought it would be interesting, so I followed you from the Crown Prince's palace. Rose was startled, thinking, followed me? Seeing someone following her for such a long distance, she loudly questioned, who are you? Why are you following me? Aaron was stunned. But then he smiled brightly and introduced himself again, I'm Aaron, Aaron. You're Rose, right? I was there too when Tehran was talking. Rose quickly replied, no, not the name. Why are you following me? Aaron innocently said, because it's interesting, maybe? Are you a stalker? What's a stalker? Rose warned angrily, all right, I'm busy, so don't follow me. She turned and left. But that didn't mean Aaron would listen. Rose turned around and yelled, don't follow me. When suddenly a hand reached out in front of her. The directions fell into Aaron's hands. Rose panicked and shouted, what? Give it back. Aaron cheerfully asked, are you going to Crimson Bookstore? She was surprised to hear Aaron mention that name. You know that place too? Aaron replied, you should have said so earlier. No one knows the way better than me. Without giving her time to understand, Aaron said, follow me. Although reluctant, Rose had no other choice. The streets were desolate. The two went to Crimson Bookstore. After a while, they arrived at a deserted area. It looked old and worn down. The surroundings made Rose a little worried. Are we going the right way? The further they went, the angrier Rose became. If he dares to trick me, I'll hit him with my shoes. At this moment, Aaron's eyes looked at her with a sinister expression. But then quickly changed to a bright smile. This made Rose bewildered. She wasn't sure what she saw was right. Huh? Just now. Finally, they arrived, but this bookstore didn't look very safe. Aaron enthusiastically said, "Here it is, Crimson Bookstore." The crows cawed eerily. But indeed, there was a sign hanging in front of the building, Crimson Bookstore. Rose worriedly thought, too suspicious. Should I go back? Isn't it because the atmosphere is completely different? No, I shouldn't be prejudiced. Places like this usually have a lot of high-level information. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to go inside. Excuse me. But from the very first step, Rose doubted her choice. Did I go to the wrong place? It seems it's not here. What I need is information about noble lineages. In contrast, Aaron seemed very calm. Which forbidden book are you looking for? Forbidden book? Rose turned around in fear. Forbidden book? Yes, that forbidden book. He said as he walked over and picked up a book. So, aren't you here to find those things? Rose was surprised to see the book in his hand. Those were forbidden books, under the prince's shirt, the knight beside the tyrant. Why does the lady only give bread to the servant? Rose looked at them as if she had struck gold. What? Seeing Rose's interest, Aaron became even more enthusiastic. I don't know what you like, Rose. Tell me and I'll find it for you. Which one do you like? Exciting? Fresh? Or something else? But one book immediately caught her attention. Huh? Wait a minute. 34 things to prepare to summon a demon? What is this? Aaron quickly hid it. Oh my, what? The cover is so strange, I brought it here by mistake. That very suggestive action made Rose even more suspicious. Who is he, after all? He seems to know this place very well. Suspicious. But should I ask? But in the end, she still asked, you know this place very well, don't you? In a very serious tone, does this place sell information too? Aaron was a little surprised to hear her ask that. But then he gave a knowing smile. Then returned to his cheerful demeanor and replied, why didn't you say so earlier? There's no one like me. He quickly pulled Rose's hand. Walking along the dark corridor. A room appeared at the end of the hallway. Aaron slowly pulled back the curtain. Smiling brightly, he greeted, Grandpa, we have a guest. Inside the room, an old Mr. Crimson was diligently researching. As soon as he looked up and saw Rose, he said loudly, what? I don't see children. Aaron just started to speak up for her. No, Grandpa, this person, when Rose walked in on her own. She slammed a bag full of money on the table. She said firmly, whether I'm a brat or not, why don't you check for yourself? The old man was surprised when he saw the bag on the table. It contained a pile of shining gold coins. Old Crimson's attitude immediately changed. He laughed loudly. He looked at Rose suspiciously and said, different from what I heard, huh? All right, what do you want to ask? The Crown Prince's maid. Rose panicked when she heard those words. What? Rose just remembered. She used to intern at a casino and a hotel. Never show panic, no matter the situation. Oh my, I've saved myself the trouble of introducing myself. Rose gave an embarrassed smile. How did you know? The old man calmly replied, it wasn't that hard. Rare hair color, the fabric and high-quality pin used in the Crown Prince's palace, immediately displaying an air of compromise. A certain noble said that the Crown Prince's maid has changed again. There are also rumors that the maid has gained the Crown Prince's trust. So, do you have any more questions, Miss Rosastania, the maid who survived and walked out of the Crown Prince's bedroom? The information old Crimson knew about her made Rose even more confident. It seems you're capable. How much do you know about the royal family? But the answer she received was, what? I don't care about the royal family. Oh well, I'll be going then. Old Crimson quickly stopped her. Oh, wait, listen to me first. Ahem, I don't usually deal with people like you. But Old Crimson quietly counted and set aside 3 gold coins. Then said, it's different if you're the Crown Prince's maid. Ask what you want. Having a chance to learn more, Rose asked, do you also trade in items? Of course, depending on the item. What do you want? The ancient royal red diamond or forbidden books from the lost magical era? But what Rose really needed right now was the invitation to the third prince's party. But there was something more important than that. Rose started the transaction. Before that, I have something I need you to look into. She thought, having survived escaping Calix's sight. I have to find out where the female lead of this world is. And what Rose wanted to ask Old Crimson was, please find out what the biggest secret Duke Tynel is hiding is. According to her guess, if the Duke wanted to hide something the most, it would be the female lead, the illegitimate child. He just needs to investigate it properly. I can also test his abilities and confirm the female lead's safety. 2 birds with 1 stone. The more I think about it, the smarter I feel. The male lead gave me 2 days, so he has to finish within 1 day. Thinking is doing, she set a deadline, just 1 day is enough, right? Crimson shrewdly recognized, are you testing me now? Rose took out the payment, here are 3 gold coins. If you give me the exact information I want, I'll double it for the next transaction, okay? It was quite a bargain, so old Crimson accepted, so you know how to use people. Alright, I'll have news for you tomorrow. So the deal was agreed upon by both sides. By the time Rose and Aaron left the bookstore, it was dusk. Aaron still had a question, but Rose, how did you know the base commission fee is 3 gold coins? Rose innocently replied, huh? Maybe it's because when Mr. Crimson counted the gold coins, he stopped at the 3rd one. Seeing Aaron's strange attitude, Rose thought, what? Did I say something weird? Why is he looking at me like that? He unconsciously smiled. Then looked at her with affectionate eyes, Rose, you're really interesting. Indeed, he continued to observe Rose after this. As for Rose, she was still bewildered by his words. A strange man. On the deserted street, only the sounds of their bickering remained. Stop saying those creepy words, and just show me the way back to the city. Creepy? What's creepy about it? You're crazy. Crazy? You're too much. Night fell upon the palace. Rose's eyes looked at the thing in front of her with suspicion. It was the book she had taken from the Crimson bookstore that afternoon. Facing this book made her strangely nervous. Summoning all her courage, Rose finally decided, alright, I'm mentally prepared. Let's open it. The first lines appeared. Mr. Crimson, the forbidden bookseller, is actually an information broker. He knows everything that happens in the royal palace and the underworld. The basic transaction fee is 3 coins. This annoying diary. Telling me now, what's the point? Flipping through the next pages, useful information began to appear. Mr. Melrory is a herbalist. Melrory? Who is this? Mr. Melrory gave me a box of Bescent herbs and showed me how to detect poison. When poison touches a Bescent leaf, the leaf turns blue. I put the box of Bescent herbs in the 3rd drawer of the desk. Reading up to that point, Shuka immediately looked around. She wondered, could it be in this room? Glancing around the room, she finally saw a drawer. Slowly opening it, she indeed found the box of Bescent herbs, just as the diary described. I have found a large source of Bescent leaves, still very fresh. I thought it would be good if I could detect poison. She looked directly at the book and asked, are you trying to help me? Like before, only blank pages appeared. Seeing this result, Shuka said in disappointment, if it's like this, you might as well send me home. The more she spoke, the sadder she became. Please, send me home. But she still comforted herself, don't be discouraged, it's okay. You did a good job today. Just like this, I'll survive until the female lead appears. If the female lead appears, I'll leave here and find a way to go home. Come on, I can do it, Li Chai Ren. Rose received a letter from someone. She slowly opened it. The contents read, the Duke has his eye out a girl who looks like him, named Serena. Rose, after seeing these lines, thought of the female lead. She's still alive. My only hope is the female lead. I need to persevere and appear in front of the male lead at the right time. The messenger asked, so, what do you think about the next commission? Rose happily replied, of course. It's even better than I expected. Then Rose took out a pen. She wrote a few lines on the paper, I've enclosed the promised amount. Please get me an invitation to the masquerade ball that will be held in 3 days. Rose cheerfully bid farewell to the messenger. Great, everything is going smoothly. A moment later, Rose arrived at Calix's room. She handed him an envelope. This is the invitation. Calix frowned and said, only 1? Just in case, Rose had found 3. She silently thanked Mr. Crimson. She didn't understand why Calix asked her this boring question. Do you know what this is? Rose hesitantly said, it's probably an invitation. What's wrong? I got what I was told to get. So why is he like this? On Calix's table were currently 3 envelopes. These are invitations to the 3rd prince's auction. Because it's related to illegal activities, it's carefully managed. Who is she? Is she a spy? This thought made Calix even more uneasy. Ruel had told Calix about Rose. She's the daughter of Baron and Baroness Astania, lived in the countryside. After her parents died of an infectious disease, she entered the royal palace and became a maid. No other unusual relationships or secret meetings have been confirmed. Clearly, Calix hadn't discovered anything. Could a maid really get an invitation to a royal party? It's too impossible. Calix recalled his past. No, is it possible? I know best what someone can do when they're cornered. If she's obeying my orders, by all means, to survive. Rose didn't know what Calix was thinking. He smiled as if he had achieved his goal. Interesting. Very good. Follow me on the day of the party. Rose froze for a few seconds. What did you say? Calix started to get angry. Didn't you hear me? Follow me to the party. Rose couldn't believe this was happening. Why me? I'm a maid. Why do I have to follow? Do I get paid overtime? I hate myself for not being able to say it out loud. Yes, I understand, Your Highness. Calix observed Rose holding her head in confusion. He just smiled without saying anything. Rose didn't know what to wear to the party, nor what to do when she got there. For the time being, Calix had to observe Rose before deciding what to do next. Rule's words suddenly appeared in Calix's mind. I'm sure you're very pleased. Absolutely not. What are you doing? If you're done, get out. Rose bowed her head. Yes, Your Highness. I'll be going now. Oh my, that hot-tempered head. I wish I could hit it. Rose went out feeling complicated. Why am I going to the party? I'm a secretary. If this were the 21st century, I'd report it to the Department of Labor. Just because he's the crown prince? How can he treat his subordinates like this? It's truly terrible. Even so, I have to go, so I need to prepare, right? Aaron at the shop was a bit surprised by Rose's words. What? Borrow your clothes? But who will wear them? Rose chirped, me, of course. Aaron wondered, what's wrong with borrowing them? Will my clothes fit you, Rose? Currently, Aaron and Rose's heights were worlds apart. Rose took them in embarrassment. I'll figure it out. Today was the day of the masquerade ball. From his face to his sharp eyebrows, Calix exuded a handsomeness that mesmerized Rose. I'm going crazy. He's really handsome. Seeing Rose staring at him like that, Calix noticed her. What are you doing? What's with that outfit? Rose excitedly said, I'll pretend to be an accessory to support Your Highness. Calix shouted, are you out of your mind? Rose's patience had its limits. That's what I wanted to say. Does he have antisocial personality disorder? Why is he always angry? What's the problem now? Then Calix walked over to the wardrobe. There was a dress already stored inside. Rose didn't know what Calix was planning. He suddenly tossed it to her. Put it on. Before Rose could fully recover from her astonishment, the dress was in front of her. It was beautiful and incredibly splendid. At this moment, Rose still didn't understand anything. Seeing her like this, Calix got angry again. You will go as my dance partner. Rose picked it up with mixed emotions. A dress? Rose was struggling with the dress. This is bad. She recalled Calix's frightening gaze. Leave the palace at 6 o'clock and go to the blue roof in front of the temple. I'll give you jewelry. Rose thought she was going crazy. There are only 2 hours left. He told me to prepare by myself without any help. How do I even wear this? It's really difficult to wear. Do people here wear this every day? It took me a whole hour just to put this on. What should I do with my hair and makeup now? Even as a maid, I should use cosmetics at least once. I must have some, right? I must have some, right? Do I? Rose's guess turned hopeless. There's none? This hateful romantic fantasy world. There's no way a baron's daughter doesn't have cosmetics. Going to a party with a bare face, is it okay? Since it's a masquerade ball, I'll look like a sick person. Or should I ask the male lead for cosmetics instead of jewelry? That's right, the diary. Can you hear me? Please send me home. If not, help me escape the party. Are you ignoring me? If that's not possible, at least give me some cosmetics. What is this? This book. Rose flipped through the pages. The writing is changing? Mr. Melrory gave me some unique cosmetics and tools and said he bought them from a passing merchant. I put them in the second drawer on the left side of the wardrobe. Wait, the wardrobe drawer? I looked earlier, there's no way that's there. Rose suddenly froze, her mind drifting back to her past life. In her past life, Rose had looked in the mirror and said, "Alright, let's work hard today too, Chirin." On that dressing table was her makeup bag. What's going on? Rose still couldn't believe the bag she was holding. Her eyes immediately changed their expression. Brushes, lipstick, powder, the contents inside were exactly the same. For sure, it understands what I'm saying. It won't help me go home, but it gives me the things I need. The corners of Rose's mouth twitched slightly. What? Only doing what's necessary in this world? Who is Mr. Malrory? Is he still alive? How did he get my things here? Does he have a connection to Earth? Can he take me home? Am I really dead? Answer me. But the diary remained silent. Rose angrily wanted to punch it. This is too much. Calm down, this isn't important right now. There's not much time. First, let's get ready for the party. After the party, I'll be safe. I'll find out about the diary, and I need to find out if this world and magic are connected. See you later, just wait. This time, I won't let you off the hook, you know? Outside Calix's castle. Rose watched the carriage from afar. Calix was slowly stepping out. Let's go. The two were now sitting face to face. Calix said, "It's not too late." I thought we would be late. Rose's smile looked forced. He's probably trying to find fault again. How could I dare be late? That's completely absurd. Arriving 10 minutes early is what should be done. Hearing that, Calix just sighed. That way of talking is a bit. Oh well. Put this mask on. The place we're going to is the auction held by the third prince. Rose was surprised. An auction? An auction at a masquerade ball? Calix nodded. That's right. You probably don't know the relationship between me and the third prince. Meaning, there's nothing good to reveal about my identity. Be careful. Rose tried to hold back. Of course I know. I can't stand him. They finally arrived. Rose slowly stepped out of the carriage. Calix suggested to her, "Now take that off." Rose slowly removed her cloak. The dress could be seen enhancing Rose's hidden beauty. Rose was a little surprised by Calix's intense gaze. He suddenly took her hand. Then slowly lowered his lips and placed a kiss on her hand. Rose was extremely shocked. What are you doing? But then, suddenly, Calix whispered in her ear, "If you're perceptive, you'll know what role you came here as." Rose couldn't help but be startled. Isn't that so? Now that I look around, here, there are couples everywhere. Calix smiled and asked again, "Got it?" Rose nodded in response. Yes. Afterward, Rose breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Calix isn't crazy. Suddenly, she wondered, then, should I call you C? Calix coldly replied, "Figure it out yourself." Then, they entered the royal palace together. The interior was full of sparkle and luxury. At this moment, Calix glanced at Rose and was captivated by her alluring beauty. Exuding elegance, she looked like a noble. It reminded Calix of the dress and the wardrobe. His eyes held a hint of sadness. And Calix began to remember the image of a beautiful woman. And he called her mother. The two of them were very close. However, Calix couldn't help but wonder, why give mother's dress to Rose? She could wear something else. In fact, Rose was quite hesitant at the time. What should I wear? What should I do when I get there? Finally, Calix reminded himself, don't overthink it. Simply, he needed a dance partner. Then, Calix gently extended his hand. With a polite demeanor, he invited Rose, "My lady, would you like to dance with me?" Causing Rose's eyes to widen in surprise. She didn't expect Calix to invite her, but his confident nod made Rose panic and shout, "I don't know how to dance." Despite that, Calix gently said, "Just do as you're told." So, they danced together in the middle of the banquet hall. While dancing, Rose unconsciously gazed at Calix. She suddenly realized, even with half his face covered, he's handsome. I can somewhat understand the female lead's feelings for this erratic jerk. Suddenly, Calix threatened Rose, "If you step on the crown prince's foot, you'll be executed. I'm sure you know that." At that moment, she immediately rejected him in her mind. How could the female lead fall in love with him? Afterward, Rose was extremely careful and paid attention to her feet. Watching Rose's careful movements made Calix smile. And a voice suddenly rang out, "Ladies and gentlemen, the event is about to begin. Please take your seats." As everyone went to find their seats, Rose also found her designated seat. And Rose also heard the excited whispers. The auction item this time, I heard they caught it, this time, the item is mine. They kept whispering, I really want to see it. It's good to be alive. Even if I die, it won't matter. Making Rose even more suspicious. Could it be, the auction? At that moment, the host announced, the first item is the silver-maned wolf captured in Northeast Goxon. Rose couldn't help but be surprised. I knew it. Suddenly, Rose flew into a rage. These bastards. Inwardly, she wanted to curse them all. Violating animal protection laws. They should be reported for animal cruelty. How can they lock that puppy in an iron cage like that? At this moment, Rose felt sorry for it. Poor thing. Is there no way to release it? Just then, Calyx asked, what's wrong? Rose immediately said, if I buy all the items on display, will this auction end? Calyx immediately replied, impossible. But even if I can't buy everything for you, among these, I can give you the most high-end items as a gift. I hope you understand that. Hearing this, Rose thought to herself, that's right. I have no right to ask for anything because I'm here as the male lead's dance partner. I have to fulfill my role. So, Rose suddenly tightened her grip on Calyx's hand. And acted coyly towards Calyx. High-end items are expensive. Will you buy them for me? Causing Calyx to be taken aback by such a situation. But then, Calyx gently touched Rose's lips. And said with a smile, there's nothing I can't do for you. I'll give you anything you want. As she saw Calyx gradually moving closer, Rose couldn't help but feel flustered. Wait a minute. Finally, Calyx gave her a gentle and passionate kiss. Making Rose shiver, did he need to act so deeply? Suddenly, Calyx took her hand. And said, when we return, we can do much more than this, breathe, my love. Making Rose's mood even more confused. And so the auction was successful. Turning to Rose, Calyx teased, why is your face like that? Suddenly falling for me, huh? Answer me, my beautiful Rose. From then on, a war broke out between a secretive and insidious gentleman, K, and a beautiful Rose, Rose. And in turn, every item that Rose liked was successfully auctioned, and Calyx was very indulgent towards her, as much as you want, my love. Rose couldn't help but feel smug, oh my god, honestly, living in this world, I've seen everything. Suddenly, something surprised Rose, leaving her speechless. Even the other guests gasped in astonishment. They began to unveil the next product, which was also the final item. This is the white deer of the Hamel mountain range. Everyone couldn't help but be delighted by this precious item. However, Rose found it beautiful, but wasn't it just a white deer? Compared to that, pink hair and red eyes seem much more magical. Suddenly, Calyx turned to look at Rose. And teased, what, not enough yet? Rose shyly said, no, it's enough. In her heart, she thought, after all, this is the spotlight. Therefore, Rose immediately pointed at the item in front of her and shouted, K, Rose wants that. Calyx smiled insidiously and said, all right. The participating guests scrambled to compete. Until the manager asked, there's 200,000 gold, is there anyone else? This was the best opportunity for Calyx, and he offered 500,000. Leaving the manager, gasping in astonishment. Finally, the white deer item was successfully auctioned for 500,000 gold. End of the auction. Rose and Calyx went to the item pickup area. The attendant invited them to sit and wait for a moment and said that they would prepare the item right away. After the person left the room, Rose breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, she was discovered by Calyx. He even said, this is just the beginning, making Rose startled, but in her heart she cursed, can't he just tell me I did a good job, what a cheap bastard. Then Calyx said seriously, we need evidence to prove that the organizer of this auction is the third prince, the payment certificate is somewhere on this floor. He turned to Rose and asked, so, pleasant, isn't it? Rose immediately bowed in respect, yes, your highness, it is indeed pleasant. Suddenly, Calyx looked at her with dangerous eyes. And said, you seem at ease, because you're wearing a mask. I can see your expression. If you want to swear loyalty, you have to do it properly, right? Hearing that, Rose couldn't help but panic, feeling a bit scared. She quickly obeyed, I'll be careful. At that point, Calyx finally let her go. Calyx also glared menacingly, I still don't trust you, so it's best to be careful. Rose at this point could only bow and certainly obey his words. Because it was a different image from what she had imagined, she was relieved. But this man is a tyrant, later he will kill all his brothers and ascend to the throne. Therefore, Rose always reminded herself. Don't let your guard down. He said he's looking for papers, the servant will be right back, so we can't leave here. Suddenly, Rose remembered a game from the past where she found an escape behind the wall. So she also thought that in places like this, there are often walls that can be opened. Is that too complacent an idea? Rose decided to try immediately. Seeing her strange actions, Calix couldn't help but be curious. What are you doing? While Rose kept trying to knock randomly everywhere. Until there was a strange noise. Then suddenly they both realized something. Calix was quite bewildered. What, really? Just then, the attendant entered the room, cheerfully saying, "You two have waited a long time, please check the items, I'll bring the paperwork right away. This is white wine specially provided by us. While you wait, please enjoy." Then the two attendants bowed. Rose suddenly felt happy. So there's wine in this world too. Why am I suddenly so happy? But then suddenly, she realized something. The wine glass had a strange scent that made Rose suspicious of it. She decided to take out a besant leaf and put it in the wine glass to see how it reacted. Rose was surprised. The result was exactly as predicted. At that moment, she looked at Calix. Seeing that he was about to drink it, Rose immediately ran to stop him. She rushed to pull the man's hand. The glass in his hand fell to the ground. There was a clattering sound, and it shattered. "What are you doing?" The man frowned. "Do you want to die?" Rose only then regained her composure, a little panicked. What to do? I was in such a hurry that I did that. She thought to herself, are besant leaves common in this world? Can I mention them? What if, she feared, what if the diary lied to me? The man exuded a terrifying aura. A voice rang out from outside. What, the room over there? I don't know, let's think later. It's poison. Rose sat on his lap and whispered in his ear. What? Calix Fosman pushed her down onto the chair. She whispered to him, someone's coming. Two masked men burst through the door. What happened, guests? They shouted loudly. There was a loud noise. Are you all right? But the sight before their eyes made them freeze like stone. What? He frowned and looked up. Rose also realized and screamed in embarrassment. The two also hurried out of the room, hastily apologizing. Excuse me. The door slammed shut. The two sat up. Rose reminded, they will definitely be back, Your Highness. Calix Fosman nodded. Damn it, I know. He gently reached out and touched the white deer. Rapid footsteps sounded outside. There were too many people waiting outside. The leader spoke first. Guests. He touched the doorknob, cautiously continuing, I heard something break a moment ago. I'm coming in. As soon as the door opened, a strong force flung outwards. His Highness the Crown Prince immediately had his sword in hand. His sharp eyes looked towards them, swinging his sword with precision. The leader holding the sword panicked. Calix Fosman slashed at him, and he cried out in pain. Blood splattered all over His Highness, the Crown Prince's face. Hurry up, he turned back and ordered Rose, who also received the order, yes. Rose was running towards the wall where the painting was hanging, thinking, I'm sure behind the empty wall, can I break it with my own strength? But she didn't have time to think further. All right, if I don't know, I'll just try. She raised her leg, kicking hard at the wall. Kick. The wall immediately cracked open, a bright crack appearing. Rose's face lit up with joy. All right. It's open, she yelled to Calix Fosman, who turned around slightly and ordered, go in. She also obeyed, yes, loud and clear. If we stay here, we'll die. She stroked the white deer. Let's go together. She stroked the pure white neck. And then suddenly realized the white deer had transformed into a young man. Rose was startled. Elf. Seeing her frozen, he quickly called out to her, is this your first time seeing an elf? What are you doing? Rose also turned her head and replied, it's my first time seeing one. Did you know this deer was an elf? Stop talking nonsense, come in quickly. After pulling her inside the wall, the door also closed, Rose panting. The elf immediately used magic to create a magic spell in front of Rose. A magic spell gradually appeared before her eyes. She had the opportunity to admire it. Over there, the elf said, if there is no magic, it can last for 20 minutes. Rose's eyes widened. Mage. She stared fiery-eyed at the elf, a wicked idea sprouting in her mind. Wait a minute, if he's a mage, he'll know how to get home, right? Damn it, Calix Fosman ripped off his mask. Here. Inside the wall was a secret room, with cabinets full of items on all sides. And inside were tightly packed books. He observed and muttered, completely trapped. He stepped back. Nevertheless, Calix walked towards a pile of shredded paper. Touching the top sheet of paper. Looks like we've come to the right place. It was densely covered in writing. The problem now is how to get out of here. The elf stepped forward and replied, there's another space. Where's the space? The elf shook his head. I don't know for sure, what? Calix Fosman frowned fiercely, what, so you're telling me to try breaking down all the walls? The elf replied calmly, not a bad idea. Rose stood in the middle, speechless. Wait a minute. I wonder if there's any place in this room where you can sense mana. So if there's mana, it means it's operated by magic. The elf nodded. That's right. Then, Rose continued, among the bookshelves, is there any place where you can sense mana? The Korean experience of reading webtoons, watching movies and TV shows, and playing games has been activated. He waved his hand. Over there, the side of the bookshelf emitted a dazzling light. Here? Rose thought silently. She gently pulled out a book. A soft click sounded, and a dazzling crack appeared again. A staircase appeared before their eyes. All right, Rose smiled, I'm a genius. A glittering staircase appeared before their eyes. Rose's eyes sparkled with hope. All right. Your Highness, a passage has appeared, Rose happily called out to him. Calix Fosman frowned. What, how is that possible? He angrily muttered and walked towards her, tightening his grip on her wrist, pressing Rose against the wall and questioning her. What are you really planning? His eyes turned red, it seemed a bit too much. Your Highness, Rose softly called him, I have a suggestion, can we get out of here first and then talk? She feared the worst-case scenario even more. What's with this expression? Will I be beheaded right away? Seeing that Calix Fosman didn't react, she softly repeated once more, let's hurry and get out of here. His expression softened. He flung her hand away, drop that terrible formality. There's no way there aren't mages involved in illegal underground dealings up there. Calix Fosman turned around. They won't last even 5 minutes, let alone 20, so know your place and follow me. Rose's face lit up, a loud bang echoed from behind the door. She froze. We already have to run. We have to run. Rose turned back to remind the elf to come along. Hurry up and follow. She even reached out and grabbed the young man's wrist, pulling him forward. He froze for a few seconds, staring straight ahead at the pink-haired girl before his eyes. The seemingly endless staircase. The footsteps grew more urgent. Above, the bad guys were closing in. Don't lose them, the leader yelled, pointing his sword at His Highness the Crown Prince. If necessary, you can shoot to kill. Crazy, an arrow whizzed past Rose. Damn it, behind you. Calix Fosman shielded her with his sword. She also yelled, Your Highness. He turned around to fight with the men behind them. A bloody scene unfolded. Get down, the prince still had the upper hand. They stumbled and fell. Damn it, Prince Calix looked at them, panting, why are they so late? What to do? There are too many, they're continuously coming up from below. He frowned and observed, his hand gripping his sword tightly. If it was just the male lead alone, Rose was afraid, then a hand gently rested on her shoulder. The elf behind her smiled at her. His expression became even gentler. A power in the elf's hand was forming, surrounding her, clinging to her. Get away. A shout came from behind Calix. He frowned in confusion and turned around. Magical power, and the elf rushed to the prince's rescue. He held a magic bow and arrow, shooting arrows with lightning speed. The bad guys below scattered and ran. Rose looked at the elf with admiration. So cool, countless opponents at once. He kept looking at her tenderly and smiling. But Rose didn't understand why he was smiling. Watching the two flirt before him, His Highness the Crown Prince felt inexplicably annoyed. He interrupted them. We're almost at the exit, hurry up. Rose was startled. Yes, sir. Suddenly she turned around. An arrow was aimed in this direction. Aimed at the prince? No, Rose yelled. Calix also turned around cautiously. A pool of blood splattered right in front of him, onto his stunned face as he looked back. Yet, Rose shielded Calix from the arrow. Rose Astania, he yelled in panic. What are you doing? Are you crazy? He hugged her and screamed in disbelief. I'm really going crazy. Rose's eyes grew heavy. I have to go back. If I die here, can I go home? There's no other way. I'll choose just like me. A sparkling blonde girl touched Rose's flesh. Who is this? Where am I? Rose was recalling old memories. I was behind, that's right, she remembered. She was hit by an arrow. Then an image of a young woman appeared. Who is this? She couldn't see her face clearly. Then more strange scenes continued to appear. It seemed like they said something. How did it come to this? If I die like this and open my eyes, I'll see home, Rose thought, her eyelids heavy. The scene before her eyes gradually became clearer. Finally, Rose woke up. She was disappointed, so it wasn't. She had also recovered, hurriedly putting on her clothes over her patient gown. Wasn't I hit by an arrow? Rose gently touched the wound. It didn't seem to hurt much. The maid slammed the door open. Rose and Mila, with tears in their eyes, screamed. she panicked. Mila and Aaron rushed in and hugged Rose tightly, wailing, "I was so worried. I thought you were going to die this time." Mila anxiously asked, "Are you all right? Are you in pain?" "Because you used the potion, you shouldn't be in pain." Rose asked back in surprise, "Potion? Is that why it doesn't hurt?" Mila nodded in confirmation. "His Highness used 9 whole potions." Rose was even more surprised. Mila said seriously, "No, do you know how much 9 potions are?" Rose became even more curious. "How much?" 9 potions. Mila muttered, then her face darkened as she looked at Rose. "It's equal to 5 years of our salary." "So? Is it terrible?" Rose's expression didn't change. Rose calmly replied, "If you want to order someone around as you please, you have to use that much." But Mila was even more surprised by her words. "What? What are you talking about?" "Rose? 5 years." Aaron also rushed closer in surprise. "So you're all right now, right, Rose?" Rose glanced over and replied, "What? Thank goodness." Aaron laughed happily. "It would be so boring if Rose died. What would I do?" Rose frowned in confusion, thinking to herself, "This guy, why would he say that?" So, he continued to ask, "Did you get what you wanted?" Rose's face stared blankly. "Huh?" Mila also realized with a start, "I said too much." Rose is still a patient. No more bothering her. Mila chose the right moment to turn around and pull Aaron away with her. He showed his dislike. "What? I want to be with Rose." In the end, he was dragged away mercilessly by Mila. Before leaving, she poked her head in to say goodbye. "So, Rose, we'll be going now." Aaron whimpered from outside, "I want to play with Rose." Finally, the room returned to its usual tranquility. She smiled. It was really chaotic. Even so, at times like this, it's not bad to have people rush over out of worry. But, Aaron is a little suspicious. What did he mean by those words just now? I'll have to ask him separately later. At this moment, Rose remembered Calyx. "Is the male lead all right? I think I shouted something before I fainted. What will happen to Elf? Since the male lead bought him, is he now the royal family's property?" And, she remembered another face, the brown-haired girl. Clearly, the female lead of the Blood Moon Kingdom has brown hair. So that was Serena? She thought. What did she want to say to me? Was there no other way? Because she was so curious, she hurriedly got up. "First, I have to go find her." Could it be that the male lead is making a sick person work? The room door swung open. Rose was holding a brown ribbon, looking at it intently. A man appeared outside the door. "Mila?" Rose frowned. "Did you leave this behind?" Surprise flashed across her face. "Huh?" Rose looked up in astonishment. "Rule?" He looked at her with a cold expression. "What's the matter?" Rose turned back in astonishment. Rule politely replied, "I apologize for disturbing your rest." "Are you all right, Miss Astania?" "Yes, thanks to His Highness's concern, thankfully, nothing else. I have something to investigate, so I came here." This sentence made her look up at him. "Is that so? Investigate?" Rose was puzzled. Rule glanced over. Then, out of habit, he stepped forward and pulled out Rose's desk drawer. She was startled and screamed from behind, "No. What are you doing?" Rose rushed forward and pulled his arm away. Opening someone else's drawer without permission. He let go of her hand and shifted his attention to the top of the desk. He touched the strange purple notebook. "Wait." Seeing Rule about to open the notebook, she hurriedly shouted again, "Don't." Rule ignored her pleas and directly opened the notebook. The pages inside were pure white. Empty. Rose was also astonished. He sighed and slammed the notebook shut. Then he grabbed Rose's arm. She cried out in surprise. "You have to come with me for a moment, Miss Astania." Rule said coldly to Rose with a frown. Inside the dark prison cell. Rule and Rose sat formally, with several guards behind them. She was also handcuffed with ropes tightly bound to her wrists. Rose panicked. What's going on now? The past was replayed. An arrow pierced through, hurtling towards the 3 people. The man was also struck by an arrow. At this moment, Calyx caught her and screamed in despair, "Rose! Rose Astania! Damn it!" He was furious. "Wake up!" He shook her, but now he was met with silence. "What are you?" He recalled the moment before. "What are you, really?" When Rose took an arrow for him. "Why did you do that for me?" As Rose leaned against Calyx and he hugged her tightly, Elf silently watched. His sensitive ears began to twitch. "What are you doing?" Calyx frowned as he watched Elf jump up. "Someone's coming." Elf leaned down and reminded him, "Take her and be careful." He muttered, "I'll be back." Hearing the running below, Calyx carried Rose and ran. Suddenly, he heard a call, "Your Highness." He frowned, "What?" "I apologize for being late. The night's momentum was stronger than I thought." A man appeared behind him. Calyx stopped and coldly addressed him, "Rule." "Yes, Your Highness." The group of knights behind him knelt down. "Wipe them all out." The Crown Prince frowned. "Don't leave anyone alive." Astonishment flashed in Rule's eyes. "I will eliminate everyone who wants to harm me." Then there was a long silence. At this point, Rule's flashback ended. He flipped through the documents, without even glancing at her. Rose was also waiting for a word from Rule. "I don't know why it's like this, but I'm innocent." Rose spoke up first, just as Rule interrupted, "I have a few questions." She whimpered, holding out her handcuffed hands, "That's quite rude to just ask." Rose questioned more loudly, "Is this how the knights under His Highness the Crown Prince handle things?" Rule froze, speechless. He twitched the paper. "How did you know the wine was poisoned?" Rose frowned in annoyance. "What? Ignoring me?" "That's right," she gritted her teeth, "it's like this. Although I chose love at the end of the original story. He's Calyx's cousin and only friend. A steadfast knight and loyal subject." Rule continued politely, "I don't want to use force, so please answer truthfully." "Honestly." Rose frowned. "I used the Besant leaves that the diary gave me. If I say that, I'll probably be accused of being a witch and burned alive." Rose had to find another way. "Checking if His Highness's food is poisoned is a matter of course, isn't it?" Rule said softly, "It's not about why, but how, Miss Astania." "Can't get past this," she grumbled. "This difficult guy. There's no other way. Mix the truth appropriately. When I was appointed as His Highness's maid, I looked for some Besant leaves, just in case. You know what that is, right?" Rose chuckled inwardly, "Gotta be thick-skinned." Rule's expression darkened. He replied in a low voice, "Unfortunately, I don't understand much about that field." Rose panicked. Could it be, he doesn't know? "Then, how did you check for poison in His Highness's food before?" she inquired. "That." Rule thought for a moment. "What?" Rose thought to herself, "Of course. The male lead didn't die even after drinking poison a few times. He's probably tasted various poisons since he was young due to assassination attempts, to build up his tolerance. He might have even taken sips. That's why he accepted the wine from the enemy without thinking. So, even though it's not my fault, I still apologize." Rose panicked, "So no one has checked until now?" Rule's face hardened even more. "How did you find the secret passage and the third prince's office there?" Rose thought, contemplating, When His Highness told me to look for evidence, I happened to discover it." "Is carrying out orders a crime too?" "Only key personnel know about that room." Rose shouted inwardly. "This is a common development in fantasy, idiot. Let it go. In addition, the entrance to the office is equipped with a magic mechanism. Saying that you discovered it by chance isn't convincing enough." Rose thought in astonishment. Magic mechanism? She couldn't figure it out. "You just kick it and it opens." "Hey, you," Rose continued frankly, "then wouldn't it be better to interrogate Elf, who can use magic?" "I'm just a maid who knows nothing about magic mechanisms." "Elf? What do you mean?" Rule didn't understand what Rose was babbling about. "He had disappeared when I arrived. So he escaped." "That's lucky, he won't become a slave. Don't get caught and live well. Bye." In Rose's mind was the image of Elf smiling and waving goodbye. "Anyway, I don't know." Rose became more determined. "Elf discovered the secret passage, not me. That elf sensed the place where mana gathered. Why ask this?" Rose suddenly froze. Could it be? His Highness clearly witnessed that scene too. Suddenly, Rule slammed the table in annoyance. "It seems you've forgotten. I'm the one interrogating, not you. Where did you find the letter?" Rule started to get annoyed. Rose retorted, "If it weren't for His Highness's orders, would a knight be qualified to interrogate me?" Rule frowned and reminded her, "Answer my question, Miss Astania." A loud noise came from behind. Rose leaned back to eavesdrop. Calix appeared in the cell. He angrily questioned, "Now. What are you doing?" Calix appeared with an angry expression at Rule's actions. Rule immediately reported, "Your Highness, there are suspicious circumstances, so I'm conducting a simple investigation." Rule's words stunned Rose. Is the investigation going to continue like this? Look closely, it's not an investigation, it's an interrogation. Calix's attitude remained unchanged. Why did you do that? I am a knight who obeys your highness. It's standard procedure. Do you know that my birthday is coming up soon? But the suspicious circumstances haven't been clarified yet. I told you to let it go. Rose still couldn't understand what they were talking about. That's right. In the original story, after Rule confirmed his feelings for Serena. This is the scene where Calix bullies Rule for no reason. Close your eyes, you bastard. Of course, the difference is that I'm not the female lead, and neither of them likes me. Are you planning to try finding a different maid now? They could be a spy. After a while, Rule seemed helpless against Calix. I apologize. I wasn't thinking clearly. Calix then asked Rose to hold out her hands. He immediately used his sword to cut the ropes, binding her. At the same time, he grabbed Rose's hand. Follow me. And so they left. In contrast, Rule looked guilty for what he had done. Calix hurriedly pulled Rose into the mansion. Your Highness, slow down. His actions caused her immense pain. Seeing this, Calix stopped. Not healed yet? Yes. However, Rose suddenly changed her attitude. Thanks to your Highness using 9 potions, I'm fine. If I don't move too much, I'll be okay. Are you worried about me though? Is that so? That's good. What? I have a bad feeling. Then come back in 3 days. His expression frightened her. I have to file a complaint with the Ministry of Employment and Labor. A little later, Mila was also shocked. What? His Highness used 2 more potions? Rose's days off were no longer an issue. Do you know how much 1 potion costs? That's the problem. What? It's known that 1 gold coin is equivalent to 1 million won. 1 potion costs 6 gold coins, so it's worth 6 million won. I used 9 potions, plus 2 more, about 66 million won. With my annual salary, I can't spend a single penny and have to save for at least 2.5 years. Because of that, Rose fell into despair at that moment. If Mila asks for overtime pay at this time, will she be beheaded? Mila was curious, what is overtime pay? It seemed that in this world, there was no concept of overtime. In another development, almost done. If it's done, then what? I don't know why, but there will be more work. This world doesn't have annual leave, monthly salary, bonuses, or overtime pay. When do people here get a break? I don't know what that is, but today is payday. Hearing about the salary, Rose's inner beast awakened. Mila also admitted, that's right, this is Rose's first salary as a maid. Have you decided how to use it yet? Not yet. What? Because you liked it so much, I wondered if you wanted to buy anything. Oh, right. The festival is coming up soon. How about going there? There are street stalls too. It'll be fun. I wanted to take you, but I work all week. Do you want to go with me? Someone's voice caught Rose's attention. The one who made the offer was Aaron. How about it, Rose? I can take you. Rose became suspicious. Aaron, the servant working in the Crown Prince's kitchen, is a character who doesn't appear in the original story. It's possible he's not important enough to appear. So, did you get what you wanted? Something is very suspicious. Yet, Rose agreed to his offer. That means yes. He was overjoyed. I'm so excited. Then I'll see you in front of the East Gate after work tomorrow. Despite that, Rose was still wary. This time, I will uncover his identity. Rose pondered all night. But how can I find out his identity? I also asked the other servants, but I couldn't find any significant information. The rest. Suddenly, she remembered something. Rose hurriedly opened her book. Sure enough, I wasn't seeing things at that time. Did it erase the content because I was in trouble? Although I don't know the identity of this diary, it clearly gives me what I need immediately. Rose asked it, I need to know Aaron's identity. The diary suddenly glowed intensely. Words began to appear. Today I met Mr. Malrory again. Mr. Malrory gave me a bag of powder. Made from the dried sap of the very rare elgin tree that grows in the Hamel Mountains in the north. Those who ingest the sap of the elgin tree can only speak the truth. I put the bag in the first drawer of my desk. Upon learning this information, Rose immediately searched for the bag. Holding the bag of elgin tree sap, she wondered. I really don't know what to do anymore. By the way, while I'm asking, I'll add another question. Is the brown-haired girl Serena? The girl I saw when I fainted from the arrow, it seems like she was Serena, the female lead in the original. In that moment, Rose was still curious. Why won't it tell me? Are there any conditions? And then, the next morning arrived. Rose, at this moment, was dressed in a very attractive dress. This beauty seemed to attract everyone. Perfectly ready to go out. Today's Plan 1, go find the Duke and get information about Serena. Plan 2, meet Eorn and give him elgin sap. The vacation is only 3 days. I will make the most of it. When she arrived, she started talking to the 2 guards. Hello, I have something to ask. Are you guys hungry? The 2 of them, although feeling skeptical, couldn't refuse such a beautiful girl. While eating, they kept telling Rose, your sister is working here and you want to know what kind of person the Duke is. Well, I'm worried anyway. Anyway, I can't disclose information about the Duke. Rose gently explained, oh my, I just want to know what kind of person he is. For people like us, it's important who we obey. The Duke's daughter, it seems like she's the one to obey. The guard was surprised by her question, the Duke's daughter? The Duke doesn't have a daughter. If I had to say. Did I just say that? Because there isn't one, so I said there isn't one. Rose still couldn't believe it. What's going on? After that, I asked a few more people. It seems like no one knows Serena. It's clear that Crimson found the female lead that the Duke had hidden. Did the Duke hide her that well? Even so, it's strange that there's no trace like this. Crimson's information isn't wrong, so where is Serena? No good. My plan is to push the male lead to the female lead and find a way home. If I leave it alone, will things happen as they do in the novel? Because I can't confirm the content before the novel. Suddenly, a voice called out, Rose. It turned out to be Aaron. You came early. Did you come early because you missed me? No, I also missed Rose, so I came early. I said it's not like that. Don't you listen to others? Your outfit is beautiful too. Are you trying to show me? No, just think what you want. Rose, you said this is your first time at the festival, right? Is there anything you want to do? However, Rose immediately refused him. At this moment, she was still holding the bag of elgin sap. First, let's eat. Hearing that, Aaron became excited. Rose, are you hungry? I know a place that's delicious. Wait, why is your hand like that? Just give it to me. There's no one better at giving directions than me. She had to give in to his enthusiasm. Aaron suddenly brought her to a very romantic area. Before Rose's eyes was the bustling festival scene, making her curiously look around. Along the way, many people greeted Aaron. They were all very happy to see him. And they gave Aaron all kinds of food available at the festival. Rose silently assessed, is he the type of person who enjoys privileges? No wonder he was so friendly from the beginning. Aaron led Rose to a restaurant. He confidently asserted, although this restaurant isn't famous, the food is definitely delicious. As soon as the door opened, the owner inside greeted them enthusiastically. It's been a while. What have you been doing that you haven't come? Is your uncle still well? Looking at Rose beside him, the owner teasingly asked if she was Aaron's lover. He didn't deny it but happily said, I hope so. Rose silently observed Aaron. She couldn't tell if he was being sincere or not. Rose had already confirmed the effectiveness of the elgin sap. Today, she definitely had to get everything out of him. As soon as they sat down at the table, Aaron excitedly ordered a whole bunch of dishes. Rose saw that the opportunity had come and quickly put the sap into the beer. Looking closely, one could see the difference between the 2 beers. After ordering, Aaron turned to chat with Rose for a bit. Hearing Rose say that he ordered too much food, Aaron just laughed it off, saying it was because she ate little that she was so small. As he spoke, Aaron picked up his beer glass, seemingly about to drink. Rose stared intently at him. Aaron, without any suspicion, drank the beer. Rose looked at the empty glass, knowing she could start her plan. She questioned Aaron. When I was lying in bed injured, you asked me if I had gotten what I wanted. What did you mean by that? Aaron calmly cut the meat and replied. That? The third prince went to get evidence of the crown prince's illegal auction, right? Was that the reason for looking for the invitation? But seeing Rose injured, His Highness probably knew beforehand. It seems like the third prince's spy is also capable of thinking. Rose exclaimed in surprise. how did you know that? Aaron calmly put down his knife and revealed a shocking truth. Because I'm Crimson's grandson, of course. Rose was completely stunned. It took a while for her to digest this information, and she couldn't help but yell. Aaron looked at Rose's dumbfounded expression, feeling a bit confused. But Rose was even more confused. She had never thought that Aaron was Crimson's grandson. Rose questioned, why are you only telling me that now? Aaron gave a wry smile. Rose, have you ever asked for my full name? Rose was speechless after hearing that. Knowing the location of the bookstore, a series of incredibly proficient actions. If he was Crimson's grandson, it would explain everything. Although Aaron's reason was very reasonable, Rose still couldn't help but feel suspicious. Is that really all? She still needed to find out a few more things. And so, Rose asked Aaron again, why do you work in the royal palace? Aaron replied, because I don't want to be like him. Aaron complained that his grandfather's work was troublesome, tiring, and involved meeting many people. It wasn't interesting at all. He preferred to travel around. He had also recently received information about a place with dragons. Rose listened to Aaron for a while and felt that his words seemed sincere. Aaron offered, would you like to go with me when the time comes? Rose wondered, why me? Aaron then bluntly said, because I like Rose. Even Rose didn't understand why Aaron liked her from the beginning. Suddenly, Aaron asked a question that made Rose spit out all the beer in her mouth. Why did you give me elgin sap? Rose looked at the person in front of her, trembling. She didn't understand how he knew about this. The scene shifted to the royal palace. On the blood-stained sword of the unfortunate Maid, Calix Fosman calmly sheathed his sword. Only one Maid left who can be brought to the birthday celebration. He turned and ordered Rule, keep all the documents. If they disappear, we won't be able to catch the third prince's tail. Rule immediately bowed his head and accepted the order. Holding the documents in his hand, Calix Fosman excitedly wiped the blood off his face. I'm really looking forward to seeing that person's expression. Back to Rose's side. After being discovered, she didn't dare to look up at Aaron. After thinking for a while, Rose decided to play dumb and said she didn't understand what Aaron was talking about. Aaron then placed his beer glass in front of her and explained. Elgin changes color when mixed with alcohol, so you can tell by looking at it. Aaron even kindly advised Rose to be more careful in the future. Rose silently observed Aaron's reaction and found that he wasn't angry with her at all. She asked directly, why did you drink it even though you knew? For a moment, Aaron's eyes glowed abnormally. But in the next second, they returned to normal. He smiled and said, it looks fun. Rose also noticed Aaron's unusual behavior just now. But she didn't know if Aaron's eyes had actually glowed or if it was just her imagination. Aaron continued to ask, where did you get the elgin? From the secret warehouse? Rose didn't expect there to be a secret warehouse there. When she asked Aaron again, he dodged the question. Aaron changed the subject to the food on the table, no longer mentioning the previous issue. Rose ate while thinking to herself, if he's Crimson's grandson, being close to him isn't a bad thing. In this world, no one was on her side, so she had to survive until the original story began. To do that, information was essential. After leaving the restaurant, out on the main street, Rose thought of a way out for herself. She called Aaron back. Seeing Rose's expression, Aaron was also stunned. Rose's eyes welled up with tears as she looked pitifully at Aaron. She apologized to him. She actively admitted to putting the sap in his drink. Rose tugged at Aaron's shirt, trying to apologize as sincerely as possible. She explained that she just wanted to test him and didn't mean anything bad by it. Seeing Rose like this, Aaron couldn't help but panic. He expressed that he was fine. Rose clasped her hands pitifully. Please forgive me. Aaron readily said that he wasn't angry with her. Suddenly, Aaron's expression changed. From now on, Rose won't deceive me, right? Although he was still smiling, something was different. Rose stared blankly at the unfamiliar Aaron in front of her. For some reason, Rose felt a chill. Aaron saw a fruit stand and ran over to buy some for Rose. She looked at Aaron's back, telling herself it must be her mood that made her think that way. Lost in thought, she bumped into a stranger. The hood fell off instinctively, revealing the person's face. Before she could ask anything, the person put their hood back on and ran away. Rose quickly called out, but it was too late. In the end, Rose could only watch as the person disappeared into the bustling crowd. At the same time, Aaron also returned. Rose looked into the distance and said to Aaron, "Can you help me find someone?" Back at the royal palace, Rose froze for a few seconds when she heard she had to attend the birthday celebration. She asked, "What about Rule?" Calix Fosman simply replied, he has something to do. Rose still wouldn't give up. What about the other maids? Calix Fosman coldly replied, those who aren't nobles can't attend the birthday celebration. At this point, Rose had no reason to refuse. Regarding the birthday celebration, it was held to commemorate Chemesis, the god of Phosnia, the kingdom where the male lead lived. The day of judgment, when monsters born from the curse of the demonic god Mauritius appeared. This was the royal monster hunt. Rose thought about this and cried, not understanding why she had to go there, and not even get paid hazard allowance. Her goal was to survive in this world. But Rose kept feeling like she was forgetting something she couldn't quite remember. Ah, the hat. In Calix Fosman's office. He spread out a pile of documents and told Rose to take them. To explain this incident, we have to go back a few days. Rose closed her eyes and reminisced. She was bored just resting during her break. And had organized the male lead's schedule. Then was suddenly caught by the male lead. After reading through the documents she arranged, the male lead threw her a few more and told her to do them. It seemed he was satisfied with what she did, so she now took on a part of the male lead's work. So Rose, from a maid in charge of cleaning, now had to handle a pile of documents and papers. Rose had never wanted to be trusted like this. But thanks to them, she gained some information about the world settings that didn't appear in the original work. In this world, the power of religion was absolute. Why? Because unlike Earth, the power of the gods was very clearly displayed. A type of medicine that could heal any wound or disease. Unlike magic, divine power brought a sense of holiness. For this reason, theocratic power could be equal to royal power. Perhaps it even had power surpassing royal power. Meaning, even royalty couldn't be absent from religious ceremonies. The birthday celebration, held in the Hamel Mountains, where monsters appeared. Chemesis, the god of Phosnia, the kingdom with the male lead. A religious ceremony, commemorating the punishment of the demonic god Mauritius. Chemesis punished the evil Mauritius. And imprisoned him in a deep underground prison. Chemesis then brought light to this world. If linked to Earth's war-filled history, it seemed the demonic god was the one who lost in the war for territory. In any case, the demonic god Mauritius cursed this land before being sealed. Because of that curse, during the birthday celebration, Chemesis's holy land and Mauritius's tomb in the Hamel Mountains had more monsters than usual. The royal family became warriors chosen by the gods, having to catch monsters and prove their qualifications. Rose was just informed that only nobles could attend, so commoners couldn't be brought along. She exclaimed, the class system is truly dirty. Calix Fosman knew Rose had something to say and told her to speak up. Hearing that, Rose became bolder. She seriously said, there are many things about this ceremony that I think will be of great importance to your highness. As she spoke, Rose reenacted scenes like in a movie, leaving Calix Fosman speechless. Finally, Rose concluded. Since she wasn't familiar with these matters, she hoped Calix Fosman would understand if there were any mistakes. Calix Fosman's jaw twitched. Rose was chilled by his judging gaze, not understanding what she had done wrong. Calix Fosman tapped his fingers on the table and asked Rose. Where did you learn that etiquette? Rose hesitated, rubbing her hands. She couldn't say she learned it from TV. Calix Fosman half-coaxed, half-forced Rose to speak, saying he wouldn't kill her or anything. Rose, sweating, stammered, well, I learned it from a box. Another day at the palace ended. The day of the birthday celebration arrived. Rose, in an elegant white dress, stepped out of the carriage. She looked at the scene inside, overwhelmed by its grandeur. Suddenly, she caught sight of a young boy standing not far from her. The boy also noticed Rose's gaze and looked towards her. After observing for a while, Rose had a feeling that the face was somewhat familiar. Calix Fosman, seeing Rose dazed, called her back to reality. Rose immediately asked about the identity of the teenager. Calix Fosman confirmed her guess, saying that it was the third prince, so she shouldn't make a fool of herself. He continued, asking if he wasn't as good as that guy. Looking at Calix Fosman's you better answer correctly eyes, Rose immediately flattered him. That's not true at all. The third prince is still immature. Your Highness has the charm of a grown man. Your Highness is the best. Calix Fosman, encouraged, puffed up his chest. He added that he would temporarily let Rose off the hook because she had a good eye. Suddenly, Calix Fosman extended his elbow, implying that Rose should take it. Rose was a little surprised, wondering why he was suddenly more friendly than usual. Not even a second after the compliment, Calix Fosman slapped her down. Don't talk like that again, before I cut off your head. Rose fell silent, acting as if she hadn't said anything. The ceremony officially began with the Pope presenting a sword to the prince. Before the eyes of Calix and Rose. As she knew, this was the ritual of the birthday celebration. The Pope would begin by handing a sword to the royal family. If the princes carried that sword to hunt monsters in the Hamel Mountains, when the pure white sword was dyed black, it would indicate how many monsters they had hunted. In other words, it was a competition to see who could catch more monsters. This world had a very strong religious power, and earning points from the temple also helped rank the order of succession to the throne. Because it was an important ritual, usually the knights would help hunt monsters, and those who could use the sword would be considered logistics personnel, but for the tyrannical male lead, the only knight he could trust was Rule. Rule was probably protecting the documents he had painstakingly obtained from the third prince. What Rose was most concerned about at this moment was the suspicious gazes of the nobles who also participated in the birthday ceremony. They paid particular attention to Calix's appearance. And whispers began to rise, "His Highness the Crown Prince, it's been a long time since you attended an official ceremony." This time, the other princes, really. More than anyone else, Rose knew and had sensed the unclean things from earlier. When she glanced at Calix, hostile gazes continuously poured towards the two of them. There wasn't a single soul here who would side with him. Rose silently reproached Calix for not expanding his network of relationships, so now even she was somewhat implicated. Calix, seeing her glare at him, asked, "It seems like you're having some unpleasant thoughts." "That's not true at all. It's just my mood, Your Highness," Rose immediately replied. After that reply, Calix didn't ask any further questions, but just stared at Rose. Then he smiled meaningfully. The ceremony gradually came to an end as the Pope's bell rang. He began to bless the current prince, drive away the darkness and illuminate the world as a servant of Chemesis. "Blessings upon you." A halo of light appeared behind the Pope. According to Calix, it was a blessing containing the Pope's divine power. If received, there would be no risk of being attacked by monsters. "Rest assured, the range also applies to you." Rose continued to stare at Calix, making him a little puzzled. "What is it?" Rose asked if those words from Calix meant that she shouldn't be afraid of anything. Rose replied, "No, Your Highness, thank you for your concern." Calix turned away, and both continued to observe the ceremony. In a certain moment, Rose understood many things. To be honest, she was a little scared. Fortunately, there was no danger. The ceremony officially closed, and the monster hunt took place a few hours later. Rose, before she could adapt to this, had to set off with Calix. Moreover, she had to carry a backpack too large for a woman's physique, making her tremble like a leaf. "I'm going to die." "Why is it so high?" "I'm not going to die from monsters, but from suffocation." "Why is this mountain so treacherous?" Calix's figure gradually distanced itself. Rose used all her strength to call out to him. "Wait, wait." Calix heard her. He slowly turned back to Rose. Lifting the oversized backpack, Calix questioned, "What on earth are you carrying?" Rose said that inside there were only spices, snacks, cutlery, a bowl, and a towel. There was one thing Rose didn't mention, her diary, because she didn't know what would happen to her. The two continued on their way. Although Rose didn't know if she could be of any help, the current supplies gave her some peace of mind. Suddenly, Calix did something that surprised her. He took Rose's enormous backpack and said, "At this rate, we'll be late. Hurry up." Under Rose's surprised gaze, Calix, along with the heavy backpack, moved forward. "I thought he was going to throw it away, but he actually helped me." Beyond imagination. The male lead seems more comfortable now. Rose suddenly realized that this was an unexpected situation. A hot temper, not knowing how to speak politely, terrible personality, plus no friends and social skills, speaking daily in a threatening and hateful tone, somehow he still wasn't called a tyrant. Yet. Currently, Calix Fosman wasn't a bad person to the extent of being called a crazy tyrant. However, the original Calix, in order to survive, to avenge his mother, would personally kill his siblings. Ascend a blood-soaked throne, trusting no one. He would imprison the female lead, whom he loved at first sight, and ruin her life. His only close friend would betray him because of his feelings for the female lead, and ultimately be killed by Calix's hand. Rose wondered, where did it all start? He even killed his siblings? Suddenly, Calix stopped. It turned out he noticed strange footprints on the path. Calix used his hand to measure the strange footprints. And realized they were goblin footprints, and quite fresh. They usually weren't active during the day. Rose was a little scared because she had only seen those green monsters in movies, never in real life. Calyx said that they were one of the typical mutated branches of Mauritius. Seeing Rose's worried expression, Calyx turned to her. Then, he extended his hand towards Rose. What's wrong? Are you scared? Rose froze for a few seconds. Perhaps the image of a fierce tyrant had been shattered by the current Calyx. Calyx scolded, if it's not the leader, they're nothing, so don't stare and just walk. Understand? Answer me. Yes, sir. The sun gradually reached its zenith. Rose and Calyx continued to trudge to the top of the mountain to hunt monsters. After traveling quite a distance, Calyx stopped because they had arrived. In front of Rose was a dark cave, with a murderous aura that could make someone faint. Calyx said that this was the monster's hideout. Right at the entrance, there was something very spiritual. Rose was afraid that she would be teased by it, so she insisted on bringing garlic and mugwort. Only Calyx didn't care. What are you talking about? Are you planning to cook at a time like this? No, that's not it. Aren't there monsters? How are you going to deal with monsters if you're trembling like that? Recalling the past, back then, Rose only interacted with Samsic the cat in the apartment complex. After hesitating for a moment, Calyx decided to enter the cave. He didn't force Rose to follow him, only saying that if she wanted to stay there, she could stay and just keep watch. Rose still wore that frightened expression and kept imagining, monsters don't just appear in comics or novels, but they actually exist? Come to think of it, I've met an elf before. My life. Really, I want to go home. Heavens, please don't let me die in a place I don't know. To save her own life, Rose had no choice but to follow Calyx into the cave. After a long time moving, the two of them rested in a dark corner, the oil lamp being the only light to guide them. Calyx enjoyed the bland beef jerky that Rose had prepared earlier. She also nibbled on a piece. The atmosphere was a bit gloomy. More precisely, Rose was very embarrassed to see the tyrannical guy had been silent for 10 minutes. Anyway, let me speak first, Rose called out to Calyx, Your Highness. Do you like beef jerky? I apologize for not being able to prepare something better. It's okay. Just having something to eat in a place like this is enough. You have the senses that rule has? It seemed like this was the first time Rose had heard of this kind of magic, so she found it a little difficult to understand. What? Why are you praising me so much? Rose replied. Although I don't have any outstanding talents, I'm doing my best to support you. Calyx pouted. It would be nice if it wasn't just talk. The atmosphere gradually became more relaxed with Rose's questions. Your Highness, how many times have you attended the birthday celebration? I started when I was 14. It's been a while since I attended this monstrous ceremony. 14 years old? Unbelievable. Isn't that a violation of youth protection laws? Calyx asked Rose back, do you think a child of that age could survive among those monsters? At first, there was nothing special. Back to the time of the monster hunt when Calyx was 14, he hid behind the bushes and heard the knights say to each other, what about the crown prince? I don't know. Isn't he dead? What about Rule? That guy is useful but very annoying, Calyx said. Probably because he kept nagging about everything. Calyx continued, because I was looked down upon, I benefited. Maybe at that time, they regretted not killing me. His face became heavy. What's wrong? This is a strangely unpleasant mood. That person is just the male lead of this novel, but there's something. Calyx said, we have to slowly go out and find food. Yes, will your highness go yourself? If I let you go, we'll probably starve today. However, Rose didn't want to stay in this godforsaken place, so she put on her backpack and wanted to go with him. As your highness's subordinate, how can I entrust these trivial matters to you? It's hard to say that she was afraid of being alone. This statement made Rose blush. She bit her lip in frustration. If you know, just pretend you don't. Calyx agreed to let Rose join him. The two left the cave again. It was now dusk. The sun slowly setting over the mountains made the scenery poetic. Rose was captivated by the beauty of nature. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the bushes next to them, catching Calyx's attention. Step back. What? Calyx casually picked up a small stone. Then he threw it hard at the spot where the noise came from. Unexpectedly, pitch-black figures emerged from the bushes one after another. Goblins, green as grass, appeared before Rose. They looked at Calyx and Rose as if they were looking at their grand dinner, giggling continuously. Rose was scared because these creatures were both ugly and terrifying. Calyx immediately drew his sword and became alert. There are so many. Follow me. He pulled Rose and ran deeper into the forest. After running for a short distance, they were blocked by another goblin. This one was even bigger than the previous goblins, and the murderous aura it emitted proved that it was the goblin leader. That's... Rose stammered. That's the leader. But why is it here? Calyx saw an item behind him. It was a cloth bag lying carelessly in the middle of the road. Knowing that he had been trapped, Calyx only had time to curse a few times. Then, gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Don't get in the way. Get out of the way." "I understand. Can you protect yourself?" "I'll try." Rose cried silently in her heart. Facing this butcher leader, Rose wondered if this tyrant was still Rofan. The sword in the Crown Prince's hand seemed to have unparalleled power. He forcefully stabbed the goblin leader. The monster screamed in despair. Finally, it was dealt with by the Crown Prince. The battle left the Crown Prince stained. He cursed in annoyance, "Damn it. What a struggle." The goblin's blood got all over his clothes and face. Rose witnessed everything from beginning to end and was extremely impressed by the Crown Prince's strength. Amazing. That's not human power anymore. With such a physique, he defeated the monster in just a few seconds. I won't dare bother him too much in the future. Rose didn't spare any praise. Amazing, Your Highness. I've heard about your abilities, but the rumors are very limited. Fosman coldly told her, "Don't make a fuss. The small monsters will come soon." While Rose still didn't understand what the Crown Prince meant, there was a rustling sound behind the bushes. A group of small monsters carrying weapons appeared. But they didn't expect their leader to be dead. The small monsters were surprised. Then, one after another, they ran into the forest, to Rose's astonishment. They didn't even bother to glance at their leader again. Rose guessed, are they scared because their leader has fallen? The Crown Prince behind her said, "It's fortunate that they don't have a sense of camaraderie." She smiled and nodded. Yes, that's lucky. But Rose accidentally saw a long wound on the Crown Prince's leg. She worried about the Crown Prince. Your Highness, your wound. Fosman waved his hand dismissively. It's just a graze. Don't make a fuss. Rose wished he would treat the wound quickly. Even so, treatment is necessary. At this moment, she accidentally saw something flicker behind the bushes. Are there any remnants left? Rose wondered what to do. If she let the male lead know, would the monster attack immediately? The figure continued to hide behind the large tree. Rose slowly took out a red bottle. Alright, it's okay. I prepared something for times like this. My own weapon to survive in this world. Taste this. Rose swung her arm and forcefully threw the bottle. The red bottle flew towards the large tree. A special spicy grenade made from pepper and peperoncino. The bottle hit the tree and shattered. The red liquid inside splashed onto the face of the person hiding behind it. A cry of pain rang out. Rose happily raised her hand. Great! Direct hit. A man stumbled and fell to the ground along with his sword. What is this? My eyes. He cried and held his face. What did you throw? Rose was a little surprised. Oh, it's a human. The man with swollen eyes threatened Rose. Do you know who I am? A dark shadow fell over him. His Highness's eyes were blood red and full of murderous intent. The man jumped in fright. Oh, it's the cursed Crown Prince. Oh, no, I mean, it's a misunderstanding, Your Highness. The Crown Prince didn't bother to listen to him any further. He decisively punched him in the head. Rose fearfully ran over and called out to His Highness. Who is that person? She worried that the Crown Prince would go too far. Don't tell me you eliminated him, right? The man in the Crown Prince's hands had been punched unconscious. He's just unconscious. It would be troublesome to assassinate these nobles. Rose breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The Crown Prince suddenly said to her, I took a look anyway. You did something strange, right? It seems like that red liquid has a special effect. Rose didn't want the Crown Prince to know about it. It's not red liquid. It's pepper spray. But how should she explain it? Rose had to ask something else. Your Highness, do you know where this person came from? Fosman glared at the person still hiding behind the bushes. I didn't completely erase his presence. There's one over there too. Rose gave up on the Crown Prince. If you know, just say it. Fosman looked at the man and said, this face is Count Alcase. As he spoke, he picked up the man's sword. If so. The crown prince swung his arm. The holy sword was casually thrown through the bushes, landing right where the trembling dark figure was hiding. Rose didn't understand what was happening. She looked at him in confusion and called out to the crown prince. Fosman didn't look at her and coldly ordered, "Come out." Eswi. An acquaintance of the crown prince. Rose also recognized this brat. The third prince. As soon as Eswi opened his mouth, he cursed the crown prince. Die. He grabbed his sword and charged. Die, Calix Fosman. Against his full-strength attack, Calix simply blocked it with his sword. The difference in strength made Eswi grit his teeth. The crown prince disdainfully cursed, annoying. Then he flicked Eswi's sword into the air. Eswi was knocked to the ground by the aftershock. The crown prince slowly approached him. The documents detailing the embezzlement of the royal treasury, is it because of that? Are you trying to silence me? But thanks to the goblin scent pouch. The hideout is unusable, my clothes are filthy, how will I repay this? The closer the crown prince got, the more Eswi resisted. Get away from me. Calix smirked. I'm not the one who should get away, Eswi. But you'll be killed by goblins here. As he spoke, the crown prince held his sword to his throat. His expression became crazed. It's so troublesome to go all the way to the royal trial, isn't it? Only then did Eswi become afraid and pleaded, no, please. The blade grazed Eswi's neck and drew blood. He was so scared that he cried for help. At this moment, Rose appeared and stretched out her hand to stop him. Wait. The crown prince gave her a cold look. What? Want to die? Because her hand was faster than her brain, she now realized the danger of her actions. What's wrong with me? Do I want to die? Why did I interfere? The third prince, Eswi Fosman, is the villain who embezzled the royal treasury, conducted illegal auctions, and violated protection laws. He tried to kill his brother for the throne. So even if he loses his head here, it's nothing. But... Rose looked back at the brat behind her. He's still a child. And most importantly, Rose was determined not to give up. Where did this come from? As expected, the crown prince still wants to take someone's life. Rose bit her lip. I don't want to see the male lead go crazy. Finally, she spoke with a determined attitude. You don't have to do that. Calix was surprised, thinking he had misheard. What? Rose continued to explain, he's already lost his fighting spirit. It would be difficult for him to do anything else here. According to your highness, he might become prey for other monsters. The crown prince looked at her and asked, so, just leave him like that? Rose nodded. Yes. Your highness doesn't need to get his hands dirty with such things. The crown prince's red eyes widened in surprise. Calix moved his lips. Truly a saintess. He turned his head away, not bothering to look anymore. Do as you please. The excitement is over. Rose breathed a sigh of relief. A life saved. Calix walked off to the side. I should have eliminated Eswi right here. If I just leave him like this, it'll be dangerous. Who knows, I might be attacked again tonight. I can't believe I overlooked it because of such nonsense. Since childhood, Calix had been instilled with one very clear principle, kill before being killed. Otherwise, survival is impossible. But Saintess Rose said, you don't have to do that. Calix muttered to himself, don't do that. There's no need to do that. Back at the original spot, Rose asked Eswi, did you hear that? You can't do anything foolish now, or you might really die. She pulled out his sword. I'll keep this sword. You should go. Before she could finish her sentence, Eswi interrupted, what's your name? Rose blankly asked, yes, what? Eswi, out of habit, asked irritably, are you deaf? What's your name? Rose was also exasperated by his attitude. They're really brothers, aren't they? Look at that attitude. Despite thinking that, she still politely introduced herself. I'm Rose, daughter of Baron Estania. Why are you asking for my name? The third prince crossed his arms and said, I'll remember it. I'll repay this debt someday. Rose felt amused inwardly. What is this? He looks kind of cute. Or is it because he's still young? About 15 years old? This kid and the male lead, if they weren't in this world, could be normal brothers arguing over trivial things, like, stop playing with your phone and study. It might also be like me and my younger brother, Lee Do-young. Eswi stood up and kicked Alkace's butt. You useless thing, get up. How dare you lie down in front of me? Once again, she had to exclaim, their hot tempers are the same too. What's wrong with their genes? We continued to torment Alcase with his foot. Get up before you get beheaded. Rose had to intervene. No beheading. Your Highness, please don't step on him like that. Calyx saw everything from afar. Suddenly, Crown Prince Calyx flinched. A roar echoed from the depths of the forest. The sound sent chills down the Crown Prince's spine. He quickly started walking. He drew his weapon and ordered Rose, over there. Step back quickly. She became tense and asked Calyx, is it another monster? His expression became much more serious. It's a monster. Along with the roar, a man-eating flower rose from the forest. It was much larger than His Highness. The flowers, with their sharp teeth, aggressively opened their mouths. They targeted the Crown Prince and attacked. Calyx cut down a tree with his sword. The severed tree fell to the ground, motionless. Dark green chlorophyll oozed from the wound. Calyx frowned. Strange. The sun is still up, but this big guy is already awake. Could it be? He glanced at the two men who had just tried to assassinate him. The Crown Prince grabbed Alcase's collar and pulled him forcefully. He threw him down. What did you do again? Alcase tried to wave his hands and explain, I have nothing to do with the monster. Calyx threatened him, really? Then. The Crown Prince threw him to the ground near the man-eating flower. Scream as if you were from its belly. Alcase panicked and babbled, it's the second prince. I saw the second prince bring bull horns. His Highness looked at him with a grim expression. This was something he hadn't expected. Damn it. Calyx immediately said to the Saintess, get out of here. Follow me. She quickly grabbed her belongings and followed His Highness. Where are we going? Calyx led her in the opposite direction. This place has been tainted by another race. So we have to leave before more of them arrive. And we have to find shelter before sunset. Rose completely obeyed his arrangements. Yes. Meanwhile, the third prince stood still and watched them. Alcase called out, Your Highness, what should we do? The documents are in the Crown Prince's hands. We calmly said, let's ignore it for now. And we'll leave this place too. They quickly got up and prepared to leave. Before leaving, we looked back. His eyes followed the girl behind the Crown Prince. The third prince memorized her name. Resuscitation. The moonlight was very bright in the forest at night. Under the trees, the sound of people moving continuously could be heard. The Crown Prince and Saintess Rose had not stopped moving. When they reached a deserted area, Calyx suddenly shouted to her, Hey, duck. A huge monster appeared behind Rose. Fortunately, the Crown Prince used his sword to deal with it in time. Rose held her head and said, Thank you, Your Highness. Their current situation made Calyx very worried. Damn it, the monsters are attacking non-stop. She asked the Crown Prince, what should we do now? We're completely surrounded, so there's nowhere to hide. Calyx ordered her, stay behind me. The red eyes of the monsters could still be seen lurking in the shadows, watching them. The Crown Prince said, it's probably because of Trine Fosman. The second prince performed the ritual to awaken the god. Rose gasped. What? Awaken who? The bull horns are the symbol of the dark god, Mauritius. Because of the ritual with the bull horns, the monsters came swarming in. Calyx sarcastically said to Rose, one after another, they all intend to kill me. His words made her feel a little sad. Calyx said again, you should have clung to the first prince. Even though I'm the Crown Prince, I'm surrounded by people who want to kill me. It's always been like this. Even the servants would quietly laugh when I coughed up blood and didn't care much. Oh dear, Your Highness, the food is poisoned. I can't guarantee that similar things won't happen in the future. The Crown Prince's normal life was also affected by the attacks, causing his close friend to tell him not to stand near the window. Because of the risk of assassination. Calyx calmly stated the painful truth, you're digging your own grave. So, do you regret it now? Rose looked at the Crown Prince calmly. But she didn't judge him, which made Calyx curious. Finally, she said, let's build a fire. The Crown Prince was dumbfounded. What now? She told the Crown Prince, I heard that monsters are afraid of light, so they're also afraid of the holy sword at night. Calyx nodded. I know that too, but how do you plan to start a fire? Rose rummaged through her backpack. That's easy. I brought flint. Rose took the stone out of her backpack. I did a good job preparing, didn't I? Then, Rose sat down alone and began the task of making a fire. A short while later, a small campfire was built by her own hands. She smiled brightly and showed it to the crown prince. "The fire is lit, your highness." "Now, calm down." The crown prince chuckled. "You're useful too." This was one of the rare compliments she received from Calix. "All right, I know now." She answered the crown prince's previous question, "No." Crown Prince Calix tilted his head. "What?" Rose smiled sincerely and said, "I won't regret it, because I'm not dead yet." Calix was taken aback. "The mood I've been feeling until now." Rose actually knew everything. The crown prince lost his mother at a young age and then continued to face the threat of death, unable to trust anyone. That is the life of Calix Fosman. Truly lonely. She commented based on her own thoughts. How heartbreaking. Even so, there's nothing more I can do because I don't belong to this world. I have no way. Can I prevent the massacre like in the third prince's time? She wanted to protect the male lead spirit. Before that, we need to get out of here safely. If I ask the diary, it will be suspicious, because every time I open it, it sparkles. I'm afraid I'll be burned alive for presenting a cursed diary. Calix, sitting next to her, saw all the changing emotions on Rose's face. Her answer still echoed in his ears, "I won't regret it." Warm like a campfire in front of Calix. At that moment, the crown prince suddenly felt a killing intent. Rose was completely unaware. "Your highness, I'll sit here for a moment." The crown prince reacted quickly, rushing over and using his sword to slash away the arrows. The incident happened so fast that Rose was shocked. "Why are there arrows?" "Your highness, are you all right?" Just behind her, a cold light flashed. Calix saw it from the corner of his eye. He immediately reached out and acted. The crown prince lunged forward, pulling Rose down to the ground. An arrow pierced his chest right in front of her. "Your highness." Rose looked in horror at the injured Calix. "An arrow. This isn't another race, it's a human." She immediately threw off her cloak and used it to put out the fire. A simple but effective action, the campfire was left with only black smoke. Rose quickly helped Calix away from the area. "Your highness, come this way." In the darkness, the two fumbled their way in the opposite direction, to hide. Shortly after, someone appeared at the extinguished campfire. Two soldiers stared at each other. What? Wasn't the guess correct? They were clearly nearby. They didn't know that Rose and Calix couldn't go far and were hiding behind a nearby bush. "It's too dark to see anything." "What is this?" While they were discussing, a bottle was suddenly thrown over. The bottle fell to the ground and shattered at the assassin's feet. "What?" The two assassins looked around. "They're still around, but which way should we search?" At that moment, the scent from the broken bottle attracted monsters, high-level monsters. "Why are they here?" Then the monsters took revenge for Calix. However, the crown prince's current situation was not good at all. Rose anxiously called out to him, "Your highness, are you all right?" Calix was gradually losing strength, but still sarcastically replied, "So noisy, stop making a fuss." Rose looked at the crimson wound on the crown prince. "I pulled out the arrow, but the blood won't stop flowing. If this continues, it won't be good." "No way. Calix is the male lead, so there's no way he'll die here." "If he dies." She remembered his smile when he looked at her. "But there's really no way that will happen, right?" Everything made her scared. Characters in books are also human. "If they die, it's over. I can't let him end here." Rose called out to Calix as he gradually fainted, "Your highness, can you hear me?" "Don't sleep, your highness." His complexion is even worse than before. His condition is so strange. Could it be poison? What should I do at times like these? Everyone else can overcome crises, so why am I like this? Rose's tears welled up. "Please, anyone, anything, please help." At that moment, she felt a light. Could it be the diary again? She hurriedly opened her luggage where the light was strongest. Rose took out the diary. "Is it helping me?" "I met Mr. Melrory today. He told me about the cursed Hamel Mountains. Mauritius, the god of the Rebelron kingdom, was buried underground. The monsters appeared because of the god's curse." This was something that most people knew. Rare herbs that were transformed after being affected by the curse all grow on the Hamel Mountains. This fact was not widely known. Rose had a bright idea. "That's right, herbs." She quickly flipped through the pages until a passage to the page about herbs that have the effect of stopping bleeding and detoxifying. Rose joyfully realized there were explanations and herbs in the diary. Where can I find them? She immediately read the passage introducing that deep in the mountains is the habitat of moon butterflies. A glowing butterfly wing fluttered past her. If you follow the faint light emitted by the butterfly, a cave will appear. Rose carried the crown prince for a while and arrived at the place. A small cave with hundreds of moon butterflies, only those who are allowed can enter. The butterflies flew towards Rose, as if they were going to attack her. But when she raised her hand, they scattered. This cave is the origin of all kinds of rare herbs. At this time, Crown Prince Calyx, although unconscious, was still restless. My head hurts so much. Where am I? Why am I lying here? Right, I was hit by a poisoned arrow. There's someone nagging in my ear. It seems like the fever has gone down. Your Highness needs to rehydrate. Whatever, I'm so tired, I just want to sleep more. But someone poured water into his mouth. That voice kept calling, Your Highness. And then scolded, how long are you going to sleep? Honestly. Calyx wondered hazily, what am I hearing now? The person beside him wrung out a cloth with water. The voice continued to grumble, if you really have a conscience, you should pay more allowance. Calyx was confused, what? The person continued to complain, what am I doing with this grown man? Seriously. Calyx didn't recognize any of the words that had just been spoken, a language I don't know. Whose language is it? Suddenly, he felt the cloth wiping his chest, touching somewhere. Rose was still nagging beside him, those crazy people shot poisoned arrows, that's why I fell behind. Calyx wondered, what is this person saying? What are they doing? Her hands continued to wipe his body, although there's no other way, his body is really beautiful. It's not like I have ulterior motives for taking it off. His shoulders are almost like the Pacific Ocean. Since I have to treat him, this is the most appropriate measure. Rose's hand slowly moved down Calyx's pants. The warning sound in his mind rang loudly, wait a minute, where is that hand going? The Crown Prince was extremely anxious. Finally, he turned his hand and grabbed the mischievous hand. The Crown Prince woke up to protect his pants. Rose stared at him blankly. Calyx asked irritably, what are you doing? Unexpectedly, she burst into tears and grabbed his hand, Your Highness, you're awake. Thank goodness, I was so worried because you didn't wake up for a long time. I forgot, have some water first. Calyx sulked, hey, are you trying to change the subject? She chuckled, oh my, there's no way that's true. Calyx reached out and took the glass of water. He drank while looking around, anyway. He saw a cave sparkling with diamonds and moon butterflies everywhere. Where is this? There are even rare medicinal herbs nearby. Rose called out to Calyx again, Your Highness. You must be very hungry, right? I prepared food for you. It was sweet potatoes. Suspicion arose in him, in the end. Although this person had saved his life, Calyx was still wary. Where did she come from? Calyx looked at the food Rose gave him. This is the first time I've seen this dish. Is it edible? Rose simply explained that it was a tuber rich in fiber and tasted quite good. She was surprised to learn that sweet potatoes weren't eaten here. In my hometown, we often eat it as a snack on cold days. In winter, we have to eat baked sweet potatoes. Rose sighed inwardly, I miss the baked sweet potatoes sold in front of my house so much. The Crown Prince hesitated for a moment. Finally, he took it and took a bite. The taste surprised the Crown Prince, his eyes widening. This is sweet and warm, is it baked sweet potato? Rose looked at his expression and asked, does it suit your taste? You look like you're enjoying it. The Crown Prince had crumbs on the corner of his lips. Although it was delicious, he didn't want to admit it, not bad. Rose chuckled inwardly, I'm used to this reaction now. Does he know his expression when he eats? He clearly likes it, but is shy. Crown Prince Calyx seriously held up the sweet potato, which was only skin left. Don't try to change the subject with this anymore. Don't you have anything to explain to me? Rose had a headache, I thought I was in the clear. Calyx bombarded her with questions, where is this? How did you know there was such a place? How am I still alive? That was a poisoned arrow, I couldn't resist it. Calyx had long felt something was unusual, a maid who hasn't been trained saved my life multiple times, is that even possible? If there was something suspicious, there was even more than that. She had just spoken a language he didn't understand. Brought food he had never seen before. Who are you? Are you an ally the gods have given me, or an incredibly sophisticated enemy? Calyx gritted his teeth, no, the bigger problem is. The Crown Prince looked thoughtfully at the girl in front of him. Rose was still smiling at him. Although she was smiling, she wasn't really happy inside. He's staring at me with a scary face. Stop looking like that. She thought gloomily. Anyway, I'm pretty suspicious. Right? But it's okay because I've already thought of an answer. Rose started to explain that. I don't know either. To the Crown Prince, she chose to be honest rather than lie. The Crown Prince was stunned by her answer. Rose clarified, I don't know where this is either. I just wandered around thinking I had to protect Your Highness from the assassin, but I saw a mystical butterfly and I followed it. Then I accidentally found these precious herbs. There was a herbalist who was close to me, so I learned a lot from them. I didn't even know it would be useful. I think the gods blessed me to save you. Even though the fever has gone down, you'll feel hungry because you've used up your energy. Calyx signaled her to stop. That's enough. Rose breathed a sigh of relief. I guess it's over, huh? The Crown Prince's hand tightened at his side. There's a bigger problem than this suspicious maid. It's that I hoped she would be an ally. An old memory surfaced in the Crown Prince's mind. There was once a maid who was very close to him. Your Highness, I brought some cookies. Let's eat them while we read. He was young then and completely trusted this maid. What book is it today? Today, it's the story of the prince who rescued the princess sleeping in the forest. The Crown Prince chuckled at his own thoughts. Even though it's like that, it seems I'm still not clear-headed, huh, Calyx Fosman? Don't trust anyone. Even if they're blood relatives. Or close friends. If it's a maid, I definitely can't trust them. Even though he reminded himself not to trust anyone, in front of her smile and gentle treatment, the Crown Prince gradually wavered. The campfire gradually died down. As dawn broke, Rose stretched and woke up. She greeted the bright morning sunlight. Great, it's morning. It seems like there are no more monsters. Your Highness, can you walk? At this time, the Crown Prince was slowly putting his clothes back on. He was able to stand up by himself. After getting ready, he carried his own sword. The Crown Prince appeared outside the cave and said he was fine. Even so, she still noticed something had changed. Calyx looked strangely melancholic. That's right, it must be so. His brothers were aiming for his life. I hope he'll regain his spirit. She suddenly called out, Your Highness. It seems like Your Highness will come in first in this birthday ceremony. Your sword is very dark. She sincerely encouraged the Crown Prince. Come on, don't be discouraged. Calyx's lips moved as if he wanted to say something. But in the end, he turned his back. It's good that you're so positive. Rose asked, Where are we going now? The Crown Prince looked at the road ahead, to the temple. The other princes will also gather there. We have to end this damn ceremony. Calyx muttered to himself again, Don't trust. He spoke to Rose. Let's go there and get first place like you said. Rose smiled and replied, Yes. The Crown Prince said to himself, I must use this suspicious maid. At the banquet, everyone was talking to each other. Have you heard anything? I heard that this time, many monsters that have never been seen before have appeared. I heard that the temple knights seem to be in a hurry this morning. Is that the reason? The first prince looked as elegant as usual. It seemed that the second prince hadn't encountered any major trouble. The third prince must have just gone through a bit of hardship. How pitiful. There's still one person missing. Where's His Highness the Crown Prince? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud stomping sound. His Highness the Crown Prince is entering. Hearing this, the crowd was stunned. Entering with Calyx was Rose, looking tired, exhausted, and lifeless. As soon as he entered, he looked around. The other guy said, What's up? Calyx only responded with a murderous look. The guy was terrified. Calyx approached and put his hand on his shoulder. He whispered, You're still safe and sound, huh, brother? It seems like you're very sorry that I survived. Even so, you should control your expression a little. If you're discovered, not only you but everyone around you will be executed, right? As the atmosphere grew tense, the girl dressed in priestess attire approached. She said, His Highness the Crown Prince's room has been prepared. Can you follow me? I know, I'll go right away. Don't do things you can't handle. If there's a next time, I won't let it go. Seeing him turn away, the other guy clicked his tongue in annoyance. Afterwards, the two of them were led by the girl to a room that looked very large and luxurious. The servants will be here soon. After changing your clothes, you just need to go to the chapel. Then please rest comfortably. As soon as the girl left, leaving the two of them in private, Rose said, We're safely down the mountain. The other princes must be all right. You've worked hard. Your Highness. Rose talked a lot, but he only replied with a few short, concise words, right, The room suddenly became awkwardly silent. Rose thought, why is he annoyed again? Is it because of the other princes? She said, then I'll be in the next room. If you need anything, just call me. Suddenly, he turned around with sharp eyes and shouted, where are you going? I don't need any other servants, so if they come, tell them to leave. Stay here. Don't open the door unless necessary. As he spoke, he unbuttoned his shirt one by one. Rose thought, isn't he taking a bath? I've seen it on TV before. But he doesn't need any other servants? So he wants me to do it? Bathe him? Her mind was now spinning with these tangled thoughts. Serving him in the bath. Thinking of his sculpted body, she couldn't help herself. But it wasn't what she thought. He pushed open the door and walked straight into the bathroom. Rose said, Your Highness, even though I've never done it before, I'll do my best. Calyx didn't understand what she meant. Without another word, Rose tied up her hair and rolled up her sleeves, getting ready. So that Your Highness won't be inconvenienced. I'll do my best to wash you clean, every nook and cranny. I'll do my best, I will, wash you clean. Calyx stood there dumbfounded. Suddenly, a sensitive image appeared in his mind. Immediately, he stopped her from entering the room, slamming the door shut. Rose stood there dumbfounded, her hair disheveled. Later, at the majestic cathedral. Both of them had changed into neat attire. The reason the male lead didn't let me out of the room. I think it was a security issue. Remembering his warning, the assassins might still be around, so stay here. Then just say it from the beginning. Why make people confused? I was already determined. Anyway. Her eyes glanced at the other princes. Then, turning to Calyx, she noticed the stark contrast. One side adorned with gold and silver, the other with practically nothing. Calyx's attire wasn't too simple, was it? If she had known, she would have brought some jewelry. The crown prince of the kingdom, set to inherit the throne, was the king's third son and the queen's son, but a rebellious one. Without significant backing and due to various rumors, he wasn't very popular with the people, or so the other servants had said. And the most splendidly dressed person here was the one with the most power right now. The first prince, Gerald Fosman. The queen's eldest son. The third prince's older brother. Thanks to his gentle nature and elegant demeanor. Though he was the prince loved by the people and seen as more fit to be king than Calyx, he was ultimately killed by Calyx. There must be something shady going on. Seeing her staring, he gave her a bright smile. Rose thought, what the heck? Why is he smiling at me? What's the reason? Rose felt frozen, seeing his smile. Suddenly, Calyx, beside her, said, regretting it now? Should have sided with the first prince instead of the crown prince, huh? Hearing him say that surprised her. That's unfair, Your Highness. I've never thought that way. After all, Calyx will become king eventually. He said, good. It's better if you don't think that way in the future. If you betray me, I will kill you without mercy. Rose looked at him with a cold, quiet expression. She thought, what's this? If I had heard these words before, I would have been terrified, but now. She was about to reach out and take his hand. But a voice interrupted, the Pope is entering. This startled her, causing her to freeze. Calyx, seeing this, asked, why are you startled? Rose quickly denied it, it's nothing, Your Highness. She thought to herself, I was so startled. I almost stroked his head. If I had kept stroking him like that. The image of her hand touching his head came to mind. And then herself being executed. The Pope had now entered the audience chamber. A young man, with a flawlessly beautiful face. Rose thought, this person is the Pope? Just looking at him, he seems like a pope. Then, he proclaimed loudly with his glowing staff, the great light of Chemesis has illuminated the kingdom once again. Suddenly, Rose felt something strange. We live in a beautiful world under God's protection, but the symbol of evil desires light and the destruction of the world. The people in the audience, as if hypnotized, praised him profusely. The great Chemesis spoke to the first king, banished the darkness, and imparted the power of light to all things. The audience erupted in loud cheers. In contrast to them, Rose stood in a corner, trembling. Why do I feel so creeped out? What is this feeling? The applause continued relentlessly. Rip open their bellies and kill their children. Both princes. And even the crown prince, remained calm. Rest in peace underground, for thus darkness is destroyed. The age of light will last forever. Chemesis's gaze frightened Rose. Quite a few members were present at the banquet table. Drinks were also ready. Rose was seated near Calyx. What was that just now? It gave me goosebumps. The atmosphere felt very artificial. Thinking about what had just happened made her shudder. What the? Even the male lead, who seems like he wouldn't be like that. Because I'm Korean, I can't understand it? Could it be that his gaze just now? Everyone was clapping, but I was the only one who didn't. Is that it? But I'm not used to that atmosphere. She was troubled by her own wandering thoughts. The first prince, seeing this, said, I don't understand why you brought her along and not Chris. Calyx replied, why don't you stop being so concerned? He said, I can't. Because she is the one who will support my important younger brother, isn't that right, Lady Tanya? Hearing her name mentioned, she looked up, thinking, I wish he wouldn't care so much. She replied, yes, your highness. He said, there's no need to be so formal. You're here as a lady today. Rose thought, why is he pretending to be friendly? I don't want the male lead to misunderstand. Thinking so, she replied, thank you for your concern, but I am here not as a lady but to assist the crown prince, so please continue as you were. He looked taken aback. A loud laugh suddenly erupted. I wonder what kind of woman you are. Oh, my brother allowed you to stay by his side. Bold and straightforward, my brother has acquired a talented individual by his side, your highness. Rose raised her glass, a smile playing on her lips, thinking, is he complimenting me? His personality seems better than I thought. The prince looks like an angel next to Calyx. Calyx said, then that's great. Because someone sends guests at any time. Rose thought, if it's guests, does he mean assassins? Were the assassins they encountered yesterday sent by the first prince? He replied, as expected of the beloved crown prince. She thought, beloved? Beloved, yet almost dead? The male lead almost died yesterday, you evil person. I take back what I thought about his seemingly good personality. Tripped while walking and broke his nose. The first prince asked, is that Tynel over there? The young man replied, yes, your highness. This is the first time I've had the pleasure of greeting you. I am Lucas Tynel, your highness. Gerald replied, of course, I've heard of you. Your shooting skills are as excellent as your swordsmanship. Hearing himself being praised, he was delighted. That's just an exaggeration, your highness. Calyx said, no, there's no such thing. Aiming at the shoulder of prey in a dark forest wouldn't be difficult, would it? Hearing this, the man's face turned pale. The atmosphere in the room suddenly turned strangely gloomy. The first prince broke the silence, let's end the small talk here. Now it's almost. The doors of the room suddenly swung open. Time for the king to arrive. Everyone was now seated at the dining table. Rose thought, is this the male lead's father? The king didn't appear directly in the novel, as it began after his death. Was it because Calyx killed him? It doesn't seem like he died of illness. His complexion isn't good at all. Rose wondered if he was in any pain. I'm glad everyone has returned safely. Please enjoy your meal, the king said. All sorts of delicacies were laid out on the table. There's a face I haven't seen before. At this moment, Rose suddenly stood up. This is the first time I have greeted you, your majesty. I am Rose, daughter of Baron Estanya, and handmaiden to the crown prince. Hearing this, the king nodded. Estanya? I've heard that name before. Did you lose both your parents to the infectious disease that passed? I couldn't help, because I wasn't aware of the difficulties in the Estanya territory. I hope you don't take it to heart. So, that's what he meant, right? Activating Reader Rofan's conversation analysis skill. The past infectious disease had a developed treatment. The territory's difficulty was the lack of money to purchase it, hence the deaths. So that's how it is. According to this body's memories, Rose's parents certainly met such a fate. If this were truly Rose, she might be hurt by those words. Rose thought to herself, this isn't my business anyway. Thank you for understanding the territory's circumstances. I am grateful to your majesty for your grace. Is that so? Did you encounter any difficulties during the birthday celebration? With an untrained body, it wouldn't be easy to survive among the monsters without help. Clearly, it was just me and the male lead. Why ask such a question? Your Majesty's son helped a great deal. Should I praise your Majesty's son a little now? Thanks to His Highness's outstanding martial arts skills, he was of great assistance. Despite the dangerous situation, he fought bravely. Your Majesty's son is truly remarkable. Boundless divine grace. The king stroked his beard and asked, is that so? Rose breathed a sigh of relief. Good job. We felt extremely panicked. What's with that expression? Maid, it seems Miss Astania still isn't feeling well. Not at all, I'm still fine. Lost in thought, we suddenly stepped on Rose's foot, making her almost cry out. Hamel's magic power is really unusual this time. Right, are you hurt anywhere? Fortunately, Miss Astania is very knowledgeable about herbs. Rose thought to herself, it's all thanks to the diary. Even though I was seriously injured, I was still able to escape the mountains safely. It looks like I've been shot in the shoulder with an arrow. Gerald Fosman was listening in on the conversation from both sides. His hand tapped rhythmically on the table. It must have been caused by other races, wasn't it? We smiled cheerfully. Hearing this, the king suddenly smiled. Then he laughed loudly, causing all eyes to turn towards him. It's best to maintain a good relationship with the temple. I'll have to meet the Pope tomorrow. At this moment, Eswe's expression wasn't very happy. Everyone returned to focusing on their meal as before. Rose sat alone on a bench in the park. Afterwards, the royal knights searched all of Hamel and found the bull's horn. Although they couldn't discover that it was the second prince's doing. With the current terrible situation, what the second prince is aiming for is the aristocrat's possession, discovered at the corresponding location. The second prince covered his tracks and escaped. A close aristocrat took responsibility and was executed. If you describe the male lead's words and actions at the birth ceremony, it's exactly this. It was snitching. I'm injured, I'm the victim. That's right, I'm not the culprit. I caught the culprit. Rose thought to herself, I never thought he'd have such a side. Thanks to that, the case was closed without any investigation or interrogation. Suddenly, Aaron's voice called out to Rose, the snacks are here. I was afraid you'd be hungry, so I stole some from the kitchen. So the two sat and chatted, Rose holding the pastry and eating it deliciously. The sky at this moment was incredibly clear. It had been a long time since she had felt this peaceful. But suddenly Rose got angry. I had to work overtime yesterday. Aaron, seeing this, reminded her, Rose, the wrapping paper isn't for eating. Even though she's a maid, isn't this too much overtime? Since the male lead will become king anyway, does he need to be so diligent? It's not like being diligent will make him king. Rose, you're finished eating. It would be great if he didn't kill his brother and didn't become a tyrant. If the tyrant route disappears, will he meet the female lead? That's right, if he doesn't meet the female lead. I won't be able to go back. Could it be like that? Let's go for a walk now, Aaron said. That won't do, or let's go outside. Calix and the female lead have to become a couple for me to return, right? I have to be happy in Korea, and I have my family. There's no reason not to go back. Aaron kept calling her name. So Rose accidentally brushed her hand against Aaron's face. Ouch. I'm sorry, are you okay? You startled me. I kept calling you, but you didn't answer. What are you thinking about? You're not playing with me. Rose hesitated, not knowing how to answer. I was thinking about which came first, the chicken or the egg. What? Are you reading philosophy books? It's nothing. Just whether fate is predetermined or not. Aaron muttered the two words fate. It's absolute. At this moment, Rose was startled and asked back, what? Predetermined fate cannot be changed. Especially if you're an ordinary person. Rose still didn't understand what Aaron was trying to say. Aaron just smiled gently. Let's go inside now that you're finished eating. What? Why did you stop talking? Where did that fate thing come from? A history book, mythology, or something? Aaron hesitated at these questions. He suddenly turned and said, you're as foolish as I thought. Rose was extremely angry at this point. Let's go inside since we're done eating. I'll go in first. So Rose chased after him and said, wait a minute. Why are you picking a fight? Who are you calling foolish? That's the content of the Bible, which everyone in the kingdom knows. Hearing him say that, Rose thought to herself, the Bible is a luxury in this world with a high illiteracy rate. Alright, I'm a fool. So what about predetermined fate? The maid just stood there, watching Rose. She seemed to have sensed something and turned her face. But it seemed like someone tripped her, causing the soup to splash onto Rose. The bowl of soup and the maid fell to the ground. Rose's dress became dirty from the soup. Seeing this, Aaron rushed over and asked, Rose, are you all right? Are you hurt? I'm fine. The maid fearfully apologized. Tears suddenly streamed down her face. The two people from earlier were intentionally sneering. They were truly malicious. Rose had noticed this for a long time. So she extended her hand and said, "I'm okay." "Are you hurt?" "Dulcie, right? It seems like you've been working hard lately, and fatigue has accumulated. I'll clean this up, so you should go back and rest." Maid Estania, Dulcie's tears were flowing. So Rose hugged Dulcie and said, "It's okay. Go back. I'll go first." Rose started paying attention to the people from before. The head maid, standing behind the corner, had heard the entire conversation. She just looked at them for a long time. Then she turned away and didn't bother with them anymore. At this moment, Rose was asking Aaron for help, but Aaron was someone who didn't like cleaning. "Don't I have to do some work? I will change the crown prince's palace. Give me strength. I suddenly remember when I was class president and head of the committee. The water at the source must be clear for the water downstream to be clear. I need to systematically change the crown prince's palace. I definitely need to change this terrible work environment. Give me strength." Evening at the royal palace. Calix was sound asleep. When he suddenly heard a voice calling, "Your Highness." It turned out to be the head maid entering the room. "Can't you sleep again? Or did you have a nightmare? Sleeping pills aren't good for your Highness's young body. I'll read to you until you fall asleep." "How mysterious. Fairy tales are mostly like that. Next time I'll find a book you like more." "Your Highness, did you send the assassin?" Calix burrowed back under the covers. Because of a severe headache and insomnia, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Early morning at the royal palace. Calix, while adjusting his clothes uncomfortably, asked, "What? If your Highness doesn't approve, I won't do it." "You mean you're going to fire the head maid now?" Rose cheerfully replied, "Yes." When Calix asked for the reason, Rose replied, "The head maid's authority in the crown prince's palace is too high. She's even the duchess's henchwoman. That's why assassins can easily enter and exit the crown prince's palace. Is there any reason to keep watching until now? It's best not to touch the first prince's forces. If I personally step in, the situation will become more complicated. Moreover, since I was very small, the head maid has been my nanny. If I kill her, there will be a lot of gossip." Rose just learned this. But what's stopping a fratricide from killing a nanny? "You mean you're waiting for the right time? Then you can create a reason to convince everyone." Calix felt very suspicious. It seemed like she had a plan. "That's right, as someone who exists in Korea's dynamic society, what's this power struggle? Spread the truth like a rumor." "Just wait, head maid." Calix recalled the first time he met the head maid. She was very beautiful at that time. Calix looked at her with unfamiliar eyes. At first, it was clearly sympathy. Born with a noble status and shouldering responsibilities from a young age. In the end, the pitiful child who lost his mother was me. I had hoped for at least a little comfort. But, there was a lot of money back then. Recently, I heard you're having financial difficulties because of your husband's debts. How about this? Just do as I ask, and I'll clear your debts and give you a worthy reward. It's not a very difficult request. It won't affect your life." At that time, someone stabbed His Highness in the back, causing His Highness to eat poisoned food. Everyone panicked. "Quickly, call a doctor." The head maid was extremely panicked. "What should I do? I'm the one who poisoned His Highness's food. If I'm discovered, I'll be executed." "No, the Duke will take care of it. Besides, he's not dead yet, so isn't that all right? There's no other way. The Crown Prince has no power, so he can't do anything for me. If I can't bring money and honor, I have no choice but to find it myself." A few days later, His Highness requested a private meeting with the head maid. Calix's expression was extremely sorrowful. The head maid didn't seem to care. "At least I'll consider the money I received as a nurturing fee for the past." Mila suddenly realized something. "I heard Rose is receiving the Crown Prince's affection." Rose now understood what had happened. For example, wasn't His Highness's lover Rose? Did she target him and become a maid? "Stop. I don't want to know anymore." Mila smiled cheerfully and said, "It's okay, because I don't believe Rose would do that." "That's right. Thank you." Aaron was lying on the table when he heard Rose call his name. Clearly, the relationship between Taryn and the head maid isn't good. Every time they see each other, they argue. I saw it with my own eyes, clearly. That's right. Does this saying apply worldwide? Alright, then. Aaron, keep an eye on Tyrant'S every move and report back to me. Mila spread the rumor among the maids. The maid who pushed Dulcie was clearly one of the head maid's people. It seems she's worried about me taking power. If that side likes it, then this side will indulge them. In another scene, the head maid was rushing. It turned out she was chasing after Rose. Let's talk first, she demanded. You're quick to react, head maid. What brings you here? You spread that rumor, didn't you? Rose thought to herself, she's really stupid. If asked directly like this, would anyone admit it? What? What rumor? Rose feigned ignorance. Don't play dumb. The rumor that I'm having an affair with Duke Tyrant'S. You spread it, didn't you? What? The head maid is having an affair with the Duke? Who would spread such a ridiculous rumor if it wasn't you? Do you know how much trouble I've been in because of that rumor? Well, I don't know, Rose replied nonchalantly. I'm the Duke's lover? The head maid clenched her fists. Be careful what you say anyway, because of the illegitimate child. The head maid let that slip, causing her to stammer, unable to say anything. Illegitimate child? Gotcha. She was trying to explain, so, the relationship between me and the Duke. What illegitimate child, head maid? You don't need to know. I heard it. So the Duke has an illegitimate child. If this scandal breaks out at this time, it'll be troublesome, right? How dare you mention him? It seems you're very close to the Duke. The Duke is the first prince's power. Do you know what you're saying? Of course. The Duke personally gave me poison to kill His Highness, but I didn't do it. How am I still alive? You're completely wrong, head maid. Now the head maid was furious at being discovered. She pushed Rose to the ground. Traitor! Do you think the Duke will let you live? How dare you? Suddenly, there was the sound of a lamp breaking. Everyone behind had heard the whole story. She was terrified because now she couldn't explain any further. Rose, at this moment, was putting on a pitiful act. Head maid, please tell the Duke that I don't want to die yet. Is not poisoning a crime? This. Get up quickly. I didn't know the head maid was really having an affair with the Duke. But the Crown Prince's maids aren't allowed to associate with the Duke. At this moment, His Highness suddenly appeared. The head maid had nowhere to run. The head maid was apprehended. She showed no remorse and even appeared annoyed. Rose pointed at the head maid and said to Crown Prince Calix Fosman, Your Highness, she is a criminal who attempted to assassinate a royal. The head maid denied. Your Highness, this is a conspiracy. Rose laughed. Conspiracy? What conspiracy? Everyone here saw it. The head maid cursed in anger, damn it. Rose continued, however, if you bring it. Just then, Aaron also arrived. Rose. I brought the person Rose mentioned. With just a glance, Rose and Aaron understood each other. Rose said, quickly tell me your relationship with the head maid. Elgin immediately said, I have something to say. The head maid said that if I killed the royal, she would provide medicine for my mother for life. After speaking, Elgin sat down heavily. What am I saying? Rose, on the other hand, was quite satisfied because Elgin's words were effective. Mrs. Harrington, you've lived a worthy life serving as His Majesty's nanny and maid for a long time, but if you don't have loyalty and only enrich your greed, the sin will be greater than the merit. The head maid denied, no, I. Rose continued, His Majesty has been defamed for personally killing the assassin out of concern for the past. He silently endured without giving any explanation. When they heard Rose's words, everyone was frightened. So then, the maids who died in the bedroom, was it something like that? Suddenly, Rose burst into tears. How could you become such a person? How could you kill the person you raised with your own hands? Everyone teared up along with her. What a sad story. Poor His Highness. Rose said to Crown Prince Calix Fosman, now is the time to make a decision. It may be a bit presumptuous, but as the Crown Prince's maid, I request this. Then, Rose knelt down and pleaded with Crown Prince Calix Fosman. Please punish her. And everyone also knelt down. Please, punish her. Seeing everyone united like this, Crown Prince Calix Fosman still didn't know what to say. I thought it would feel a little more horrifying to deal with her, because it cut off my childhood, but thanks to that stupid maid. Crown Prince Calix Fosman said, not bad. Rose looked at Crown Prince Calix Fosman in surprise. Calix Fosman drew his sword. The head maid panicked. Yes, Your Majesty. You can't do this to me. How did I raise you? You know, I've been overlooking it so far, but nanny. You've crossed the line. The head maid trembled. I also read you a book, to talk about it. Calix Fosman raised his sword. I guess it's too late. About to deal with the head maid, Rose shouted, no. Then she ran out to stop Calix Fosman. Calix Fosman asked Rose, what is it this time? Get out of the way. Rose silently looked at Calix Fosman. Recalling 3 minutes ago. Calix Fosman said, not bad. Then Calix Fosman drew his sword. It made Rose startled. Why use it? Wait, is this different from my plan? Is he going to behead her right in front of me? The head maid deserves to be executed. Wait a minute, I've worked hard to form sympathetic public opinion. If the head maid is beheaded here, will it be a big problem? What should I do? My plan could fail if this continues, and Calix Fosman's words, I think you've gone too far. Rose hurriedly ran back and shouted, no. Calix Fosman asked Rose, and now? She said no, why? She replied, oh, I mean, it's still needed. Hearing that, Calix Fosman was confused. Rose hadn't finished her presentation. Calix Fosman turned away and said, all right. Rule, I'll leave it to you. She turned to look at the head maid. This is the end, no more questions? Rose thought, actually. Even if the head maid could be dealt with here, it wouldn't be that difficult. The Duke will naturally try to cling to the advantageous side. Public opinion may not be a big deal. But, Rose looked towards Calix Fosman. And looked at Calix Fosman's face for a long time. I don't want to see him kill anyone. Suddenly Aaron and Mila called out together, Rose. Both of them signaled Rose great. Rose smiled happily, well, anyway, for now. The problem is solved. That same day, Rose went to see Crown Prince Calix Fosman. Calix Fosman asked Rose, so why spare the head maid's life? Rose knew Calix Fosman would ask, so she prepared an answer beforehand. As you saw that day, there were a few people who sympathized with your highness's position. If the head maid is killed now, it is likely that your highness's reputation will not change, although it is a bit disrespectful, but your highness. Calix Fosman interrupted, what about his highness? Rose immediately said, these are just the words of a lowly maid, your highness can ignore them if you want. Don't you think there's too much a maid like you has messed up? Seeing Rose seemed afraid of him, Calix Fosman said, all right, go on, what about his highness? I know this shouldn't be dealt with so harshly, but because I've been shaking so much all this time, my body is still shaking naturally. Your highness, it seems that only Rule is left. Rose's words startled both Rule and Calix Fosman. What? Then it made Rule and Calix Fosman think of the book, Beside the Tyrant is the Night, which is selling well at the Crimson Bookstore. Rose hurriedly said, no, that's not what I meant. Calix Fosman asked Rose again, then what is it? It seems that only Sir Rule can help his highness, so please see this as an opportunity to increase support for his highness. Calix Fosman was silent for a moment. Then, he invited Rose to sit down. How can I sit with your highness? Calix Fosman said seriously, stop talking, sit down. Go on, you're saying you'll generate support for me, who specifically? Wait a minute, can I use a glass? It's a story I heard as a child. In that story, the monarch is the tea leaf, which is the boat floating on the water, and the water is the common people. Rose paused to blow the boat in the glass of water and continued. If there is water, the boat can move like this, but if there is no water, the boat will stop there and cannot move. Even if the nobles side with the other princes, they are just sails or oars. Calix Fosman looked at Rose, you mean? To win the support of the people in the kingdom, not from the nobility? Your Majesty is so smart. Hearing Rose's compliment, Calix Fosman felt happy inside. And smiled at her. Interesting, this is the first time in my life I've heard that metaphor. Taking this opportunity, Rose immediately told Calix Fosman, so if you can give me some authority to take care of things later. Calix Fosman growled, just do it yourself. Take care of this along with that. One more thing, I need to clarify, you just said that only Rule is on my side. What about you, are you on my side? Rose looked up at Calix Fosman. If it were before, he would probably be trying to find an excuse to execute me at all costs. Why is it, why do I keep finding him so pitiful? Yes, your highness. I'm on your highness's side. As soon as she finished speaking, Rose hurriedly went outside. At this time, Rule and Calix Fosman were still in the room. Rule said, your highness. Do you really trust that maid, Miss Estania? No, that's not possible. I don't trust anyone, the nobles flatter me, as do those who work in this palace. You too, Rule. Didn't you hear what Miss Estania said? If it weren't for me, your highness would be truly alone. After saying that, Rule looked at Calix Fosman. Although you say you don't believe it, but Your Highness's attitude has changed recently. Curious, trusting, full of goodwill. If it stopped there, it would be good. If you continue to give more affection. Remembering the image of the crown prince about to kill the head maid with a sword, Rule felt uneasy. Whether it's death or betrayal, if you lose someone again, what will become of your highness? I have to observe more carefully. The head maid was locked up in the dungeon. How dare you do that to me? Ungrateful, what should I do? Rose came to see the head maid. Haven't you come to your senses yet? She looked at the head maid with murderous eyes. Still not awake? Rose spoke up. Rose was standing in front of the prison door with a gloomy face. The head maid was surprised to see her appear here. She immediately rushed to grab the bars. It's you, how dare you, the head maid roared indignantly. Unable to bear the noise, Rose covered her mouth. She reminded the head maid to be quiet. Shouldn't you do that to me? I saved you when you were almost beheaded in that hallway. Or should I say it would be better to execute you right now? Rose said coldly. The frightened head maid fell silent. She nodded in agreement. Only then did Rose slowly let go of her hand. Rose had something to confirm. She told her there was something she wanted to ask. She thinks Resuscitation is an extra who appeared in the Blood Moon Empire, one of the cogs of the world with a role so trivial that it wasn't even mentioned in the novel. But something is strange. Mila is the only one who remembers exactly about the original Resuscitation. Besides the items provided by the royal family, only the right to the diary is suspicious. How can a person existing in this world not leave any trace like that? Rose wondered. This made her even more confused. Who is Resuscitation after all? Thinking so, she asked the head maid, why, among so many maids, did you have to bring me to His Highness? The head maid didn't expect Rose to ask such a question. She hesitated. Because you were originally an abnormal person. Hearing the head maid say that, Rose couldn't believe it. Once upon a time, on a snowy day, the head maid was on her way to the crown prince's residence. That was when the head maid discovered Rose sitting alone in a corner. She wondered if she was a beggar. But the head maid judged that if so, her appearance couldn't be so clean. Seeing that, she approached and reminded her that she was not allowed to sit here. This is the crown prince's palace. It seemed that Resuscitation at that time wasn't very conscious. She absent-mindedly repeated what she had just heard. Suddenly, she reached out and grabbed the head maid's wrist. Rose pleaded earnestly, I want to work at the crown prince's palace. The head maid asked in surprise, what did you say? But Rose, like a programmed machine, insisted on begging her. Rose's appearance was like mesmerizing the head maid's mind. A person with no relatives and an unstable mind, compared to that, her appearance and dress were not bad at all, the head maid considered. She guessed, could this be the young lady of a noble family who is running away? Or is she the concubine of some family? Whichever it is, it can be used by her. Then the head maid said to Rose, is that so? If so, then let me assign you a task. Back to the present time, she explained that since she's a dying person anyway, it doesn't matter if you're not conscious, obedient and easy to control, but only when it comes to that diary. A stupid illiterate who treats that diary like a treasure, the head maid scoffed. On the contrary, Rose didn't expect herself to be illiterate, so what is it that she has been reading so far? Suddenly, the head maid raised her voice, what's wrong with you lately? Have you just been pretending all this time? She angrily accused her and His Highness of deceiving her all this time. Rose asked, do you really think so? She just said, His Highness has known for a long time that you betrayed him, but didn't execute you immediately, why do you think? The head maid smugly said. Of course, his power is smaller than the Duke's. No matter how small the force is, it can be executed without anyone knowing. His Highness really trusted you. This is what His Highness entrusted to me to handle, Rose said. Looking at the two books in Rose's hands surprised the head maid. She was horrified when she saw this. When the crown prince was young, she used to tell him fairy tales and promised to find a book he liked more and bring it to him. Just as she was about to leave, Calix Fosman told her to wait. The little prince shyly said, I didn't say I didn't need it, leave it there and go. Now the two fairy tale books lie abandoned on the floor after Rose left. The head maid knelt down as if in regret. Leaving the dungeon, Rose walked away, annoyed, thinking, should I just let the head maid die? She couldn't believe that even the phrase because the crown prince's power is smaller than the Duke's could be uttered, although it wasn't wrong, she couldn't accept it. The truth is, Calix Fosman's mother was executed, so would it be difficult for him to execute the nanny who has always been by his side like that? In the original story, He left the nanny alone, but even so, he became emperor under such harsh conditions, Rose pondered. She wondered why people didn't know. It's sad. Suddenly Rose froze. What's there for me to be sad about? She wondered. The head maid treated the male lead like that. She's worse than I thought. Rose really felt sorry for the crown prince's situation. But what does it have to do with me? Rose came to her senses. The head maid's matter is over, so it's okay. Moreover, stepping into the room, Rose stopped thinking. The mysterious diary was lying on the table, Rose determined to find out its origin. Darkness had also fallen. Rose was still staring at the diary. Despite speaking eloquently, if she doesn't have any abilities, how can she find out? She decided that since there's no other way, she should try talking to it. Who are you? Who is Resuscitation, and how do I get home? Rose asked repeatedly. Unfortunately, the book remained motionless. It really didn't work. Rose thought back to the things that had activated it so far. From the Byzant leaf, makeup, butterflies, all the times she needed help from this world. Even if she asked about Lu Ren, she probably wouldn't get an answer. Suddenly Rose thought, what if she asked about things related to this world? So she asked the diary where she could meet a mage. This time Rose didn't receive any response either. This made her ponder. Rose continued to ask, where can a mage help Calix Fosman? The diary suddenly shone brightly. The pages were flipped, searching for the information Rose wanted. It wrote, Miss Mallory told me about the different races that serve the darkness. Most of the different races in the Age of Light turned into mindless beasts, but they survived, thanks to magic. Their name is Elf. Rose remembered the deer she had seen at that time when she read this line. Elves are very difficult to meet because they hate those who worship the light. Miss Mallory gave me an ancient tree clock saying that it would show where they are, the diary recorded. Rose was surprised. She glanced at the clock on the bed. But when she opened it, Rose found that it was actually a compass. But Rose also realized that this diary only answered questions related to the male lead and wondered what was the most dangerous thing to Calix Fosman right now. It's a dragon. It's still alive, the diary gave the terrifying answer. It made Rose jump and even blurt out her native language. Seemingly frightened, Rose was no longer in the mood to investigate and tremblingly turned the page. Strangely, it was empty, nothing inside. Could it be that Rose has to participate in a dragon slaying? She felt it wasn't funny. Rose wondered what the male lead Calix Fosman had to do with dragons. The diary continued to glow. It replied. In this world, there are 3 supreme beings, the gods, the elf king. And the dragon is one of them. After saying that, the diary decisively closed itself. Rose felt like she was dealing with a horror genre. She was too scared to open this thing again. The next morning, Rose carried a sluggish mood. She didn't want to go to work at all, nor did she want to leave her bed. Last night, no matter what she did, she couldn't open the diary. It was like super sticky tape. There's no other way. Before going to work, Rose checked the history books and scriptures of this world, so she had a great morning, but according to the diary, there are 3 supreme beings in this world. Among them, the Elf King has not appeared since the Age of Magic. Gods often possess human bodies and sometimes intervene in history. If the gods on Earth are something absolute, the gods here still retain a bit more humanity. It feels like Greek and Roman mythology. Dragons are indeed dragons. They're not much different from what Rose had read in fantasy novels. They possess immense power, but find their long lives boring, so they're always seeking amusement. Rose was curious if Aaron knew anything more. But for Rose, right now wasn't the time to think about that, because the urgent matter at hand was reforming the Crown Prince's palace system. She couldn't live in this terrible place any longer. In the study, Rose smiled brightly and reported to Calix, Your Highness, this is the proposal for the division of labor among the servants of the Crown Prince's palace that I mentioned earlier. I would appreciate it if you would review it. Calix looked at her pensively. He said, I told you to take care of it yourself. But Rose said, there is a certain part that requires your highness's inspection. Hearing this, Calix picked up the document to examine it. He seemed surprised and asked, Did you come up with all of this? Rose replied, Yes. She thought to herself, more precisely, I learned this. I never thought I could apply what I learned in etiquette class here. She told Calix, to prevent things like embezzlement, we'll create financial reports for each department. Calix was surprised. Aren't financial reports the job of the ministers? If it's just recording budgets and expenses, anyone can do it, Rose explained. It's easy, Your Highness. Calix didn't respond immediately. He asked, Is the part you said needed checking the budget? Rose said, "You just need to assist within a range that isn't too burdensome, Your Highness." Only then did Calix agree and hand a bank draft to Rose. The amount on it was so large that Rose's eyes nearly popped out, but Calix calmly asked, "Is this level of support sufficient?" Rose couldn't believe it. Even last time, Calix so easily produced such large sums. He really was a crown prince who was both refined and economical. She rejoiced inwardly. If I have this much, then this, that, and even that will be easy to resolve. Suddenly, Calix voiced his curiosity. "Why are you working so hard? Do you intend to become the head maid?" Calix asked Rose. Calix wondered, "Do you mean to give up your position as my personal maid?" "No, Your Highness," Rose replied immediately. Calix was bewildered. "What do you mean?" Rose told him, "Just leave it to me. I've found someone more suitable for the position of head maid." It was none other than Mila. When she received the notice, Mila was shocked, as if struck by lightning. She couldn't believe it. Mila looked at the paper in front of her and chuckled. Rose asked, "Mila, you're grinning while saying that?" Mila's eyes shone like stars. "Why wouldn't I grin when I'm getting this much money? I've never seen such a large sum." Rose laughed. "I'm glad you're happy." Mila nodded. "I'm also glad to suddenly be the housekeeper. But why am I doing this, and not you? You've worked in the Crown Prince's palace for a long time, and you have a good reputation. You even took care of Rose Estonia, who was once neglected and naive. Everyone thinks you're very good at paying attention to detail and getting things done quickly. As expected, the other servants all speak highly of you. Currently, there are no nobles suitable to be the housekeeper in the Crown Prince's palace. With your unique communication skills, you'll become an excellent housekeeper by setting an example. Plus, you're pure, diligent, and kind." Rose interrupted her. "Mila, you know my reputation. If I become the housekeeper at this time, what do you think will happen? I can't handle it. I don't even want to handle it." Mila hesitated, then spoke up. "By the way, you really don't have any relationship with His Highness, do you?" Rose was startled. "What? Of course not. Why would you ask me that?" Mila continued, "But he gave you a potion when you were injured, and even called the royal physician." Rose sighed inwardly, "That's because I took an arrow for the male lead." Mila hinted, "And just because Rose wanted it, he gave her this large budget." Rose smiled wryly, "That's just because I'm good at my job." Mila asked, "But before, Rose wasn't good at her job, right?" Rose replied, "If only that were true." Mila said, somewhat surprised, "I'm completely different from before. Rose could even become the crown princess." At this moment, Aaron suddenly asked from behind, "What? Rose, you want to become the crown princess?" Rose immediately replied, "I don't want that either. That position is full of difficulties. And His Highness isn't my type." Her answer stunned the other two. Mila's eyes widened. "But he's the crown prince, and you're picky about types?" "Other girls are crazy about him, saying His Highness is very handsome." Mila glanced sideways. "Of course, our crown prince is very handsome. But I care about personality, Mila." Mila suddenly reached out and asked, "Then, how about Aaron?" Rose's face went blank. "What?" Aaron smiled gently, waiting for her answer. Rose pondered seriously. "If I had to say, a combination of both would be nice. A bit of gentleness and authority." Mila burst out laughing. "Rose, you're so funny." Aaron looked displeased. "Why a combination? Just choose one of us." Rose sighed. "Be quiet. Enough chit-chat. Mila, have you memorized the speech yet?" "Aaron, what about the handwritten copies of the contract? Just write 100 copies first. I'll find someone else to help with the rest later." "Mila, what about the task I gave you?" Rose answered, "Darcy knows how to do it. I talked to her earlier, so you can ask her for help." Rose nodded. "Good. Make sure everything is done when I get back." The two of them said in unison, "What a tyrant." After giving her instructions, Rose quickly headed for the door. Mila watched her go. "Rose, she's changed. Come on, let's get to work. If we don't hurry, Rose will get angry." Aaron whined, "Writing 100 copies of the contract will be a piece of cake, right?" While complaining about Rose, Aaron lowered his head and worked. Mila, on one side, recalled Rose's expression just now. She had seen that look very clearly. Mila chuckled to herself. Before, she was so afraid of His Highness. But now, she even calls him our crown prince. On this side, Rose went to see the head chef and said, so. From now on, I plan to implement hygiene management and cleaning before and after work shifts. I'm not ordering anyone, but His Highness thinks it would be good. Unexpectedly, the head chef, after reviewing it, asked, you came up with this, didn't you? His Highness doesn't even care about his meals to this extent. Even when the quality of the ingredients brought into the palace was terrible, he never complained. Rose, it was your idea, wasn't it? At this point, Rose could only lower her head and admit, yes. The head chef unexpectedly laughed, then said, all right, I'll do as you say. With that annoying housekeeper gone, I feel like things will be fine if I follow your words. No, Rose. I'll rely on you again. Seeing him extend his hand, Rose was a little surprised. But quickly, a confident smile appeared on her lips. The two shook hands, deciding to cooperate from then on. On this side, the seamstress came to see Rose and said, I heard from Miss Milla. Is this what you wanted to make? Using this fabric, if we make the buttons and borders like this, I think it will turn out like this. Rose was incredibly surprised after hearing it. She smiled at the seamstress and said, thank you. Honestly, I was overwhelmed trying to figure it out on my own. The seamstress politely replied, no, thank you. You helped me too. I'm glad I could help you. Rose smiled slightly, thinking to herself, in the world of the novel. I thought they were just passing side characters. They are all very good people. Perhaps I wanted to connect with them. The scene shifted to Calix. Rule was preparing to report. Housekeeper Tasha Harrington has been sentenced to the confiscation of all her assets and lifelong hard labor in the coal mines. Her husband, Viscount Harrington, has also been stripped of his noble title and received the same punishment. The Harrington children will no longer receive the education and privileges they once had, and their financial support has been cut off, making them commoners. After reading everything, Rule's eyes were slightly grave. He suddenly asked, is this enough for you? Calix immediately asked, what do you mean? Rule's voice trembled. That woman secretly betrayed you over a decade ago. Don't you think the punishment is too light? She might try to assassinate you again. Calix coldly denied it. No, she won't. Her appearance said it all. Calix remembered meeting the housekeeper in the dungeon. He had asked her, do you have anything to say before you're exiled? The housekeeper's eyes were vacant, devoid of life. Only incomprehensible groans escaped her. Calix coldly observed her. He realized her gaze has changed. We've taken everything from her, so she's no longer a threat. Perhaps she could even be used to blackmail the Duke. And one more thing. That image flashed in Calix's mind. He said, because I don't like killing. So, what's next? Rule reported, there's a guest waiting in the drawing room. Calix stood up and nodded. Is that so? I'll hear about it on the way there. Rule continued, but I hesitated whether to let him in. There are no guards there. Calix was surprised. Who could make you hesitate like that? Rule pulled the door open as he replied, it's His Highness Eswi Forsman. Eswi, at that moment, sat on the chair with his arms crossed, grumbling, you're late. Calix silently looked at the boy before him. Then suddenly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, threatening, this is an unofficial visit. No one would know if you disappeared from here. Eswi's face paled with fear. Wait. I came here to share useful information. Calix coldly asked, why should I believe you? Eswi's face hardened. You don't need to be suspicious. I have nothing to lose. Calix only sighed after hearing this. Then he sat down and said, I believe you wouldn't come alone to pull a stupid stunt. Speak. After that, Eswi talked to Calix for a long time. After listening, Calix fell into deep thought, standing alone by the window. He saw the bustling scene unfolding outside. Milla down below raised her hand and announced, His Highness has declared. For effective internal management, we need rest. The crowd below murmured in confusion. What is she talking about? What does rest mean? A new welfare system, the first in the history of the empire. Days off have been established, establishing the Crown Prince's Palace welfare system. The first reform of the welfare system in the Crown Prince's Palace, rest. A maid vaguely realized, it seems like, they're allowing people to rest. Twice a week. We will have days off. But that's not all. Break rooms, additional facilities within the Crown Prince's Palace. Will redistribute work efficiently based on ability. And finally, performance bonuses based on ability. Our noble crown prince truly cares about his people. A true king. After hearing her eloquent slogan, everyone clapped and cheered. Our crown prince. He's the best. Our crown prince. Rose, watching from the side, suddenly slumped down, muttering, how did I manage to write such an eloquent slogan? Aaron pulled her up and said, Rose, you seem to be getting more self-aware. Rose chuckled. That's not self-awareness, it's self-respect, buddy. Aaron asked back, slightly surprised, buddy? I'm your friend? Rose? After saying that, he smiled strangely. Milla spoke up. Well, of course you're my friend. Did you think I'd boss around someone who's not my friend? Aaron was surprised. What? Don't boss around your friends? I almost lost an arm. Rose clicked her tongue and pushed him. Don't exaggerate. Now hurry up and distribute the contracts. The image of the two of them was seen by someone above. That person was none other than Calix. Earlier, after hearing Eswe's story, he had asked, why did you decide to tell me that so suddenly? Eswe had replied coldly, not for you. I only said that I would repay that woman's favor. And that person was Rose. At this moment, Calix called out, Rule. Rule, behind him, immediately responded, yes, your highness. Calix ordered, prepare to leave. Rose Estania will be accompanying us. The scene changed to the Crown Prince's Palace's Happy Labor Center. Wise and enjoyable work life. The first employment contract signing ceremony was taking place. This is an employment contract. It's a document that details the job, salary, and working hours. It's also explained with pictures, so even if you can't read, you can understand. Rose smiled as she explained to a maid. The maid wondered, but why are we doing this? Rose laughed, not knowing how to answer, and fell into deep thought. Right. Honestly, in a world where social boundaries are so clear, these pieces of paper might not mean much. Regardless of what you do in society, you'll be in big trouble without a contract. It's extremely important. She said, it's to guarantee everyone's rights. The maid was dumbfounded, staring at the contract, having heard the word rights for the first time. Rose nodded. Yes. But with it comes responsibility. You can't freely take royal property, and you'll need to fill out forms when requesting supplies. The maid was confused, staring intently at the contract. Rose continued, in return, twice a week, you'll have a day where you don't have to do anything and can just relax at home. You've never had a rest since you were born, have you? The maid's mouth watered at the thought. Lie down? The truth was, no one hates resting. If they asked me to manage this entire Crown Prince's palace alone, it would be the same as telling me to quit right now. The palace is currently very messy. We need to reorganize and make it function efficiently with the current staff. Therefore, proper compensation and rest are necessary, so they feel a sense of responsibility and belonging to their work. At this moment, the seamstress appeared and announced, please pick up your new work uniforms. The new uniforms are ready. The elegant maid uniforms had been sewn. The maids asked in surprise, we just have to take these? The seamstress nodded. Yes. This is the uniform Miss Rose proposed. We've replaced the easily soiled white apron with a cleaner and more formal uniform. High-quality fabric, dust-resistant and wrinkle-resistant. It's also breathable and flexible. And most importantly, when did she become so eloquent? Pockets. It has pockets. Pockets? I don't see any. They're hidden inside, so they can't be seen from the outside. It was Miss Rose's idea. Miss Rose is a genius. Milla sighed inwardly, I thought pockets were standard, but in this world, it's shocking that they don't exist. I'm glad everyone likes it. Next. She called out to the chefs. Hello. Hello, I'm here to check the list I gave you all last time. Where's the head chef? A chef replied, he hasn't arrived yet. He's usually not late. Just then, someone appeared behind him. The chef turned around. Oh, there he is. Head chef. However, after seeing the person behind him, both Rose and the chef were stunned. What happened to you? The head chef, with a shiny bald head, calmly asked, well, Rose wrote it on the list, right? She said I had to cover my hair and beard with a hat and mask. But I get hot easily, so I couldn't stand it. So, I shaved it all off. Feels so refreshing. Get ready, because the palace meals are going to be better than ever. Seeing his good-natured attitude and positive change, Rose smiled slightly. Night quickly fell. Rose lay down on her bed and sighed. I'm so tired. I've really been working hard these past few days. My whole body aches. However, until I find a way to go home, I have to live here. Good job, Leviathan. Life in the Crown Prince's palace will be a bit more comfortable from now on, right? Her pleasant dream didn't last long. Early the next morning, Rose's face paled. What? We're going where? Calyx told her, to Desatra. Didn't you hear? Rose didn't know where Desatra was. Calyx crossed his arms and explained, the Desert Empire has diplomatic relations with Bosnia. Rose vaguely realized, it's not near here, is it? Calyx nodded. It will take about 10 days, just to get there. Rose slumped over upon hearing this, falling into deep thought. No way, I was planning to relax and enjoy myself. She forced a smile, trying to find an excuse to refuse. The palace has just been reorganized, and I need to. Calyx coldly refuted, you're not the housekeeper, so it has nothing to do with you. Not letting her say anything more, he turned and said, it's decided, so prepare accordingly. Rose knew she was doomed this time. She couldn't even run. He recalled his conversation that day with Eswi. Eswi said seriously, brother, the first prince will refuse to come to Desatra for any reason. He'll probably make an excuse that there are too many monsters on the way and it's too dangerous. And if he dies on the way, then it would be even better for him. No, I mean, that's what he would think. Calyx agreed. Sounds like something he'd say. Eswi replied, as for me, I don't care either way, as long as I survive. I owe her my life, so I'm repaying that debt. Rose, unaware of what was going on, was silently crying for her perfect plan. Calyx glanced at her, thinking to himself. Rose Estonia. She saved my life several times. Solved the long-standing butler problem. And now, the third prince has revealed his true intentions to her. Isn't she like a messenger sent by the gods for me? The day of their departure soon arrived. Calyx and Rule stood behind, watching Rose busy packing. She handed a large bag to the guard and said, we need all of this. Calyx looked at the girl in front of him, thinking, it will take about 10 days to get to Desatra. I wonder if she'll be of any help to me this time. Rule saw Calyx staring intently at Rose. He had something to say, but stopped himself. After all the preparations were done, Rose waved goodbye to everyone. Well then. We'll be on our way. I, Li Chai-ren, Rose Estonia, a genius butler and hotel expert, have reorganized the Crown Prince's palace. I thought life in the Crown Prince's palace would become easier. But I guess I was too good, as I'm being dragged to the Desert Empire with the male lead. So, with tearful goodbyes from everyone, I'm off to the desert. Or so I thought. Scene changes to a brightly sunlit setting. Calyx called out loudly, wake up. Get a grip, Rose Estonia. Rose awoke from her daze and opened her eyes. She discovered that she was about to fall out of the carriage, dangling in midair. How did this happen? A day before this situation, Rose called out, Your Highness, please stay still. Calyx asked, confused, what is it? Calyx put a hand to his mouth, signaling, shoo. Please keep your mouth closed. Then she took out a bottle of gel, rubbed it evenly, and applied it to Calyx's face. Then she requested, now, give me your hand. Calyx wondered, what exactly are you doing? Rose immediately replied, this is an ointment to protect you from sunburn. She thought to herself, thank goodness I have sunscreen in my bag, received from my diary. She wrapped a scarf around him and told Calyx, even if it's not fashionable, please wear this. Calyx still wondered, why this? Rose smiled and explained, these are essential items for the desert, Your Highness. At that moment, Rule appeared behind them and called, Your Highness. Miss Estania has never ventured on a trip like this before. It's best not to rely on her too much. Rose, upon hearing this, just looked at him silently. Then she said, I heard there are frequent sandstorms in the desert. A scarf will shield you from the sun and keep the sand out of your respiratory system. Well, besides mine and His Highness's, we don't have any extras, so I can't give the knight one. Rule, after hearing this, didn't respond and turned away. Rose cursed inwardly, what's wrong with him? Why is he acting like this lately? Just then, someone asked, how does she know these things? Calyx spoke up, like Royal said, she would have no reason to come to the desert. Rose inwardly groaned, oh no, am I too good again? She made an excuse, I read it in a book when I was young. Calyx immediately asked, which book? Rose's face hardened, thinking, I can't really say it was desert survival. She feigned a silly smile. The title? I don't really remember. Calix looked at her for a moment as if verifying the truth of her words. Then he turned away and said, all right, let's go. Rose was a little surprised. He's not asking any further questions? Lately, he seems strangely generous with me. Just then, Rule called out to her from behind, Miss Astania. Please follow me. Rose listened blankly as he spoke. On a horse, with the knight. By the way, is it the horse that chewed the knight's hat earlier? Rule asked coldly, do you want to ride by yourself? Since you said you haven't learned to ride a horse, I prepared this, but... Surely you don't want to ride in the carriage with His Highness? Rose hurriedly waved her hands, no. I'm grateful that the knight offered to accompany me. Let's go. She inwardly lamented, riding in the carriage alone with the male lead? What would people say about that? He really is a better person than I initially thought. But any closer would be too much. Rule watched from behind as Rose stroked and acquainted herself with the horse. He didn't know if his thoughts were correct. Soon, the procession started moving. Rose, sitting on the horse with Rule, hesitated, but, Sir Knight. Rule replied, Royal. You can call me Royal, Miss Astania. Since we're in a position to work closely together under His Highness. Rose smiled and replied, is that so? Then you can call me Rose, Sir Royal. Rule nodded, understood. So then, Rose. How did you do it? Rose was bewildered, do what? Rule answered, His Highness isn't someone who lets people get close easily. Especially maids, whom he's always wary of. What did you do to win his favor? Rose realized inwardly, his tone and attitude seem a bit annoyed. Could it be that he's jealous that his friend was taken away? No, impossible. He's not childish. He must be worried seeing me trusted by Calix. This probably isn't the first time for him, and all the other maids probably betrayed him. That's how it went in the novel, he really is worthy of being the closest confidant. Thinking this, she spoke up, I'm certainly not ordinary, am I? I think I understand what you're worried about, but you don't need to be. I just want to survive in the palace for a long, long time. As she spoke, she pulled a scarf over Rule's head. Then she gave him a gentle smile. Rule hesitantly called, Rose. Didn't you say there weren't any more scarves? Rose put on a smug expression, that was a lie. Since it seemed like Sir Royal didn't like me. Rule was surprised. So you were just trying to annoy me? Rose tugged on his scarf, reminding him, if you keep talking, sand will get in your mouth. The sudden tug caused Rose's foot to slip. The horse startled and whinnied, rearing back. Calix instructed her, hold on tight. It seems there's a monster around here. That's right, a monster. At this moment, there was a voice calling out to her, wake up. Get a grip, Rose Astania. A giant bird monster was clutching their carriage with its talons. Calix quickly wrapped his arm around Rose's waist and pulled her back. Come on. After a struggle, the two of them, exhausted, finally climbed back into the carriage. Rose was still shaken. I thought I was going to die. Wait, am I dead? Your Highness, are you all right? Are we going to die? Calix said in a strained voice, calm down. We're not going to die. The two whispered, how did this happen? It's a griffin. I heard they occasionally abduct travelers in the desert, but I never thought it could lift a whole carriage. Damn it, now we have no choice but to wait for the griffin to put us down. Rose asked again, wait, griffin? You mean the creature with the head of an eagle and the body of a lion? It can eat a whole carriage? Calix replied, griffins like shiny things. Just because it's a carriage for the crown prince, they had to cover it in gold leaf. Rose asked in surprise, wait, was this planned? Calix gritted his teeth and cursed, it must have been the first prince, not His Majesty, who arranged this. Damn it. Just then, the carriage shook violently again. Rose was terrified, but Calix remained calm. He quickly embraced Rose, who was falling towards him due to inertia. Flashback to the previous night. Rose wearily accompanied Calix to the campsite, feeling, it's only been half a day, and I'm about to die. And I have to continue like this for 10 days. At that moment, Calix suggested, well then, I'll go exchange the horses for camels. Rose thought to herself, he doesn't seem tired at all. The nights are amazing. She idly looked around, wondering, is this a nomadic village? The atmosphere is quite different from Phosenian. Now that we've arrived at the village, it's time to prepare. All right. The campsite was quickly set up. Rose stood before the lavishly prepared table and cheerfully announced, "Your Highness and Knights, I prepared a meal." The knights, tired from the long day, drooled at the sight of the food. Calix was also a little surprised and asked, "All of this, what is it?" "I don't recall us bringing such supplies." Rose replied, "I thought that might be the case, so I made separate preparations. It's mostly smoked meat, but it should be delicious. Eggs, bean sprouts, and green onions, making a decent meal from stored food. These are basic solo living skills. Your Highness and the knights are on a long journey, so you need a hearty meal." Everyone cheered, "Wow, it's delicious. We thought we'd only have dry food." "Miss Astania, you're an angel." At this moment, Calix patted the seat next to him. He gestured towards Rose and called, "Sit down." Rose was startled, "Huh? I was planning to sit over there." Calix said coldly, "I told you to sit here." Rose had no choice but to sit down next to him. Calix unexpectedly continued, "Also, from tomorrow, you'll ride with me in the carriage." Rose looked at him questioningly. Before she could speak, Calix cut her off, "If you're about to say, but anything, it's better to keep quiet." Rose looked at the man beside her with a puzzled expression. Calix didn't intend to explain the reason to her. It turned out that yesterday, while in the carriage, Calix had seen Rose riding with Rule. And the scene of her affectionately wrapping a scarf around him. A glint of anger flashed in Calix's eyes. Now he turned away and said to her, "It's just a little boring riding in the carriage alone. Don't overthink it." Rose smiled, "I'm not overthinking anything, Your Highness." The two conversed, "Just ride in the carriage with me from tomorrow. I'll follow your command." "It's not a command, it's an invitation." "Ah, yes, Your Highness." Calix frowned and said, "Not but thank you, Your Highness." Hearing this, Rose quickly clasped her hands together in front of her chest. She put on a cheesy expression and said, "I'm deeply grateful for your boundless kindness. Thank you for bestowing upon me such a great favor." Seeing her theatrical expression, Calix gritted his teeth in anger. "You enjoy this very much, don't you?" "Huh?" Rose explained, "No way, Your Highness. I would never dare." Calix didn't respond and coldly turned away. Rose smiled inwardly, "I shouldn't tease him too much." Just then, a shout suddenly rang out, "Stop. Please, I beg you. Please, please let me see His Highness." Calix stood up, parted the curtain, and asked, "What's all the commotion?" The guard immediately said, "It's nothing, Your Highness. I'll handle this." The man, seeing Calix, called out excitedly, "Your Highness. Wait." He quickly pushed past the guards and ran towards Calix. Before Calix could understand what was happening, the man suddenly knelt before him. "Please, Your Highness. Please. Please accept our tribe as citizens of the Empire." Calix was surprised, "What?" Quickly, the man was brought into the tent to explain everything. The man clasped his hands earnestly, "Please, hear me out, Your Highness." Rose, standing beside them, thought to herself, "Look at him trembling, he must be terrified." Well, at least he chose the right person to beg. Since the male lead is a tyrant. What is a tyrant? It's a tyrant who ruthlessly slays officials, but ensures that the people of the Empire are well taken care of. Now, after listening, Rose crossed her arms and said, "I thought you would ask for food or supplies at most. You want to be recognized as citizens of the Empire. So what's the reason?" The man replied in a trembling voice, "Well, as Your Highness has seen, this place isn't suitable for human habitation. The land is too barren for farming, and we live in fear every night due to the monsters that can appear at any time." Rose was incredibly surprised. "I thought this was a temporary shelter." "This is their village?" Calix spoke up, "I suppose it seems that way." Rose inwardly scolded, telling people begging for help that it seems that way? Show a little empathy. Sensing her attitude, Calix turned and asked, "What, is there something wrong?" Rose immediately put on a silly smile, "Nothing, Your Highness. Not everything you think can be said out loud." Calix continued to question the other man. "This desert lies within the territory of the Desart Empire. Why are you pleading with me, a Phosenian citizen?" The man replied, "We are a tribe exiled from the Desart Empire." Calix's face hardened and he asked, "You were exiled from Desart, and now you're begging me, a prince of a rival empire? Trying to put Phosenian and Desart in a difficult position." "I see. No need to hear any more." The man tried to explain, "Your Highness, please, I beg you. Everyone is dying." He pleaded desperately, but Calyx wouldn't listen anymore. Rose wondered inwardly, they said they were exiled from Desart, why? What did an entire tribe do to be exiled? A crime? But from what I see, they even have young children. There's no way children that young committed a crime. So then, why? At that moment, Calyx asked, are you even listening? Rose snapped out of her thoughts. She bowed her head and said, I apologize, Your Highness. What did you just say? Calyx scolded with a hardened expression, now ignoring my words too. You've become quite bold. Take this. Rose blankly took the offered item and asked, Your Highness, this is a rose dagger? Calyx instructed, tonight, those people will come to you. If they make any suspicious moves, stab them. They couldn't persuade me, so they'll try to sway my close aide. They seem quite desperate. Rose wondered, but why me, instead of Sir Royal? Calyx countered, but who is here with me right now? Who will be riding in the carriage with me tomorrow? Rose realized, that's me. Calyx asked again, and who is closest to me? Rose stared blankly, that's also me. Calyx was satisfied, it seems you finally understand. Find out what they want. Make them confess what they are hiding. Rose nodded in acceptance, yes, if they come to me, I will do so. She wondered to herself, no, will they really come to me? The answer was that they did come. That night, the girl knelt before Rose and pleaded, Miss. Please persuade His Highness. I beg you. Rose helped her up with difficulty and said, get up. I'm just a maid, so I don't have that kind of power. The other person stubbornly replied, but His Highness seems to favor you. So, please. Aren't you the future crown princess? Rose blushed and retorted, that's completely untrue. Don't say such things, it's embarrassing. It's just, I'm a capable maid, good at my job and loyal. That's all. All right, tell me. All I can do is listen to what you have to say. The final decision rests with His Highness. The girl rejoiced, thank you, thank you. Then she began to tell her story, the truth is. The two had a deep conversation that night. The next day, Rose stepped into the carriage under Rule's suspicious gaze. He didn't say anything but silently observed. As soon as she got into the carriage, Rose covered her mouth and yawned continuously. Calyx remarked, you're about to yawn your face off. It seems you're quite comfortable around me now. Rose flinched, I apologize, Your Highness. Aaron added, she listened to them talk until sunrise. Rose spoke up, as you instructed, one of them came to me last night. They claimed that they were wrongly accused of treason. Desart is a nation that worships the Spirit King. So they acknowledge spiritual power, not magic. Calyx asked suspiciously, so that means? Rose shook her head, no, he's not a mage. Then she pointed outside the carriage and said, look over there, Your Highness. Calyx wondered, that dog? Rose replied, not a dog. They call it a spirit beast. It seems they were exiled because of that power, but thanks to it, they survived amongst the monsters. Calyx held his head, thinking, this will be troublesome. Rose wondered, are you considering accepting them? Calyx immediately replied, of course not. If they were exiled from Desart for treason, accepting them would complicate things for Phosenian. Rose thought to herself. But, since he's a tyrant, he might still accept them in the end, right? Seeing her expression, Calyx glanced at her and asked, do you have something to say? Rose yawned and replied, no, not really. Suddenly, a strong hand rested on her shoulder. If you're that sleepy, just sleep, Calyx said. Rose shook her head, laughing. I'm not sleepy. Calyx grumbled, your eyes look like they're about to close. Are you lying to me? Rose laughed and replied, really, I'm not sleepy at all. Seeing that, Calyx reached out and pulled down the curtain above her. He said softly, go ahead. I allow it. Rose's face froze. Why are you speaking so softly? I shouldn't sleep, but, am I really that comfortable with him? Since you said I could sleep, then, just a little bit. And very quickly, they were noticed by the bird monster. It attacked extremely suddenly. And finally dropped the palanquin. Rose opened her eyes, not understanding. What? What happened? Your Highness, are you all right? Was that magic? Calyx sat up and said, I'm all right. It looks like it finally landed in its nest. Are you okay? Rose nodded. Perfectly fine. Doesn't hurt at all. Calyx said, good. Let's go check it out. Rose quickly saw it. He's injured on his hand. Perhaps, he shielded me. Calyx quickly went to the palanquin door. And saw the bird monster lying next to a pile of gold. Rose's face froze. And where are we? Isn't this supposed to be a dark fantasy romance world? Why do I feel like I'm on an adventure? Where is my life going? She suggested, Your Highness, we should. Calyx covered her mouth with his hand. Shoo, lower your voice. There will be a time when those monsters go hunting. Let's stay quiet until then. Rose remained silent, inwardly assessing. Calyx is the main character, so he won't die. He'll be able to overcome even this kind of situation. Really? The scar on his palm. The people around him and Calyx's situation. This is definitely the world in the Blood Moon Empire book I read. Did Calyx face these kinds of impossible situations in the original story? No, if another element in this world. Rose silently pondered. Then leaned close to Calyx's ear and asked, Your Highness. Have you ever experienced anything like this before? Before I started working for you? This unexpected situation made Calyx blush. He pushed Rose away slightly and said, Talk from a bit of a distance. Rose nodded. Yes, Your Highness. She inwardly wondered, he just told me to be quiet, and now this. Rose quickly stood up. Put some distance between herself and Calyx, then sat down. Calyx immediately said, I didn't mean that far. Rose was confused. Too far? Then, what should I do? Calyx crossed his arms and replied, Forget it. I have to deal with this kind of crap every year. Hearing him say that, Rose silently listened. Unexpectedly, Calyx timidly asked, Why are you staring at me like that? Rose spoke up, Your Highness. Are you feeling hot? Well, it is a desert after all. I'm used to 38-degree summers in Korea, but I doubt he is. There's nothing here to create a breeze. Rose decided to fan him with her hand. Her face was once again close to his, making Calyx blush crimson. He quickly held her hand. He said, Enough. Stop those unnecessary gestures and pack your things. When they leave the nest, we'll leave immediately. Very quickly after that, a bird monster flapped its wings and flew away. Several others also left one after another. Standing in front of the palanquin door, Calyx instructed, They'll be out of the nest soon. Move when I signal. Rose nodded. Yes, Your Highness. He turned his head and noticed Rose's clasped hands. He asked, Are you afraid? Rose hesitated. Huh? No, not exactly unafraid, but... Calyx gently reassured her, It's a dangerous situation, but you don't need to be so scared. The two held hands. Calyx said coolly, I told you, I'm used to this kind of crap. They've left. Now. The two of them ran as fast as they could. Rose, behind him, looked at the man's back and thought, a tyrant, stubborn and unpredictable. But why are his actions becoming increasingly kind? I'm starting to feel attached. What will happen if all these things that were stable have a variable appear and become messed up because of me? Even if that's true, I have no other way to survive besides choosing him. At this moment, Calyx said seriously, Now, choose. Rose stared blankly ahead. This? Can you call this a choice? Calyx gestured. There are two paths. One is a cliff. You may not have noticed it in the griffin's eyes, but if you take one wrong step, it's instant death. Choice 2, the downhill path. The other path is downhill. There seem to be 2 griffin scouts guarding it. If you're spotted while going down, you'll be their meal today. Which is better? Rose pursed her lips. I don't like either. Calyx stepped up and said, This side will be better after all. The possibility of you miraculously climbing the cliff is higher than dodging a griffin with your slow speed. Rose cursed inwardly, Why ask if you've already decided for me? He's seriously telling me to take the narrow path that even a mountain goat would cry at? This is impossible for me, even if Calyx can do it. I'm not a gymnast. But I also don't want to become griffin food. Is there really no other way? At that moment, she saw something and called out, Your Highness, look. The paper in that skeleton's hand. It looks like a map. Could he have been an explorer? Judging by the fact that he died here instead of in the nest, it might be a map to escape this place. Calyx immediately asked, Even if that's the case, what good is it? If they couldn't get out and died here. Rose smiled confidently and said, But Your Highness is different, right? Calyx wondered, How am I different? Rose immediately flattered him. Your Highness is very strong. I trust everything about you. She thought to herself, I brought my diary, so everything is okay. After hearing her praise, of course, Calix's face blushed again. He turned away and said, fine. Get that paper. Then, the two of them opened the paper and observed it. Calix pointed. It's a map. Somewhere around here, there's a secret passage, created by hunters. Rose cheered joyfully. Hooray! Thank goodness, Your Highness. Goodbye Cliff, goodbye Griffin food. At that moment, Calix glanced over and said, the location is a small hole right below the bird's nest. Calix quickly pulled Rose's hand. Over there. Run. Just as the bird monster sleepily opened its eyes and spotted the two of them, they began to spread their wings. Fortunately, the two of them had reached the entrance first. Calix called to Rose, hurry. Watch out. He pushed Rose into the cave. Rose's face froze as she almost planted her face into the ground. She clutched her almost sprained waist and groaned softly, ow. The bird was right behind them, but the cave was so small that only its mouth could fit. Rose asked worriedly, what will happen if they pierce through? Calix reassured her, the entrance is narrow, so it will be difficult for them to get in. There's a path inside. Let's move quickly. The two followed the directions on the map. Rose realized with joy, the sound is getting quieter. Thank goodness. Looking at the map in Calix's hand, she realized, that's Your Highness, isn't this the Desart Empire? Calix nodded. Yes. It seems we've come quite far, thanks to flying in the sky. That's good news. The problem is there aren't any diplomatic items. Entering Desart could give them an excuse to attack us. Whether it's the Desart Empire or any other prince. Rose paused at his words. Then asked, so, are you giving up? I know you won't do that, Your Highness. She went over and took his hand. I trust you. Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently. Calix quickly grabbed Rose's hand. In front of them, another monster appeared. What is that? A worm? What worse could happen? I'm going crazy. The ground suddenly collapsed, right where Rose was standing. Rose panicked. Now, the ground is collapsing too? No. Is this where I'll die? Calix quickly reached out. Rose fell into thought. If I die, will I return to my original world? But if so, what about Calix? Calix had already jumped down, embracing her. A lake appeared before them. They fell in together. Rose quickly surfaced, looking at the unconscious figure in panic. How many meters did we fall? What the heck is going on? Your Highness, are you okay? Your Highness. She was met with silence. Rose looked around frantically, assessing the situation. She quickly helped Calix to the shore. Seeing he was still unconscious, she called out anxiously, Your Highness. Wake up, Your Highness. Your Highness. Trembling, she put her hand to his nose. He's not breathing anymore. Her face paled in fear. No way. Isn't he the main character? Really, because of me? No. Your Highness. Wake up, Your Highness. Just as she was panicking, Rose saw a light emanating from her bag. She quickly opened the bag and found the light was coming from the diary. She wondered, the diary again? Even though I just came out of the water, both the diary and the bag aren't wet at all. Everything seems like a mystery. Is Calix involved in these things because of me? Was the diary really helpful when Calix was in danger? Then why isn't the diary helping Calix now? My mind is in turmoil. Why did I come to this world? I fell from such a height, but I'm completely fine. Calix protected me when I fell. Just like the case with the griffin. It's all my fault. She shook Calix's body fearfully. Wake up, Your Highness. Hey. Wake up. She despaired seeing Calix not react at all. It's my fault. Calix is dying here because of me. No, don't be ridiculous. Who is dying? Who is going to die here? Never. I won't let you die. Rose bent her head down and gave Calix mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. She combined it with chest compressions, shouting in fear, please. I've done this much, so wake up now, you idiot. Finally, Calix reacted. He coughed up some water. Calix opened his eyes and asked softly, Rose? What's going on? Rose hugged him excitedly. Your Highness. Thank goodness. I'm so relieved. I thought something happened to you. Calix was inwardly surprised. Rose, she saved me again, and she's trembling. Then he asked, coldly, I'm sure I heard you call me an idiot. Rose flinched and denied it. That was just your imagination, Your Highness. Calix insisted, I definitely heard it. Rose put on a fake smile. Maybe you misheard. You were unconscious, after all. I'll gather things we can use to make a fire. Please wait a moment, Your Highness. She hurriedly ran off. Calix put his hand to his chest, thinking, my heart definitely stopped beating. I'm certain some mana gathered for a moment. Even the Pope can't make a stopped heartbeat again. How is this possible? He sat down and saw the bag next to him. Wondering suspiciously, that bag. Just then, Rose came running back, holding up her skirt. I've gathered some branches, Your Highness. She quickly sat down and started a fire. Calix silently observed. There are too many strange things. This time, I definitely have to ask her. But. Rose turned back, smiled, and said, the fire hasn't caught well yet. Just a little longer, Your Highness. Calix saw that Rose's hands were completely purple and constantly trembling. He wanted to get up. I'll. Rose quickly waved her hand to stop him. No, no. Your Highness, please don't move. She tore a sheet of paper from her notebook. And then dropped it into the fire. Finally, it caught fire. Rose rejoiced. The fire has started. She turned back and called, Your Highness, come closer to the fire. Your body temperature must have dropped. You must be hungry, so I'll find something for you. She was about to stand up when she heard Calix say, sit down. She was bewildered. But. Calix cut her off. That's an order. Sit down. Rose worried. You must be cold and hungry, and your clothes are still wet. Would you like to wear mine? Calix immediately replied, they'd hardly fit. Rose asked again, aren't you thirsty? Calix said coldly, just sit still. Who's worrying about who here? If there was a mirror here, I'd show you what you look like right now. He suddenly reached out. And placed her head on his shoulder. He said softly, I can warm myself up with magic. So, don't worry unnecessarily, and sit still. The two warmed up together, by Calix's magic fire. Rose felt comfortable. So warm. I didn't even realize I was cold. Thinking about Calix dying was so scary. Thinking that it might have been because of me was even worse. I'm very, very relieved he's okay. This feeling is so warm. What's that sound? She looked suspiciously at Calix sitting beside her. And called to him, Your Highness? Calix blushed and asked, what? What happened? Rose said worriedly, your face is all red. It seems you have a fever. Calix turned his face away and said, that's because I drew on my mana. It doesn't hurt, so don't worry about it. Rose exclaimed in surprise, oh. Mana is really convenient. She smiled and asked, would you mind closing your eyes for a bit? I think it's better to change clothes. Calix looked at her silently, then glanced questioningly. Are the things in the bag wet? Rose shook her head. They seem fine, Your Highness, because it's a leather bag. She thought to herself, that's a lie. Judging by the light from earlier, it must be the power of the diary. It's a bit scary, but let's just do it. I'm afraid to check. Calix's eyes darkened slightly, looking at the bag in Rose's hand. Then he turned away and said, let me know when you're changed. Rose nodded, yes, Your Highness. A moment later. Calix was closing his eyes when he heard Rose call, Your Highness. He replied, what is it? Rose said, the formal clothes are in the carriage. I only have simple clothes, so please bear with me. Calix thought, simple clothes, like sleepwear? Then he replied, I'm not that stubborn. I can adapt. Rose announced, I'm done, Your Highness. His expression immediately stiffened. Bare arms, bare legs, yes, our Rose was simply wearing a modern-day t-shirt and shorts. She cheerfully said, wearing dry clothes feels so much better. It's a good thing I reused the clothes I borrowed from Aaron. Women's clothes in this world are so uncomfortable. Even underwear, in the form of short sleeves and shorts, is too thin to wear as pajamas. She didn't expect Calix to ask, trembling, what is this? Are you crazy? Besides, is it really okay to wear pajamas in front of a man? Whatever the situation, how can you? You can't just wear underwear. Bare arms is one thing, but... Rose replied, puzzled, it's sleepwear, not underwear, Your Highness. Calyx was surprised. Sleepwear? Sleepwear? Where did sleepwear like that come from? Rose realized that in this world, underwear looks like this. She tried to explain, I got it from a maid I'm close to. Calyx recalled the image he saw that day. His whole body turning to stone. He asked, his face dark, if it's a maid you're close to, could it be that orange-haired one? Rose was surprised, you know Aaron? Yes, these are Aaron's clothes. Despite how they look, they're actually really comfortable. Calyx's blood involuntarily boiled. Rose, noticing, hesitantly asked, Your Highness, these clothes. Calyx glanced at her, I don't want to hear about how comfortable they are, so be quiet. The warming fire was still burning. Seeing Calyx fast asleep, Rose sat up. She stealthily went behind the boulder and reached into her leather bag. Taking out her diary. She wondered, bewildered, I don't know if writing in this diary will bring disaster or benefit. But, the fact is that it's gotten me out of danger a few times. Although it's suspicious that these situations keep happening, forcing me to write in it. But, anyway, worrying about that now won't help. Getting out of here is what's most important. Once we're out, I'll find someone who knows about mages or diaries. Someone who can tell me how to get Calyx to the Desert Empire safely. Mallory hasn't shown up for a while, but then appeared again. So, I asked Mallory, why haven't you visited in a while? Then Mallory replied, I went to the Desert Empire. Because I needed a large horn mushroom. A large horn mushroom is a blue mushroom that looks like a hat. And it only grows near Leviathan Lake in the deepest part of the Death Cave at night. At this point, she groaned, oh, no. Then she looked over at the glowing mushrooms beside her. Are these Leviathan Lake? Leviathan, I've seen that in a game. Isn't that a dragon? The dragon that the diary warned us about was Leviathan. Large horn mushrooms grow during Leviathan's hibernation. Phew, thank goodness. But Leviathan's hibernation period is also the breeding season for crystal ants. Rose panicked, ants? What? I hate bugs. They're Leviathan's main prey, so they usually live outside the cave. However, during Leviathan's hibernation, tens of thousands of ants will swarm inside to breed, so it's said that caution is needed. Mallory also said, if you think you'll become ant food, wake up Leviathan. If you squeeze about 10 large horn mushrooms and throw them into the lake, it will wake up. Dealing with Leviathan is better than dealing with the ants. Unbeknownst to her, a first ant had appeared. Rose, not seeing it, thought to herself, no matter how much I hate bugs, they're still less scary than dragons. At least with dragons, it's lucky if I never have to meet one, right? The ant suddenly lunged towards her. Fortunately, Rose noticed in time and dodged. She gaped in disbelief, what the? Damn, they're huge. It was about to attack her again. When Calyx suddenly appeared, calling, run. He swung his sword, shattering an ant. Rose asked in a panic, Your Highness, are ants this big normal? Calyx replied, for crystal ants, this is still considered small. If you don't want to die, stick close behind me. Very quickly, a swarm of large ants surrounded them. Rose said, Your Highness, this could mean. Calyx nodded, yes. We're really screwed. One initiated an attack. Calyx quickly grabbed Rose's hand and yelled, damn it, just run. Rose, being pulled along by him, took the opportunity to observe. She reasoned, there must be a reason the diary mentioned Leviathan. If so, she asked, Your Highness, you can't deal with all of them, right? Calyx replied without hesitation, of course not. Do you think I'm a dragon? Rose asked again, then between fighting 10,000 crystal ants and a Leviathan, which is better? Calyx scolded, are you seriously joking with me in this situation? Rose gave a wry smile, no, I'm panicking. So can you please just answer? Calyx replied, obviously a Leviathan is better. Rose immediately flung his hand off. And ran, leaving Calyx bewildered, Rose. Wait, where are you going? Rose called back, just buy me some time. Calyx, still not understanding, swung his sword, cursing, damn it. What are you planning to do? Rose went to where the mushrooms were. And started picking them. Calyx was now facing an uncountable number of crystal ants. He gritted his teeth, wiping the sweat from his face, damn it, they just keep coming. Just then, Rose yelled from behind, Your Highness. Get out of the way. She was carrying a basin of water. Which she then threw into the lake. The liquid began to seep in. Calyx wondered, what the hell? Very quickly, the ground suddenly shook violently. The ants also started to show signs of panic. Calyx called out to Rose in a low voice, You. What the hell did you just do? Seeing his cold expression, Rose was a little startled. She explained, because you said you preferred one leviathan over 10,000 crystal ants, so. Calyx was astonished, so, you woke up a leviathan? A tremor startled them both. Leviathan opened its mouth and roared, immediately unleashing a wave of power towards the ants. Then rising up and roaring again. The crystal ants were now just a name. Taking advantage of the moment when Leviathan hadn't noticed them, Calyx pulled Rose behind the boulder. He asked seriously, you actually woke it up? Are you insane? Rose chuckled nervously, well, maybe. Luckily, it's only one Leviathan. Calyx cursed, how can you laugh in this situation? She replied in a small voice, they say Leviathans are capable of communication, so if we just talk to it. Calyx immediately asked, who told you that nonsense? Do you know what dragons think of humans? Don't bother with such stupid things. At this moment, Leviathan suddenly asked, who dares disturb my slumber? Then it roared loudly. The power was enough to overwhelm even the two hiding behind the boulder. Rose's face paled as she realized, things are looking bad, aren't they? Leviathan angrily climbed ashore. Its enormous body appearing on land, trying to find the culprit who disturbed its sleep. Calyx asked with a grim face, are you telling me you woke that thing up? Rose replied blankly, good heavens, I think so. Calyx continued, and that's why you asked me if it was the ants or the Leviathan. Rose hesitated, well, at least the ants are taken care of, right? That's a relief, isn't it? Calyx snapped, exasperated, relief? Are you out of your mind? Is this some new assassination attempt? This will be our grave, won't it? Rose gave a wry smile. We'll make it out of here, come on. I pledged my loyalty to your highness, after all. They say Leviathans are capable of communication, so maybe we can resolve this through. Calyx asked incredulously, talking to that thing? Do you have any idea how dragons perceive humans? You'll be obliterated by that breath attack before you can even get a word in. More importantly, how did you even wake up a Leviathan? Never mind. We'll discuss that later. Step back. Rose asked, confused, what should we do? Should we run? Calyx tightened his grip and asked, do you think we can escape without it noticing? Stop talking nonsense. We'll wait for it to tire itself out. Don't interfere. With that, he slowly stepped forward, increasing the distance between himself and Rose. She silently thought, if Calyx interferes now. The scenario she imagined was as follows, it was you who woke me, human. Silence, monster. You dare tell me to be silent? Die, human. No. The diary said it's possible to communicate with them. I need to try talking to it somehow. If I leave him be, there won't be any chance for communication. Thinking this, she stepped forward, lowering the sword in Calyx's hand. She said with a smile, I'll go. It's my duty as your subordinate to protect your highness. Calyx immediately scolded, are you insane, Resuscitation? Rose replied, unfortunately, I'm completely sane. Your highness. Calyx frowned, stop talking nonsense and stay there. That's an order. The current scene was incredibly romantic, with the hero willing to sacrifice himself to protect the beauty. But it was suddenly overshadowed by a shadow. Both of them turned their heads in surprise. The enormous Leviathan had spotted them. It raised its massive paw into the air. And slammed it down. Fortunately, Calyx reacted quickly and embraced Rose, dodging just in time. The dragon was about to attack again. Calyx drew his sword, wanting to confront it, but it was like using an egg to fight a rock. He knew this time it wasn't okay. Rose shouted anxiously, Your Highness. Calyx immediately cursed, damn it, run. Just go, right now. Rose groaned, no, not like this. She spoke to the Leviathan, let's settle this through negotiations. One person and one dragon looked at her with puzzled eyes, negotiations? Rose thought, it worked. Calyx asked incredulously, what are you trying to do? Rose approached and said, I'm the one who woke you up. Leviathan asked back, you woke me up? What a foolish human. Did you think you could kill me? Its aura made Rose want to be reborn somewhere else. But she still calmly said, I had no intention of killing you. Leviathan asked again, is that so? The two sides talking to each other made Calyx extremely confused. Rose continued to explain, I didn't intend to harm you. Unexpectedly, Leviathan nodded, oh, I understand. Was it BB who sent you? Rose thought, who's BB? Leviathan continued in a low voice, BB wouldn't. Right, Bibi wouldn't be able to come here herself, so she sent you instead. But I want to talk to Bibi directly. Bring her to my nest immediately. Rose thought, what is it talking about? Who is this Bibi? She quickly said, the monsters are preventing us from reaching your nest. Leviathan asked in surprise, what? Humans are truly weak. Fine, not for your benefit, but I'll lend you something temporarily. While Calyx was furious, Rose tried to stop him. And saw something coming up from Leviathan's throat. Then vomit was poured onto Calyx's head. The gem sparkled on Calyx's head. Leviathan said haughtily, take it. With this, no ordinary monster will dare approach you. Rose, pale, managed to squeeze out 2 words, thank you. Leviathan suddenly transformed into a human form and said, go and bring Bibi here quickly. So the 2 of them safely left, with an added amulet. Calyx didn't say anything the entire way, making Rose worried. She hesitantly asked, are you all right, Your Highness? Calyx turned to look at her coldly. Then suddenly reached out. And pressed Rose against the wall like in a Korean drama. He asked angrily, why didn't you run back there? Rose was extremely surprised, wanting to say something, but Calyx cut her off, I clearly told you to run. You don't care about your life? Rose scratched her face and explained, no, I value my life, but if I didn't do that, both of us would have been in danger. Anyway, didn't everything end well? Calyx let go of his hands and said, you're right. I know, but I don't know why I'm so upset. Rose looked at him worriedly, Your Highness. She changed the subject, is that the stone bestowed by Leviathan? Calyx nodded, this is a crystallized stone. Its mana has been solidified within its body, allowing me to release it. A stone? A crystallized stone? It takes hundreds of years for it to form to this size. Since it contains Leviathan's mana, no ordinary monster can approach it. But, I don't understand. Rose immediately asked, what do you mean? Calyx replied, drawing mana from within the body is very dangerous. Intelligent monsters rarely create something like this. What could a monster like Leviathan create this for? It must have been created to protect something. We'll know when we find its nest. The 2 of them quickly realized it was blocked. Calyx carefully led Rose through the pile of rocks. After entering, they detected a strange smell coming from somewhere. Calyx assumed, it's the smell of decaying corpses. Let's go inside. Rose asked in horror, didn't you just say it was the smell of decaying corpses? Calyx asked back, are you planning to wander around aimlessly? If there's a clue, we should follow it. Rose worried, but corpses. Calyx replied, if you're that scared, just close your eyes. Just then, he suddenly stopped. Stepped onto the final stair, and said, it looks like we've arrived. Rose covered her nose with her hand, the smell, it's horrible. Calyx covered her eyes with his hand and said, close your eyes. I'll go check it out. Rose panicked, wait. I'll go with you. Calyx reminded her, there are quite a few corpses. Rose replied, it's okay. She considered, corpses are scary, but being alone in a place like this is even scarier. Calyx didn't stop her, just said, suit yourself. I wasn't planning on bringing you here. The scene before Rose's eyes surprised her greatly. A magic circle appeared before a door. Calyx recognized, it's an ancient language from Brahmin. Brahmin is the name of a kingdom that existed here 400 years ago. To get inside, we need to destroy the protective magic circle. Rose suggested, what if we use the crystallized stone? Calyx countered, it's just a lump of mana. It's useless for breaking a magic circle. He quickly drew his sword and told Rose, step back. Calyx raised his sword and struck at the circle. Power collided. Unexpectedly, the circle actually shook. Rose cheered, it's working. However, she quickly realized Calyx had collapsed from exhaustion. She asked worriedly, are you all right? Calyx replied in a low voice, I'm fine even if I do it a few more times. Rose realized, he's been in bad shape for a while and has been pushing himself too hard. Is there any other way? She looked around and noticed something. Come to think of it, that magic circle. It's one of the languages that appeared in my diary. If that's the case, will it know? Thinking this, she reached for the notebook in her bag. How can we get inside? Just then, the protective circle on the door disappeared. Rose exclaimed joyfully, Your Highness! The magic circle is broken. Thank goodness. Now we can go inside. But suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her chest. I can't breathe.